Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1: What kind of male succubus have I become? Would you like to bind the romance simulator? Yes or no? Minami Shaoji, who had been vigorously writing on the blackboard, paused and furrowed his brows. His appearance was quite striking: delicate facial features, slightly curly black hair at the roots, and beneath it, a pair of large, expressive eyes that gave off the vibe of a morning drama protagonist. His calm and composed demeanor, however, set him apart from the more effeminate male idols often seen on TV. With a well-proportioned figure and a straight posture, his handsome looks were undoubtedly exceptional among high school students. Even during class, he attracted curious and somewhat affectionate gazes from all directions. Well, some from girls, and some from boys. But overall, it wasn't a big deal. Minami had grown accustomed to these looks. He simply raised his hand and casually swiped the system panel blocking his view of the blackboard to the side, then lowered his head and continued copying the notes. Systems, transmigrators. It seemed like some kind of consensus had been reached on certain websites somewhere. If this system had appeared a year ago, when Minami had just transmigrated from China to Tokyo, he might have been overjoyed. But now, after copying the blackboard notes in neat handwriting, Minami pondered for a moment and cast his gaze towards the system interface frame floating in the air. To be honest, after having been transmigrated here for a year, he now felt completely unfazed. In just 1 year, Minami had adapted to life in Japan. Relying on his ability to adjust and improve himself, he had stunned his parents, 2 older sisters, former middle school teachers, and classmates by achieving an exceptional academic score and making his way from the rural backwaters of Japan to the prestigious Shuko High School in Tokyo's Bunkyo Award. Moreover, to the astonishment of all his peers at Shuko High, this country boy who had just entered the prestigious school immediately claimed the top spot in his grade. To others, he seemed like a prodigy blessed by the heavens. Perhaps it was a side effect of transmigration. Having merged with the soul of his original self, he learned everything incredibly quickly, with a terrifying rate of mastery. After all, when 2 minds work as one, how could it not be fast? But back to the main point. The romance simulator system, should he bind to it or not? To be honest, having lived 2 lives, Minami had little interest in the so-called sweet romances of high school. So even if he had transmigrated to this world and occasionally saw anime characters from certain TV series in his previous life, such as a girl named Shinomiya, or a girl named Yukino Shida, he basically had no intention of going up to make friends with them. To observe from afar, but not to interfere. Minami believed this mindset was perfectly reasonable. After all, which girl in anime wasn't a problem girl in some way? To be honest, if they're already so difficult to handle in anime, how much worse would they be in real life? Minami couldn't even imagine how troublesome they might become. On the other hand, some of the male protagonists in anime are obedient and well-behaved, making them far better choices than the female characters. Wait, this topic seems to have gone off track. Picture here, in any case, for Minami, a stable life of studying, smoothly getting into a prestigious university, entering society without a hitch, starting a business, and finding a gentle, obedient wife who'd let him try all sorts of positions. That was more than enough. It was a smooth, uneventful life, and with his exceptional learning ability and adaptability, achieving such a goal was hardly difficult. So, he decided not to bind to the system. He didn't need a system to live a good life. Looking at the system interface frame floating in the air, Minami made a decision. He stretched out his finger and was about to click on the no option. But just then, a prompt sounded in his ears. Host has taken too long to make a selection. System will automatically bind. Binding successful. Minami. Well, it didn't matter. Minami was always a man who took things in stride. After all, binding to a system didn't seem like it would cause him any harm. Since it was already bound. Might as well see what it's all about. As if responding to his thoughts, the black text on the system panel began to change, and lines of instructions appeared. Welcome to the romance simulator. You may freely choose to simulate relationships with women who have a basic connection to your reality and a beauty rating of 7 or higher. On a 10-point scale, the simulation is entirely free form. Please explore at your own discretion. After the simulation ends, the system will evaluate the results and provide rewards. Current simulation attempts. 4. Simulation attempts are not fixed and will replenish over time. Beauty rating? Looking at the explanation on the system, Minami thoughtfully opened his own panel. Romance simulator bound user, Minami Shaoji. Appearance, 9. Athleticism, 6. Academic ability, 8. Special skill, learning level 4. System evaluation, a promising young man with a bright future. Highly sought after by women of all ages, as well as certain men with unconventional interests. So, the beauty rating refers to his looks. Based on the appearance value of 10 points, his appearance value is 9 points. What kind of male succubus am I? Minami muttered. And academic ability 8? On a scale of 10, your academic ability is only 8? Isn't this a bit low? After all, it is just a system, it can only stay on the surface and fails to understand my inner excellence. Minami was a bit dissatisfied but continued reading. The system required a beauty rating of at least 7, which was quite high. Since transmigrating, he hadn't interacted much with women. Logically speaking, aside from his 2 older sisters, there shouldn't be many candidates for the simulation. Current available simulations: Naomi Shaoji, Yuko Shaoji, Hitori Gota. Minami's finger paused as he saw an unexpected name in the simulation list. Naomi Shaoji and Yuko Shaoji were his older sisters in this world, and he remembered them clearly. But the last one, Hitori Gota. Minami recalled an anime he had watched called Bocce the Rock. Since it was a slice-of-life music anime about girls, he couldn't remember the details clearly. He only remembered that Hitori Gota was one of the main characters. But the problem was, he had tried his best to avoid interacting with female characters from anime. How did she end up connected to him? To be honest, he didn't even have any impression of this Hitori Gota. Minami was puzzled. But on second thought, it made sense if she was an anime heroine. After all, most anime heroines are beautiful girls. He tapped on Hitori Gota's option. Candidate, Hitori Gota, status, slight admiration, slight admiration? Minami was baffled by the description. He didn't remember doing anything worthy of Hitori Gota's admiration. As for him admiring her, this is even more impossible. Do you even understand the value of a 9 in appearance? Besides, he hadn't even seen Hitori Gota's face. How could he possibly admire her? Do you want to start simulation? Embracing the idea that his own amusement was still amusement, Minami, who was slowly becoming a bit of a troublemaker, raised his hand. Yes. Chapter 2, as always, simulation attempts remaining, 3, simulation target, Hitori Gota. The text on the system panel began to change. Today, as always, you are diligently studying, just as you have been for the past year since transmigrating, a stable life of studying, a smooth and uneventful life, and finding a wife who can satisfy all your desires. This is your lifelong ideal. To achieve this ideal, despite receiving numerous love letters and invitations from girls, you remain focused on your studies. To you, the naive romances of high school hold no appeal. Wait, why does the system make it sound like all I do is study? And can we not phrase the part about a wife satisfying all my desires so bluntly? Minami wasn't too pleased with the system's portrayal of him as some kind of overly studious, rigid individual. It felt like a misrepresentation of his character. During lunch break, after finishing copying the notes and eating, you organized your thoughts and decided to 1. Stick to your usual routine. 2. Embrace your youth and visit the gym. 3. Chat with a female classmate who approaches you. 4. Enter the simulation personally. Enter the simulation personally. Curious, Minami tapped on the 4th option, and an explanation popped up. Project your consciousness into the simulation world for a 100% authentic, fully immersive, high-freedom experience. This option consumes 4 simulation attempts. Minami glanced at his remaining 3 simulation attempts and regretfully dismissed the idea of the so-called 100% authentic experience. His attention returned to the other 3 options. The second option was to embrace his youth and visit the gym. To be honest, if this simulation were to reflect reality, Minami had little interest in working out at the gym, even though his physical fitness was decent. The third option was to chat with a female classmate, but since this was a romance simulator, and the heroine, Hitori Gota, hadn't even appeared yet, it felt somewhat inappropriate to get too friendly with other girls. That left only the first option, stick to his usual routine. For the past year since arriving in this world, Minami had made it a habit to set aside some time during lunch breaks to preview his lessons, ensuring he stayed on top of his studies. Rather than choosing the latter 2 options, it seemed safer to stick to his usual routine. This way, he could maintain his focus on academics while conserving his energy. After some thought, Minami reached out and selected the first option. Despite the temptations around you and the indulgence of your peers, you decided to preview your lessons to prepare for the afternoon classes. To you, the naive romances of high school held no meaning. Your life remained unchanged, even after obtaining the romance simulator. Love? It couldn't possibly disrupt your steadfast daily routine. This description made Minami feel uneasy. You spent the first day as usual, you spent the second day as usual, you spent the third day as usual. Your learning ability and self-discipline improved, Minami. During the final exams, you defended your position as the top student in your grade with an absolute and unshakable advantage. Everyone looked at you with admiration. You spent a month as usual, you spent 2 years as usual. Your life remained completely unchanged. What are you doing? Minami glanced at the name Romance Simulator to make sure he hadn't opened the wrong app, then continued reading. Thanks to your highly disciplined nature, you effortlessly got into the University of Tokyo's medical school. At a class reunion, you met a woman who could satisfy all your desires. At her request, you learned to play the bass guitar. With your outstanding looks and musical talent, you easily won her over. Thanks to her affluent family background and your own resources from the University of Tokyo's medical school, after graduation, you smoothly took over as the head of her family's hospital department. Occasionally, you practiced the bass with your wife, living a happy and stable life, exactly the smooth, uneventful life you had always dreamed of. System evaluation, 0 points. Comment: you never met her. Sticking to your routine isn't a bad thing, but looking back, there are some regrets in life that you missed out on. System settlement: your self-discipline has improved, huh? Staring at this unexpected outcome, Minami couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Sure, he ended up relying on his wife's wealth, but the results seemed surprisingly good. But what about the romance? Wasn't this supposed to be a romance simulator? And it only gave me one option? Also, who did I end up marrying? What about Hitori Gota? Wasn't she supposed to have slight admiration for me? In the simulation, did she not even dare to talk to me? If she had just approached me, maybe she could have had a passionate romance with Tokyo's most handsome young man. There's definitely something wrong with this woman. Do you even understand the value of a 9 in appearance? Minami tapped on the desk, deep in thought. Perhaps he had taken the wrong approach from the start. Thinking about it, in the simulation, he didn't even know Hitori Gota. If he had chosen to preview his lessons from the beginning, naturally, there would be no opportunity to interact with her. In hindsight, the previous choice seemed a bit hasty. As for his learning ability, Minami casually opened his personal panel. Under special skills, his learning ability was still at level 4, but now there was an additional self-discipline level 1. It seemed that his natural talent was already so high that improving it was a bit challenging. Just as Minami, sitting in his classroom chair, was pondering whether to start another simulation, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Minami, if you don't mind, would you like to chat with us to pass the time? Huh? Hearing this, Minami looked up in surprise at the female classmate who had nervously approached him, her face slightly flushed. With his learning ability at level 4, he remembered that the simulator had an option to chat with a female classmate who approached him. And now, this was actually happening in real life. Could it be that this simulator had some ability to predict the future? In the simulation, he had chosen to preview his lessons. Perhaps it was time to try a different approach. Sure. Minami replied. Minami nodded, agreeing to the invitation. The girl, who hadn't been expecting much, was clearly surprised. The usually studious and aloof Minami, often referred to as the ornamental pretty boy, had agreed to her request so readily. Her face lit up with joy, and she excitedly called over the other girls in her group. Soon, a small crowd of girls surrounded Minami, chattering away about various topics. As expected of high school girls, their conversations revolved around school gossip, recent makeup trends, and which shampoo worked best for their hair. To be honest, Minami wasn't particularly interested in these gossipy topics. But when they brought up a certain subject, his attention was immediately caught. By the way, Yuka, have you noticed that first-year girl? What's her name again? Hitori Gota? Hitori Gota? Minami, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. You don't know about her, Minami? Seeing the usually reserved and ornamental pretty boy take an interest, the girls were thrilled. They didn't care about privacy laws and eagerly spilled everything they knew about Hitori Gota, embellishing the details with artistic flair. An ugly girl, hunched over, flat-chested, and with a weird fashion since she wore a pink tracksuit with a skirt to class, carried a guitar around for no reason, and had this gloomy, unapproachable aura that made everyone uncomfortable. Ugly? Hunched? Flat-chested? And she wore a pink tracksuit with a skirt? Minami frowned. While he understood that the girls were likely exaggerating to pique his interest, the artistic liberties they took were a bit too much. What kind of weirdo would wear such a disastrous outfit? After sending the group of girls away, Minami silently summarized the information he had gathered about Hitori Gota. First year, class 3? So she's his junior? It seemed the simulator could indeed simulate future events to some extent. In the previous simulation, he had chosen to preview his lessons, which led to him focusing solely on his studies. But this time, in reality, he had interacted with the girls and gained information about Hitori Gota. Would this change the content of the simulation involving Hitori Gota? Minami looked at the floating simulator panel. Start simulation? Yes. Chapter 3, let's go find another woman. The simulation restarted. The system panel flickered, and the text began to rearrange itself. This time, the content was different. During lunch break, after chatting with the girls, you wanted to continue studying, but there wasn't enough time left to preview your lessons. Reluctantly, you decided to give up on the preview option. Indeed, things were different now. It seemed that actions taken in reality could influence the development of the simulation. And why was he so fixated on studying? Sure, he was disciplined, but this was a bit much. Minami sighed, thinking, as expected of me, and continued scrolling. However, through your conversation with the girls, you confirmed that there was a girl named Hitori Gota in class 3 of the first year. She was gloomy, silent, didn't interact with others, and secretly harbored feelings for you, the guy with a 9 in appearance. You had full confidence in the romance simulator, firmly believing that she couldn't possibly be the kind of weirdo who wore a pink tracksuit and skirt to class. She must be a beauty worthy of your 9-point appearance. Was the mention of his 9-point appearance a bit too frequent? Was he really that obsessed with his looks? Minami touched his face, slightly self-conscious. Afternoon classes ended. For someone with your exceptional learning ability, the material at Shuka High wasn't particularly challenging. Even if you slept or played on your phone, passing the exams would be no problem. Remembering the conversation about Hitori Gota during lunch, you decided to 1. Go straight to class 3 and find her. 2. Gather more information about Hitori Gota by trying to access her personal records in the teacher's office. 3. Forget about Hitori Gota and go out to find another woman to hang out with. 4. Enter the simulation personally. Staring at the options, Minami quickly made his decision. Option 3, find another woman to hang out with. Was intriguing, but it was clearly a dead-end choice. As for option 2, Minami was genuinely tempted. After all, understanding someone's background was essential for starting a relationship. But considering it would involve invading her privacy, he reluctantly dismissed the idea. That left option 1. While it was a bit too direct, it suited his style. Minami made his choice. After the afternoon classes ended, with your exceptional initiative and a 9 in appearance, you decided to head to class 3 of the first year to find Hitori Gota. Along the way, you attracted a lot of attention. Minami, the top student in the second year and a popular figure among many underclassmen, was now venturing into the first year area. The excessive attention annoyed you. You were only here to find Hitori Gota, the girl who secretly admired you. Fortunately, the journey to class 3 was short. Ignoring the stairs as usual, you arrived at the first year classroom. The appearance of a well-known second-year senior in the first-year area naturally drew a lot of attention. After quietly and carefully asking around, you finally spotted Hitori Gota. However, contrary to your expectations, she wasn't sitting by the window like many anime protagonists. Instead, she was sitting in the very back row, in the middle of the class, like an extremely inconspicuous background character. Although it was only faint, you seemed to feel that the other person's gaze, hidden behind overly long bangs, was curiously peeking at you. As he read this line of text, related memories surfaced in Minami's mind. Among the many curious gazes in class 1 to 3, Minami saw a girl sitting in the last row, her head lowered, looking somewhat nervous and uneasy. She was wrapped head to toe in a pink outdoor tracksuit, paired with pink sweatpants and a black pleated skirt. Not only did she lack the usual fashion sense of a high school girl, but she even looked a bit strange. Her entire body was covered by the tracksuit, leaving no bare skin exposed. Her overly long bangs hung down like curtains, completely shutting out the world from the window of her soul. With her slight hunch, Hitori Gota appeared especially gloomy and silent. Because she kept her head down, Minami couldn't clearly see her face. However, from the way she occasionally peeked up at him, then quickly looked down again while nervously rubbing her hands, he could tell one thing: she was very pale, unusually so, like someone who rarely got any sunlight. But seriously, Hitori Gota's fashion sense is terrible, isn't it? Snapping out of the memories provided by the system, Minami couldn't help but mutter. At first, he thought this was just an exaggerated impression formed by the girls in his class. But to his surprise, it was all real. A high school girl who actually wears outdoor sweatpants with a black pleated skirt? What kind of bizarre species is this? Well, whatever. Since she secretly admires me, And her appearance rating is at least a 7. Even if she's a bit odd, Minami didn't find it completely unacceptable. He continued reading. You don't mind her strange outfit. In fact, you're a bit curious about why she dresses this way. Compared to the fashion-conscious Japanese high school girls, her existence is as rare as a wild snake. She seems to have noticed your gaze. Feeling anxious, Hitori Gota stands up, slings her guitar over her back, and looks ready to flee. Faced with her imminent departure, you decide to 1. Play the long game and let her go. 2. Make a bold move, shout Hitori Gota, I like you. And hug her from behind to stop her. 3. She seems to like the guitar, perhaps you can use that as a way to start a conversation? 4. Personally simulate the situation. No way, seriously? Ignoring the choices for now, Minami rubbed his forehead. Just because I looked at her once, she's so scared that she wants to run away immediately. No wonder in my first playthrough, this girl never spoke to me even once in 3 whole years, despite my appearance rating of 9. She can't even handle a single glance from me. How could I expect her to start a conversation on her own? What the hell are you dreaming about? Snap out of it, me. Minami shook his head and began evaluating the 3 options. Letting her go was out of the question. With how timid she was, if he let her escape now, the story would probably turn out just like the first playthrough where they ended up as complete strangers, and he became nothing more than a study machine. As for the second option, honestly, if the simulation character weren't himself, his mischievous side would have loved to choose it just to see what happened next. But the simulation opportunities were too rare to waste on this. So that left only one answer. Guitar. Picture here, now that he thought about it, he seemed to have a knack for musical instruments. In his first playthrough, he had even specifically learned the bass to win over the wife he didn't even know the name of at the time. Minami chose the third option. A skilled hunter never lets an opportunity for a proactive strike slip away. Since she wants to flee like a rabbit, you must be the hunter that lures her into your sweet trap. Seeing the guitar on her back, your quick-thinking mind immediately came up with a plan. You called out to Hitori Gota. Chapter 4, you and Hitori Gota become friends. For Minami, starting conversations was never difficult. As long as the other person responded, he was confident that his humor and refined conversational skills would keep them engaged. You spoke to Hitori Gota. Confident in your charm and eloquence, you believe that no girl would refuse a conversation with someone like you. Gota-san, please wait a moment. In the golden sunset light, the white curtains in the classroom gently fluttered with the breeze. The scene took on an indescribable beauty. Placing his hand on Hitori Gota's shoulder, Minami's voice was calm and unhurried, his handsome features as clean and radiant as the midday sun. He was confident in his appearance. And he was equally confident in his timing. His approach wasn't abrupt but felt perfectly natural. He was certain that no matter what kind of girl it was, if she saw someone with a 9 out of 10 appearance rating earnestly and gently speaking to her, she would stop and listen. Then, Minami watched in disbelief as the gloomy, socially awkward girl under his hand flinched unnaturally. Her whole body stiffened. And then, she collapsed on the spot. She was so terrified that she fainted on the spot. What kind of psychological condition does this girl have? As he processed this memory, Minami's face showed complete disbelief. Was this level of overreaction really necessary for normal physical contact with a male classmate? You carried Hitori Gota, who had fainted with a terrified expression still on her face, to the infirmary. At the same time, you saw it, the beautiful face hidden beneath her long bangs, far surpassing your expectations. Lying on the infirmary bed was a girl in a soft pink tracksuit. Her bangs had been brushed aside. Under the warm glow of the setting sun, her delicate features showed no trace of imperfection. Her long, pale pink hair framed her fair face, like dark clouds encircling the moon. And hidden beneath those dark clouds was a moon more beautiful than he had ever imagined. She was breathtakingly gorgeous. Too bad she had severe social anxiety. The school nurse tells you that Gota Hitori fainted due to excessive nervousness and emotional fluctuations, but there's nothing seriously wrong. She should wake up soon. As expected, Gota Hitori had only fainted temporarily due to her extreme nervousness. In fact, she woke up while you were chatting with the nurse, but upon hearing your voice, she was now debating how long she should continue pretending to be asleep. However, she didn't realize that her little act couldn't fool you. You decide to 1. Take advantage of the situation and make a move on her. 2. Pretend to be extremely worried and make a big scene, faking a call to an ambulance. 3. Someone with a beauty score of 9, maintain your dignity and silently wait her out. 4. Personally simulate the situation. Minami Shaoji chose option 2. To be honest, he had to admit that the first option was tempting. And considering that someone like Gota Hitori, a complete outcast, probably wouldn't dare spread rumors even if he actually did something, it wasn't entirely impossible. But Minami Shaoji was a proper, upstanding young man. This kind of choice? At most, he'd just entertain the thought for a moment and sigh in amusement. It's not like he had 18 different methods to choose from, there wasn't enough temptation. As for the third option? Trying to outlast a girl who nearly had a meltdown from mere physical contact with a male classmate. Ha! Minami Shaoji chuckled coldly in his heart. You deliberately express your concern in a loud voice and even take out your phone, pretending to call an ambulance. This sends the sleeping Gota Hitori into a panic. As a social outcast, she had always longed to be noticed, but definitely not in this way, not by being sent to the hospital over a tiny bit of physical contact with a boy. Terrified, she bolts upright from the infirmary bed, only to meet your teasing gaze. In that moment, she realizes that everything just now was a setup orchestrated by you, this terrible man, but what she doesn't understand is, why? Why did you, someone so far above her, seek her out? She was nothing but a hunchbacked, dark-circled, moldy-smelling weirdo, while you were a well-known figure in the school. To her, you were like the sun, distant, unreachable. As if sensing her thoughts, you casually pick up her guitar. Teach me how to play. Huh? Gota Hitori instinctively looked up at Minami Shaoji. The boy sitting at the bedside was undeniably handsome. His slightly wavy black hair framed his large, expressive eyes. Even though he wasn't doing anything special, just sitting there, Gota Hitori inexplicably found the sight pleasant. So bright. A true sunshine character. Her thoughts started to wander. If only she could be like Minami-san, composed, intelligent, surrounded by people. How amazing would that be? Sensing her gaze, Minami Shaoji looked at her questioningly. Sorry. Gota Hitori stiffened and quickly averted her eyes, speaking in a small, nervous voice. Slipping into delusional fantasies out of nowhere, this was a habit of hers. Why are you apologizing? Gota Hitori lowered her head, unable to meet Minami Shaoji's eyes, and stammered, because having someone like me, a lowly paramecium, stare at you must be really uncomfortable. Her tone was absolute, as if she had already accepted her identity as nothing more than a microscopic organism. Her words were drenched in self-deprecation and an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Paramecium. Minami Shaoji raised an eyebrow, clearly catching onto her mindset. Then, unable to help himself, he laughed. Since when were paramcia this pretty? Huh? The girl, who existed at the very bottom of the school's social hierarchy, was being complimented by Minami Shaoji, someone at the top of the food chain? A strange, indescribable joy welled up in her chest. This man. He wouldn't bully her, right? Could he be an angel? Emboldened by this fleeting moment of courage, she mustered all her strength to timidly ask in a barely audible voice, Minami-senpai, is there something you need from me? Teach me how to play. Minami Shaoji repeated himself for the second time, pointing at the guitar. Huh? Minami-kun. You're interested in the guitar? Yeah. So, Gota, would you mind teaching me? Of course, the guitar was just an excuse to get closer to Gota Hitori. But Minami Shaoji, within the simulation, was an expert at lying with a straight face. Without so much as a twitch, he smoothly deceived the incredibly gullible girl in front of him. Demon. The angelic image from earlier vanished. Gota Hitori could almost see the dark aura and little devil wings hidden behind Minami Shaoji's bright and cheerful smile. Practice. I mean, that's fine, but Minami-senpai. Your guitar? She asked cautiously. What she got in return was Minami Shaoji's carefree response. Sorry, Gota, I don't have the money to buy a guitar right now. Can I borrow yours? Then. The sheet music. Let me think. If you have any guitar sheet music with proper annotations, it'd be great if you could lend it to me for practice. I do have some. Then it's settled. Just spend 3 to 4 hours a day practicing with me. Minami Shaoji cheerfully made the decision for her. 3 to 4 hours? A demon. Gota Hitori shrank back, her pale and delicate face lowering timidly. Lending him her guitar and sheet music wasn't a big deal, but 3 to 4 hours every day. That was way too one-sided. Is there a problem, Gota-san? Minami Shaoji leaned in slightly, feigning the kind of concern one would show a dying patient. Problem? There's a huge problem. I don't even have any obligation to teach you. Actually, I have a close friend suffering from a terminal illness. Before he dies, his last wish is to hear me play the guitar for him. As if sensing her hesitation, Minami Shaoji suddenly put on a sorrowful expression and spoke with deep emotion. Huh? But. Sure, Minami-senpai was handsome, and he sounded so convincing. But this was definitely a lie. Besides, 3 to 4 hours every day? I have my own things to do too. Then it's decided. I'm counting on you. I never even agreed to this. Watching Minami Shaoji's satisfied expression as he made the decision for her, Gota Hitori desperately wanted to muster the courage to refuse. But in the end, she lost to her social anxiety. Lowering her head, she stammered out, "And no problem." Clearly, Gota Hitori had no concept of how deceitful people could be. After being complimented by you, the top student in the second year, with such sincerity, she already held admiration for you and could no longer refuse any of your requests. You silently regret not realizing how equalled Gota Hitori was. Perhaps you could have asked for even more. You and Gota Hitori have now become friends. Chapter 5, Am I CPUing you? Phew. After all that effort, I only managed to become friends? Temporarily disengaging from the simulation, Minami Shaoji let out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with disbelief toward Gota Hitori as a being. Aren't girls supposed to be creatures who, if left alone, would line up to give him love letters and chocolates? Why was Gota Hitori so hard to win over? Was it because she was a 2D heroine? He glanced at the time. Lunch break was about to end. He abandoned the idea of visiting class 1 to 3 to check on Gota Hitori and refocused on the simulation. You have become friends with Gota Hitori. You tell her that the whole 3 to 4 hours of lessons every day thing was just a joke. As long as she could spare some time to guide you occasionally, that would be enough. Hearing this, Gota Hitori finally relaxed. Yet, behind that relief, there seemed to be a faint trace of disappointment, one unique to a young girl. A new day has arrived. You wake up and attend class as usual. The fact that you went to class 1 to 3 yesterday to find Gota Hitori has already spread throughout the student body. Everyone is talking about it, puzzled as to why someone like you at the very center of the school's social life would willingly approach a socially awkward outcast like Gota Hitori, but you don't care. As someone highly self-disciplined, other people's opinions are irrelevant to you. Lunch break arrives as scheduled. You decide, 1. Go meet her and practice guitar. 2. Guitar practice is just an excuse. Gota Hitori, be my girlfriend. Let's skip ahead. 3. This 2D heroine is too much trouble. Time to find another girl to have fun with. 4. Run a personal simulation. Minami Shaoji quickly skimmed through the options. Seeing it was an easy question, he chose the first option. After spending time with Gota Hitori, he knew exactly what kind of socially anxious species she was. Option 2? A death flag waiting to happen. As for option 3, why was he always thinking about playing with other girls? Clearly, this was just a simulation. It failed to replicate his pure and devoted nature. You decide to learn guitar from Gota Hitori. Although it was just an excuse to get close to her, you believe in giving your all in everything you do. After all, if you're going to spend time with her long term, it's only responsible for your future relationship. You practice guitar for a week. In between lessons, you also chat with Gota Hitori. In the borrowed music room, the two of you talk about everything and nothing. Under your witty and eloquent guidance, Gota Hitori gradually forgets her nervousness and starts responding in bits and pieces. Memories began to take shape. Having already taught Minami Shaoji the basics of guitar chords for a week, Gota Hitori had relaxed a little. She carefully spoke up, Minami-senpai. What is it? To Gota Hitori, Minami Shaoji still looked as dazzling as ever. Bathed in the golden afternoon light, he casually held his guitar, his pale fingers resting lightly on the strings. His handsome face carried an indescribable focus. Compared to the sunlight, Gota Hitori, who had always hidden in dark, damp corners, suddenly felt ashamed of herself. She anxiously stared at her feet, fingers nervously twisting together. Why did you choose me to teach you guitar? Minami-senpai, if you just clapped your hands, I'm sure plenty of girls at school would be willing to teach you. She wasn't wrong. Even after a week, she still didn't understand. Someone as popular as Minami Shaoji, if he asked, surely plenty of girls with guitar experience would rush to teach him. Not just for 2 or 3 hours if he wanted, they'd probably spend 10 hours, or even have a one-on-one overnight session with him. Instead of spending time with someone like her, someone awkward and difficult to talk to. There were so many better choices. She didn't understand, so she had to ask. But just voicing this question had already taken all the courage she had. After speaking, she shrank into herself, head down, unable to even look at Minami Shaoji directly. Rather than learning from someone like me. As if reading her thoughts, Minami Shaoji set his guitar down and fell into deep thought. Minami-senpai is thinking. He must have realized that she wasn't good enough, right? No. Maybe this was for the best. Rather than spending time with someone like her. This past week had already been more than enough happiness. His silence dragged her even deeper into self-doubt. An overwhelming bitterness swelled in her chest. Social anxiety was a self-destructive thing. They could be overjoyed from the smallest bit of recognition, but they could also be crushed by the slightest rejection. Then, Minami Shaoji finally spoke. His tone was calm and sincere. What if I said, I simply wanted to learn guitar with Gota-san? There was no deceit in his words. Huh? Gota Hitori shrank back, clearly not expecting this response. Why are you so surprised? Minami Shaoji placed his fingers back on the strings. Gold always shines. Gota, your guitar skills are amazing. Even putting aside how cute you are, someday, people will recognize just how talented you are. My talent? Gota Hitori whispered, eyes wide with disbelief. Her gaze, hidden behind her bangs, cautiously peeked at the boy before her. His sincere words, without a trace of falsehood, deeply touched her, someone who had spent her whole life in the shadows, where everything was dull and colorless. In anime, social anxiety might seem like an interesting character trait. But few ever truly considered what it was like to live with it. Wanting to connect with people yet terrified of doing so. Afraid of making others uncomfortable, so they shut themselves away. Endless hesitation, contradiction, self-isolation. Over time, they became silent, unable to communicate, even making others uncomfortable in return. The loneliness was suffocating. The sky had always been a muted gray. The only escape was the online world. Hiding away, practicing guitar, her only source of fleeting pride and comfort. She knew most of it was an illusion. But it was the only social lifeline she had. Self-doubt, self-pity, and a desperate longing for connection. After a week with Gota Hitori, Minami Shaoji understood. She was a difficult person to deal with. So, why don't you let me be the first person to truly get to know you? Under the afternoon sun, he reached out his hand to the timid girl curled up in the shadows. Hesitation. A long, painful silence. Just as Minami Shaoji sighed, thinking he had been too hasty, a pale, delicate hand trembled as it grasped his, so quickly it was almost imperceptible. Minami Shaoji looked up in surprise. Gota Hitori had already pulled her hand back in a flash. I'll do my best. Her voice trembled under the sunlight. Her gaze remained timid beneath her bangs. But her overly pale cheeks were completely flushed. Gota Hitori, who had finally mustered a little bit of courage, was beautiful like a blooming flower. Chapter 6. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. Your relationship with Hitori Gota has deepened, and your importance in her heart has increased. Through your conversations, you've came to understand that the girl in front of you is as delicate as a strand of silk, so fragile that a slight pull might snap her. She faces the world with fear and anxiety, treading carefully and speaking timidly. Her submissive attitude is the only means she has to protect herself, spending most of her time practicing guitar. Hitori Gota's academic performance is poor. She has never had friends, never initiated a conversation with anyone, and has even considered dropping out multiple times. You, as someone willing to be her friend, are the only bright spot in her school life. And in return, you have gained a deeper understanding of this girl. Online, she is a YouTube guitarist with 30,000 followers, her skills honed to perfection. But in real life, she is completely powerless. Just having you to talk to is enough to make her happy. During one casual conversation, she mentioned that she had joined a rock band outside of school. However, she has no confidence in her playing and is worried that joining the band might reduce the time she can spend talking with you. The thought of quitting has already crossed her mind. For the first time, Hitori Gota confides in you about her troubles. You decide, 1. Since she thinks quitting is for the best, support her decision. 2. Give a half-hearted response. 3. See this as a rare opportunity and encourage her to give it a try. 4. Run a personal simulation. Staring at the choices, Minami fell into thought. The second option was out of the question, a dead-end choice. That left only the first and third options. Should he go along with Hitori Gota's hesitation and persuade her to quit? Or should he encourage her to keep pushing forward? There was no doubt that siding with her would increase her affection for him. If she withdrew from the band, she would become even more dependent on him, the only person willing to listen to her worries. But was it really okay for Hitori Gota's world to revolve around just one person? Through the simulation, Minami could clearly feel just how much she longed to escape her social anxiety. She had worried about it, sighed over it, and even curled up alone in a closet, crying in frustration at her own weakness. Minami chose the third option. You seriously analyzed the current situation and encouraged Hitori Gota. You understood that if she only interacted with you, it would only make her more dependent on you. Interacting with others is like planting seeds in her heart. You sincerely hoped that these seeds would take root and grow, allowing her to step out of the shadows and walk freely in the sunlight. Thanks to your encouragement, Hitori Gota decided to continue her band activities. However, no matter how busy she was, she never forgot her promise to teach you guitar every day. You continued chatting with her in the music room. In front of your cheerful and humorous presence, her once timid and fearful attitude towards school gradually softened. She began to smile more, Her school life, which once seemed unbearable, had changed because of you. You gave her the courage to face everything head-on. Memories surfaced. Minami-senpai, you played the chord wrong. With a faint blush on her face, Hitori Gota quietly pointed out his mistake. Ah. Thanks, Hitori. Instead of showing any displeasure, the boy smiled brightly, repositioning his slender fingers on the guitar strings. Hitori Gota remained seated quietly, saying nothing. Her hesitant gaze peeked out from beneath her soft pink bangs, like sunlight filtering through a window, secretly falling upon the boy's handsome face. She didn't dare to speak. Just staring at him, absent-mindedly, had already drained all her strength. The afternoon sunlight was just right. Looking at him, she thought maybe one day, she too could step back into the sunlight. As the memory faded, a new set of choices appeared. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction, you decide. 1. You're still worried about Hitori Gota's situation, so you continue to keep an eye on her. 2. It's good to focus on other things occasionally. You shift your attention away from her for now. 3. Just focusing on romance is boring. Time to hit the books. 4. Run a personal simulation. Another 4 choices. If this were real life, Minami would probably pick the third one. After all, sometimes it's important to enrich oneself and satisfy the thirst for knowledge. But this was a simulation. And Hitori Gota's social anxiety was still concerning. Minami selected the first option. Everything still seems to be heading in a good direction. You continue to focus on Hitori Gota, spending joyful days together. But without you realizing it, the atmosphere within the school starts to change, because someone as popular as you spends so much time alone with Hitori Gota in the music room. Rumors start spreading among the girls who admire you. You don't care about the gossip at school. Your only concern is Hitori Gota, but one day, you notice that her usual bright smile is fading. That's when you realize something is wrong. After guitar practice, you quietly follow Hitori Gota outside the school. There, for the first time, you see her curled up in a back alley, tears streaming down her pale, delicate face. Minami immersed himself in the memory. The alley was dark, damp, and cold. Soft sobs, barely audible. Minami took a step forward. You sat down beside Hitori Gota, breathing in the damp, musty air she was so used to in her closet. She was startled at first, then lowered her head before finally throwing herself into your arms, letting out a stifled, guilty sob. She tearfully admitted that it was her fault because of her. Rumors had spread, and your reputation had suffered. You reassured her, telling her that you didn't care. Memories surfaced once again. Chapter 7, You understand Hitori Gota even more. I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with you, Hitori. Minami gently stroked her hair, feeling her trembling body. I'm sorry. If only I were a little better. She sobbed quietly. You're already amazing. You have 30,000 people watching you online. In the cold alley, Minami's warm words gave her a sliver of comfort. But the more he was kind to her, the more she hated herself. She hated how powerless she was. She hated how cowardly she was. She hated how she couldn't even look others in the eye. Her online persona, Guitar Hero, simply wanted to be like a real hero. But in the end, she was still so helpless. She couldn't even speak up against those spreading rumors. It's all my fault. Minami-senpai has spent so much time with me, but I still haven't changed at all. Even though you've tried so hard, if only I had a little more courage. I don't care about what people at school say. Hitori Gota didn't respond. She simply raised her head and looked at Minami. The same bright, cheerful smile as always. His kindness made her heart ache even more. She lowered her head again, hugging her knees in silence. A long pause. Then, she finally spoke. Please, stop caring about me. Just saying those words made her feel like she was falling into endless darkness. Everything was black. Like an abandoned graveyard with no moonlight. Her strength was stripped away. The ground felt soft and unsteady. Even the air seemed thin. She looked at Minami. Minami looked at her. Then he smiled. The same warm, bright smile as always. I refuse. He said. Why? She pulled her hands away from his and spoke softly. Being with someone as awkward and gloomy as her, it must be exhausting. Because that's not what you really want to say. It is. She insisted. Is that so? He leaned in, gazing into her eyes. Then why is your heart saying otherwise? Then, he gently placed his hand over her chest. Even through her thick sweatshirt, her rapid heartbeat was unmistakable. He said, that's not how it's said here either. Minami Shaoji's gaze was drawn to the face that was approaching him. Besides, I still want to learn guitar with you, Hitori. You can learn with other girls too. I think that's fine too. Minami Shaoji's face, which had leaned in, pulled away. Hearing his words, Goto Hitori felt a tugging pain in her heart, as if something was being wrenched. Her throat was unexpectedly dry, making it difficult to say anything. I only want you. I don't want anyone else. Minami Shaoji spoke slowly, once again grasping Goto Hitori's restless hand. His sincere tone made Goto Hitori realize that hidden behind his words was an unmasked, undeniable affection. What's so good about someone like me? She had no strength left. This was her final, insignificant resistance. I should be the one saying that. Minami Shaoji tightened his grip on her hand, and with his left hand, he gently caressed her face. What part of you isn't good? If she denies herself 100 times, you should affirm her 1,000, 10,000 times. At the entrance of a dimly lit alley, her fair hand was intertwined with Minami Shaoji's fingers, holding tightly together. Was it because of the murky air? She wondered. Why? Why is my heart beating so fast? You comforted her and told her that you never cared about anything else. From the very beginning, you only wanted her. Your world was so small, so narrow, that it never had room for any other woman. You and Goto Hitori became lovers. In the real world, Minami Shaoji temporarily withdrew from the memory simulation, rubbing his forehead. Things had developed somewhat beyond his expectations. But overall, this time, he had successfully built a romantic relationship with Goto Hitori. Although confessing in a secluded alley might not have been the most romantic setting, the outcome was still a success. Yet, despite this success, Minami Shaoji did not show much joy. Because he vaguely felt that things wouldn't be so simple. Behind this seemingly peaceful and smooth confession, an unavoidable fact still lurked: Goto Hitori's social anxiety. During this simulation, he and Goto Hitori had met, gotten to know each other, and fallen in love. There were some bumps along the way, but overall, things had gone smoothly. However, the core issue, Goto Hitori's severe social anxiety, had not been fully resolved. Still, putting that aside from her extreme social phobia, Goto Hitori was indeed a wonderful woman. Thinking about this, Minami Shaoji shook his head and immersed himself back into the simulation. He wanted to continue observing what would happen next. You and Goto Hitori became a couple, but nothing changed. The rumors at school persisted. Perhaps suppressing them from the start would have been the better choice. Faced with this situation, as if she had made some kind of resolution, she told you one day that she had decided to quit the band. You disagreed with her decision, but deep down, she had a surprisingly stubborn side. For the first time, you failed to persuade your girlfriend. After leaving the band, Goto Hitori had much more free time. She put down the guitar she loved so much and began studying social interactions both online and through real-world magazines. She also learned about fashion and makeup. Under these influences, her already stunning appearance drew even more attention. To keep up with your pace, she worked hard at her studies, but her grades had never been great. Despite her best efforts, she saw little improvement. You never minded, and you patiently tutored her. At the same time, you gradually realized that the drastic changes she made might have been largely because of you. At school, the rumors had largely faded. With her striking appearance, her willingness to engage with others, her sincere effort to befriend everyone, and her ever-present gentle smile, Goto Hitori gained the recognition of all. She clung to Minami Shaoji's arm, her adorable face drawing many gazes. People admired Minami Shaoji for having such a beautiful and charming girlfriend. Even Minami Shaoji himself felt that his girlfriend, who had changed so much for his sake, was absolutely dazzling. Perhaps because everything seemed to be going so smoothly, you never considered how difficult it was for one person to change so drastically in such a short time. Time passed quickly. On the night of your high school graduation, Goto Hitori asked to meet you. That night, the shy and reserved girl made you understand the pleasures of a mature woman in 18 different ways. Your relationship with Goto Hitori deepened. You understood her better than ever before. Chapter 8, Your Struggling Life at Night. Lying in bed, you turned your head to look at your girlfriend. She had curled up into a small ball, resting against your chest as she slept soundly. She looked so delicate, so endearing. You could lose anything else, but you knew you had to protect her. You made a firm resolution in your heart and gently held her frail body. Your movement woke her up. Lying on the pillow, Goto Hitori's ears turned red. She was still as shy as ever, avoiding your gaze. At that moment, you brought up her time in the school band. You had always felt guilty about her quitting, about her giving up the guitar she loved most. You knew that her decision had a lot to do with you. In response to your guilt, Goto Hitori simply held your hand gently and asked if you wanted to go for a walk. You agreed, and the two of you walked to the park. She held onto your arm and softly told you not to dwell on the past. Tokyo's night was not deep. The black sky stretched outward. Neon lights painted the cityscape with colors. The whole city pulsed with life. Minami Shaoji walked forward, feeling Goto Hitori's warm breath against his shoulder. Shaoji, do you remember when I used to teach you guitar at school? Under the street lights, Her voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Yeah. Minami Shaoji nodded and sighed softly. He knew exactly why she had given up on the guitar and the band. He wanted to speak, but her fingers gently pressed against his lips. I never regretted it. Under the glow of the street lamp, Goto Hitori looked up at him. She spoke seriously. Giving up the guitar, leaving the band, it was my own decision. It had nothing to do with you. I have never regretted it. Her gentle reassurance only made Minami Shaoji shake his head. But that was your dream. He knew how hard she had worked for it. She had played until her fingers were calloused, also that one day, she could perform on stage and have the whole world recognize her talent. But she had abandoned all that, stayed by his side instead. Seeing his guilt, Goto Hitori gently embraced him. Beneath the night sky, where tiny snowflakes drifted down, Goto Hitori didn't know how to comfort Minami Shaoji. In a clumsy, barely audible voice, she repeatedly whispered, "It's okay, it's fine." The night had grown deep. You and Hitori Goto leaned against each other, gazing down from the park's observation deck. Below, the city glowed like a sea of fire and silver, lights from countless homes flickering in the distance. A bustling crowd. Light cast the shadow of a girl's dream. Minami Shaoji held Hitori Goto even closer. You look at the beautiful girl beside you right now, she belongs only to you. She willingly stays within the exquisite golden cage you've woven for her. To her, you are far more important than the fleeting, untouchable dreams. So important that she is willing to give up everything, as long as she can stay by your side. You understand this clearly, yet you refuse to accept it. Because when she speaks, you can hear the regret hidden within her words. You make a decision, now in your final year of high school, as everyone expected, you were accepted into a prestigious university. However, instead of enrolling as predicted, you chose an unknown university. You erased every trace of yourself from Hitori Goto's life and disappeared from her world. Because of this, Hitori Goto searched for you like a mad woman. But you had prepared too well for this day, meticulously covering every possible lead she could follow. When she arrived at your home, all she found was an empty room, a brand new, natural wood-colored guitar, and a farewell letter left on the desk. In the letter, you told Hitori Goto that you didn't want to cage her, to extinguish or deny her dreams, nor to let all her hard work go to waste. You were the thorn blocking her path both in life and in her dreams. Since she was unwilling to cut through the thorns, you would do it for her. Holding the guitar, Hitori Goto fell into silence. She locked herself in her closet for days. When she reappeared, she threw herself into relentless guitar practice, barely eating or sleeping. She rejoined the band she once left, and with absolute technical mastery, she captivated every single audience member who came to see her perform. She practiced obsessively, to the point where she dropped out of high school and dedicated herself entirely to the band. Her friends tried to stop her, but no amount of persuasion could shake her resolve. The praise and recognition of others brought her no joy. Because of this, she earned the title of Setagaya's ice-cold rock queen. The band members had a great relationship with each other. They understood her, but most people only saw her as an emotionless rock lunatic, yet no one knew that, every time she stepped on stage, exhausted from relentless practice, she would scan the crowd, searching for the one person she truly wanted to see. Thanks to Hitori Goto's efforts, the band Kasoku Band gained an enormous following and soon debuted nationwide, becoming one of the hottest rock bands of the time and a regular presence on television. Gradually, people noticed that Hitori Goto always performed with the same natural wood-colored electric guitar. This detail caught the attention of many, with some believing it was the key to her success. That season, natural wood electric guitars saw a huge surge in sales. Hiding away in a place only you knew, you quickly climbed the corporate ladder using your natural talent for learning and reading people, becoming an executive at a company. With your handsome and youthful appearance, you became the dream of many women in the workplace. But in reality, beyond work, you barely interacted with anyone. The only thing you never missed was Kasoku Band performances. Watching the guitar queen Hitori Goto on television, you sat in your tiny room, eating a cheap bento, feeling nothing but genuine happiness for her. In truth, you earned enough to move to a better apartment. But in the early years of Kasoku Band debut, you secretly sent a large portion of your savings to support the band, anonymously. These funds helped them get through many hardships in their early days. Because of this, you weren't wealthy. On the contrary, you lived in near poverty. Just when you thought life would continue like this, fate took an unexpected turn. Hitori Goto found you. Memories surged within your mind. Chapter 9. Everything seemed to be going in a good direction. Looking at the mature woman in front of me with long pink hair, slender figure and tears in her eyes, I was a little surprised when I bumped into her while carrying a plastic bag in the convenience store. The distance from here to the other party's location in Tokyo was well over 100 kilometers. How did they find him? Minami Shaoji couldn't help but start thinking. Although he had been surviving on half-priced bento meals for a long time, his ability to think hadn't deteriorated in the slightest. After a brief consideration, he quickly understood how the other party had tracked him down. Years ago, in order to support the newly emerging band Kesoku, he had anonymously sent money to them, sums that were by no means small. Anyone with a little determination to investigate could easily figure out where the transfers had come from. Minami Shaoji sighed and turned his gaze to Gota Hitori in front of him. She was different from the high school version of Gota Hitori. Back then, her figure had already started to take shape, but now her body had matured and become more voluptuous. Her fair and delicate face had fully developed, with no trace of the youthful immaturity she once had, now refined and beautiful. Her deep blue eyes were looking at him. They glistened with tears. Minami Shaoji froze, standing there as if he had been caught cheating by his wife, unsure of what to do. Not knowing how to define his relationship with her, he simply stood in place, waiting for Gota Hitori's scolding. But the expected reprimand never came. "This is your dinner?" Gota Hitori took the half-priced bento from his hands. Seeing the humble meal inside the plastic bag, she didn't say another word and firmly grasped his hand. In Minami Shaoji's memory, this was the first time Gota Hitori had been so assertive with him. "Where are we going?" He couldn't help but ask. "To your place. I'll cook for you." Minami Shaoji was about to respond, but he felt the grip of her hand tighten. "You've gotten thinner, Shaoji." The choke in her voice made Minami Shaoji abandon any further words. Before him, she wasn't the queen of the stage, conquering audiences with her masterful guitar skills. She was still the timid, tearful Hitori. There was no dramatic reunion, no long and passionate monologues. They simply walked forward together. Around them, passers-by who recognized Gota Hitori, the nation's rock queen, shot piercing glances their way. Feeling the weight of those stares, Minami Shaoji instinctively loosened his grip slightly. But the moment he did, he felt it. For every bit he loosened, Gota Hitori gripped tighter. Yes. She was holding on. And she wasn't letting go. Gota Hitori moved into your home. It was small, so small that it couldn't even compare to the room where she stored her instruments. But she didn't mind. With clumsy hands, she prepared a meal for you. Noticing her struggle, you stepped forward, took the knife from her, and offered to assist. In reality, you ended up cooking the entire meal. Gota Hitori, slightly embarrassed, playfully hit your chest with her fist. Despite years of separation, your bond hadn't faded. If anything, the distance had only made it stronger. She stayed. After all these years, you and Gota Hitori spent the night discussing guitars and performances. Her enthusiasm, bottled up for so long, overwhelmed you. Leaning against the back of the bed, you ran your fingers through her long hair, stroking her smooth back, absent-mindedly responding to her questions. She didn't blame you for leaving without a word. Even as the queen of Japan's rock scene, in front of you, she was still the same timid girl willing to be held in your hands, but you had concerns. After all, what happened today, her holding onto you so publicly, could be tomorrow's headline scandal. While rock musicians might not care about such things, you didn't want Gota Hitori's reputation to suffer, yet she was unfazed. She had long considered retiring. Years of performing had earned her an immense fortune, enough to last both of you for the rest of your lives. Even if left in a bank, the interest alone would be enough for future generations. And as for that money, hers was yours. Seeing the unwavering determination in her eyes, this time, you didn't resist. You respected her decision. The next day, Gota Hitori took you to a press conference. Before the entire nation, she announced both her retirement and her plans to marry you. The shocking news sent ripples throughout Japan, but she didn't care. She introduced you to the members of Kesoku band. Though some were reluctant to see her go, there was no resentment, only heartfelt blessings. Your wedding wasn't grand. In your student days, you had few friends. The guests were limited to a few colleagues and family members. Gota Hitori was the same, having devoted her life to music. Only her bandmates and family attended, but none of that mattered. In your eyes, in her eyes, only each other existed. You were wed. You and Gota Hitori became husband and wife. Finally, they had reached this point. Pulling himself out of his memories, Minami Shaoji exhaled deeply and glanced at the classroom, where the lesson had long since begun. As the top student in his grade, he enjoyed privileges that ordinary students did not. Even if he spaced out in class, the teacher wouldn't scold him. Today's lecture wasn't particularly challenging, something he could grasp effortlessly. He wasn't planning to listen anymore. Because, more than the lesson itself, Minami Shaoji cared more about the real-world Gota Hitori. That girl, still stuck in self-doubt and fear, how was she doing today? For a moment, he pondered, then abandoned the thought. With a small mental adjustment, he re-immersed himself in the simulation. Your married life was blissful. Just as she had said, her fortune was more than enough to sustain you both, even without working. You loved your wife deeply just as she loved you. The simulator described it simply: married life was very happy. But if that were the case, why hadn't the simulation ended? A subtle unease crept into Minami Shaoji's heart as he continued reading. You both decided to have a child to extend your happiness. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. That word felt unsettling here. Frowning, Minami Shaoji kept reading. But neither of you realized that an ominous seed had long been sown, a turning point. Chapter 10. Thus, the mountains turned crimson. The twist had arrived. Your wife suddenly fell ill. You couldn't understand how someone who had always seemed healthy could deteriorate so suddenly. Under your relentless questioning, the doctor finally told you the truth. Gota Hitori's rise as the Rock Queen was inseparable from her relentless practice, endless, sleepless nights, shouldering the pressure of a band in its infancy, enduring the expectations of fans. To keep going, she had secretly relied on stimulant medications. She had always been strong-willed, never sharing her struggles. But willpower alone couldn't sustain a fragile body. Now that she had finally found peace with you, her nerves relaxed, but her body, long ravaged by drugs and exhaustion, could no longer endure. No amount of money could reverse the damage. You wanted to stay by her side, but to cover medical expenses, you had to work tirelessly. Luckily, her bandmates from Kesoku stepped up, offering their unwavering support, but your wife grew weaker every day. In a season when maple leaves turned crimson, her life burned to its end alongside them. In the final moments of her life, she told you that, despite its brevity, she had lived happily. You did not speak, only gently stroked your wife's forehead. You had always been the sun in her lonely, melancholy life, providing her with warmth and comfort during the days she endured darkness alone. I have never regretted it. She raised her hand, brushing against Minami Shaoji's face as she spoke. Minami Shaoji placed his hand over hers. Her palm was small, delicate. Outside the window, the maple leaves burned silently. Minami Shaoji gazed outside for a long time before standing up lightly and drawing the curtains closed for his wife. Then, he placed his hand on her forehead, on her pale yet long exhausted face. Hitori. Minami Shaoji wanted to say something, but as he looked at his wife's frail expression, the words died in his throat. A man who could eloquently present fresh perspectives before superiors and clients now fell into silence. A lifetime is short. A moment can be unbearably long. In the end, he said nothing. He only held her hand tightly and spent those final moments with her in silence. Your wife accidentally stepped out of time. The moment she left it, she became fixed. While you were pushed forward by the current of time, the faucet in the house stopped running. The glass sat in quiet stillness. The floor no longer creaked beneath footsteps. For a long time, you could not walk out of the deep wound left behind. In those days, aside from the comfort of your parents and in-laws, members of the band Kesoku band frequently came to visit. Perhaps because of your unwavering devotion and love for your wife, your interactions with the band unknowingly caught the attention of Yamada-ryo. Yamada-ryo started visiting more often. Yamada-ryo, still weighed down by grief, Minami Shaoji received a flood of memories in response. According to what surfaced in his mind, she was the bassist of Kesoku band. She had short, sharp-cut hair, and beneath her blue bangs that covered part of her eyes was a mature, androgynous face, carefully concealing emotions with little sign of fluctuation. And yet, why does she look familiar? Minami Shaoji furrowed his brows, trying to recall. But soon, he abandoned the thought and continued reading on. Falling into a state of despair, you could barely take care of yourself. During that time, it was Yamada-ryo who took time out of the band's schedule to bring you meals, arrange for someone to clean your home, and use her beautifully refined, expressionless face to crack terrible jokes just to make you smile. Your relationship with Yamada-ryo grew closer. Yamada-ryo, what exactly are you doing? Minami Shaoji wanted to ask. One winter day, leaning against the railing of an observation deck in the park, Yamada-ryo confessed to you. Puzzled by her persistence, you asked her why. She told you that back when Kesoku band was just starting out, they faced countless struggles. At that time, it was your secret financial support and unwavering letters of encouragement that kept her going. You had long been aware of Yamada-ryo's quiet dedication, but you had already given all your love and devotion to the wife who had passed. To carelessly accept her feelings would be nothing but irresponsibility toward her. You rejected Yamada-ryo's confession, but her words made you realize what you truly needed. In a season when the maple leaves were visible once more, you left a farewell letter behind. With steady steps, you walked toward the center of the lake. The icy water wrapped around you, but you felt an overwhelming sense of peace. In the suffocating stillness of oxygen deprivation, you seemed to see, from long ago, your shy and timid high school sweetheart. In the depths of the frigid lake, she smiled radiantly, like a blooming flower. Autumn took you away, leaving behind the maple leaves and the mountains in decay. You sank to the deepest place, and everything became still. Simulation ended. System evaluation, 67 points. System review, you met, got to know, and became familiar with her. During your acquaintance, focusing too much on your romantic interest was not a mistake, but occasionally you need to lift your gaze and turn it towards the scenery along the path of life. You may find something new. Your relationship with her had ups and downs, but your love for her was unwavering. Your married life was happy. She gave up her own dreams for you, and you gave up a better future for her. You both accommodated each other and supported each other. Unfortunately, in the end, you could not walk together to the very end. System prompt, you have completed a full romance simulation. Now, you can start simulating from any of the available options. System settlement, you have gained a love stops here. Go to Hitori Rock Queen, learning card. And you have gained a special skill in music level 1. Minami Shaoji no longer paid much attention to the system's further prompts. Affected by the simulated memories, he became a little silent. It took him a long while before he finally exhaled deeply. He now had an impulse to rush into Class 3, Year 1, grab that woman Goto Hitori, slam her against the wall, and punish her severely. How could this woman act like that? She secretly did drugs, drained her energy, and ruined her body. Minami Shaoji shook his head, gathering his scattered thoughts, and focused back on the love simulation. Now, he could start simulations from various options. The system's statement was simple, much like a save and load feature in a text-based game. He could freely choose to simulate from any option, effectively reloading a previous scenario for simulation. But the key perhaps lay in the other things he had gained. Minami Shaoji glanced at the system page, noting the slight changes to his panel. Chapter 11, The Woman Known as a National Treasure Love Simulator Bound User, Minami Shaoji Appearance, 9, Athletic, 6, Academic, 8, Special Skills, Learning Level 4, Music Level 1, Item, End of Love, Go to Hitori, Rock Queen, Learning Card, Simulator Evaluation, a promising young man, rare and highly sought after by women of all ages, including some men with exceptional interests. Minami Shaoji thought for a moment and clicked on Music Level 1. Some rough and basic music theory knowledge began to surface in Minami Shaoji's mind. With his high academic score of 8, the music theory knowledge didn't seem difficult for him to understand. However, since music covers such a broad category, Minami Shaoji could only temporarily set aside the miscellaneous instrument knowledge and focus on some guitar-related content. The guitar knowledge provided by the system was extremely basic and shallow, fitting for a level 1 level. Minami Shaoji thought that with the guitar as an example, level 1 probably represented a beginner who had been learning for about a month. They could handle basic finger placements and had some appreciation skills, but in short, they were just starting out, a total newbie. Considering his level 4 learning skill and academic score of 8, Minami Shaoji figured he could easily reach that level after practicing for a week. This made him even more curious. If level 1 was at this level, what about Goto Hitori, the Rock Queen, in her second round? What level was she? He turned his attention to the content of the learning card. End of Love, Goto Hitori, Rock Queen, Learning Card, Outstanding talent and relentless practice have honed her guitar skills to perfection. She has performed as the lead guitarist countless times, and her performance style is unmatched. Whenever she takes the stage, she inevitably becomes the center of attention. Her rise marked an era in Japanese rock, and at her peak, she retired, like a meteor that fell to earth, which only enhanced her legendary life. When the wooden-colored guitar begins to play, can you still remember the shy girl who once hid behind you? By using the Goto Hitori, Rock Queen, Learning Card, you will temporarily acquire all of Goto Hitori's musical understanding and stage experience, and her guitar skills forged through relentless practice. Minami Shaoji blinked. So, by using the learning card, he would temporarily gain all of Goto Hitori's guitar talent and musical understanding, including her stage experience? That would be like a game's experience boost card, right? He glanced at the 24-hour mark next to the Rock Queen label and felt he had a rough idea of how long the effect would last. But what kind of love simulator is this? It should just be called a learning simulator. Minami Shaoji couldn't help but poke at the system panel in front of him. The items provided were all for him to learn. The key was still the learning card of Goto Hitori. Minami Shaoji didn't have the money to buy a guitar. As mentioned earlier, he came from a small county and made his way to the Bunkyo district of Tokyo. Though it seemed glorious, his family situation was not affluent. Just covering his living and studying expenses in Tokyo was already stretching their budget. Buying a guitar and nurturing a hobby? That seemed unlikely. Though, he really did want to learn the guitar. Having such a skill might allow him to work at places he couldn't before, to help support his family. No. It wasn't impossible. Minami Shaoji glanced at the remaining afternoon class, already having a plan in mind. Ecchi. A loud sneeze erupted from Goto Hitori, who quickly covered her mouth and nose. Meanwhile, her anxious eyes, hidden under her bangs, nervously scanned the surroundings, fearing her loud sneeze had disturbed her classmates. Fortunately, the room fell silent for a moment, but the other students only glanced at her briefly before resuming their conversations. The timid look in her eyes relaxed, but soon a sense of disappointment flooded her heart. It was best not to disturb anyone, of course. But being on the fringes of her class, looking like this, wasn't it a kind of sadness? She nervously stood up from her seat with her guitar on her back, pretending to browse through popular rock band magazines. After confirming no one was going to approach her, Gota Hitori walked toward the classroom door. Then, the footsteps stopped. With her fair little hand, she gingerly pushed against the doorframe, cautiously peeking her half-face into the classroom. After confirming once again that no one was going to approach her to discuss music, she quietly pulled her head back. After enduring a day of torment at school, Gota Hitori, with a heart full of wounds, sneakily retracted her head. Of course, I know. The pink-haired girl, walking alone in the campus courtyard, clenched her small fist, her expression serious as she spoke to the empty air beside her. It's just that waiting for others to approach isn't enough, you have to take the initiative. But, I've already tried my best today. Since you've worked so hard today, it's normal to go home and rest, right? Gota Hitori felt a slight itch on her backside. Without caring about her ladylike image, she scratched it with her hand, continuing to seriously explain to the air. The steps stopped. As if the empty air had responded to her, she nodded vigorously, continuing to speak to herself. Thank you for your recognition, Kita. I know, you're indeed my best friend. Hee hee. What national treasure. They aren't worthy of being my friends. Although they are indeed that outstanding, but Kita, you shouldn't say it so directly. Don't pounce on me. She made a forward-leaning motion as if something had collided with her, and the pink-haired girl fell to the ground with a soft thud. At the same time, she made an annoyed yet amused sound at her air friend. Really, Kita, you The smooth flow of her chattering with her imagined air friend halted. One of her little school shoes was kicked off, revealing her unamusing black socks, but she no longer had the attention to care about these details. If you were to ask her what she feared most in the world, there was no doubt, it was being seen while communicating with her imagined air friend. What was even more terrifying was that her embarrassing moments were being recorded on a phone in front of her. The most terrifying part was that the person in front of her was none other than the man known as the top of the food chain at Oka High School, Minami Shaoji. Minami Shaoji, satisfied with the recording that had reached its last second, ended the video, smiling as he stood up. Let's talk, Gota-san. I want to go back. Gota Hitori, looking frightened, attempted to back away. I hope Gota-san can reconsider. Minami Shaoji said with a bright smile, opening the video recording on his phone. Inside, a smug and silly laugh from someone was heard. Hee hee, national treasure. After playing halfway, he pointed to a bench. Now we can sit down and have a good talk, Gota. Woof. What are you doing? Seeing Gota Hitori crouched like a dog on the campus bench, Minami Shaoji couldn't help but ask. To express my full obedience to you. Please, for the video, I beg you to spare me. Minami Shaoji fell into long silence. Had he really thrown himself into this simulation for this silly person? Thinking this, he silently pressed the phone's recording button again. Well, it's strangely amusing, better record it first. Chapter 12, Ms. Gota's mental state is concerning. Gota Hitori had heard many rumors about Minami Shaoji. Born in the countryside, he made his way from a small, unremarkable junior high school in Akita, a region with scarce educational resources, all the way to Shuka High School in Bunkyo District. Then, in just 1 year of his first year in high school, with an absolutely unshakable gap, he kicked the previous year's top student off the throne and firmly took the #1 spot, a position that no one could challenge even now. There was a saying circulating within the school. Minami Shaoji's perfect score wasn't because he could only score perfect, but because the exam was only graded out of a perfect score. If his academic achievements were good, that would still be acceptable, but the key was that Minami Shaoji was also extremely good-looking. With all these factors combined, he became the true center of the campus. And this was exactly the state that Gota Hitori had always dreamed of. Even sitting there in silence, there was a sense of mystery in others' eyes. Just standing up to go to the bathroom, there were people willing to approach her first. How wonderful would it be if one day, she could be this popular? Gota Hitori had imagined herself as Minami Shaoji more than once at night. So you want to be friends with me? Since you've already knelt down to beg me. Anything is possible. Hee hee hee. I'm Gota Hitori. I'm the top student in my grade, the most beautiful woman, I'm a guitar hero. Everyone's favorite. Gota Hitori let out a silly ho-ho-ho laugh from her throat. Minami Shaoji, who was sitting next to her, had been staring at her for a long time but couldn't help but pat her face. "Hey, Ms. Guitar Hero, snap out of it." "A slurp. Me, Minami-senpai?" Gota Hitori wiped her saliva with the sleeve of her sweatshirt, raised her face with her eyes hidden by her bangs, and blankly looked at Minami. "Didn't you kneel in front of me and beg me to be your friend?" Minami Shaoji didn't say anything, just smiled at her. The image recorded by the phone reflected a light full of malice. She involuntarily shivered, shrinking her head back into the collar of her pink tracksuit, completely detaching herself from her earlier delusion of human national treasure Gota Hitori. "Now, can we have a proper conversation? Please, please don't worry." Gota Hitori's stuttering voice came through. I understand." "Oh?" Minami Shaoji was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw Gota Hitori understand what he meant so quickly. Then Gota Hitori's overly white hand suddenly held up her wallet and handed it to Minami's face, followed by her voice trembling with a crying tone. "I'll give you money every day, but please be merciful with the recording." Minami Shaoji looked at the wallet handed to him. "Did you misunderstand something?" He did love money and worked hard to make a lot of it in the future, but extorting money from a socially anxious girl would make him feel guilty. This time he reached out to the other party only because a new prompt from the love simulator made him want to connect with her. He had no intention of bullying or taking advantage of her. Misunderstanding. Gota Hitori, with her timid eyes hidden beneath her bangs, fearfully raised her head to look at Minami Shaoji. She quickly understood what Minami Shaoji meant, and in a voice on the verge of tears, said, "I'm sorry, Minami-senpai, this is all I brought today. Please accept this." She also took off the guitar from her back. "Are you really someone who doesn't listen to others at all?" Gota Hitori's self-deprecating actions reminded Minami Shaoji of bad memories from the second round simulation. This woman, not only was she self-deprecating to the point of being annoying in the simulation, but in real life, she was exactly the same. Because of her fear of crowds, she hid her emotions. Because of her inferiority complex, she kept abusing herself. If you always accommodate others, you'll only end up hurting yourself. What a troublesome woman. Minami Shaoji's face was full of disgust. But after all, he had the simulated experience of his wife in the second round, so he sighed and was still concerned about her living situation. It seems like correcting her fear of others will be a long process. It probably won't work today. So Minami Shaoji decisively took Gota Hitori's guitar, raised a finger, and said, "Tomorrow, at this time, if you want your guitar back, come here." The guitar was like a hostage, used to facilitate communication with Gota Hitori. "Ah. Okay." Gota Hitori nodded vigorously, already thinking that even if she couldn't get her guitar back, she wouldn't come tomorrow. "Don't think about not coming tomorrow just because you can't get your guitar back." Minami Shaoji couldn't help but speak. "How do you know what I'm thinking? Do you have mind-reading abilities?" Gota Hitori's expression became even more frightened. She certainly didn't know that the version of her in the simulation had already married Minami Shaoji, and that Minami knew her very well, even knowing exactly which part of her body felt most comfortable. Of course, it was the Minami in the simulation. "Ugh. I understand." A mournful cry squeezed out from her throat. Gota Hitori wanted to refuse, but in the end, she succumbed to her inner fear. Minami worried that someone like him, an amateur, might damage Hitori's guitar, so he continued to hold it with both hands. He shook his head helplessly after watching the distraught pink-haired girl disappear completely from the courtyard. He originally just wanted to have a good conversation, delete her Black History video in front of her, and get closer to her. But he didn't expect Gota Hitori to be so self-deprecating and fearful of interacting with others to this extent. Correcting her attitude and personality would probably be a long war. With this thought, he turned his attention to the floating system panel in the air. Current simulation attempts. 2. Simulation attempts recover over time, or can be restored by obtaining the heartthrob value of the simulation subject. Every 300 heartthrob points restore one simulation attempt. He had 2 attempts left, and if he wanted to recover simulation attempts, aside from waiting for time, another way was to gain heartthrob value from the simulation subject. He thought that since they had encountered each other in the courtyard, and no one was watching, he might have a chance to have a brief conversation with Gota Hitori, gain some of her heartthrob value, and also help her work on her awkward personality. However, her overly defensive social anxiety forced Minami Shaoji to take a different approach. But from the conversation earlier, he could tell that not only had he failed to gather any heartthrob value from Gota Hitori, but the already fragile goodwill he had with her might have decreased as well. With this in mind, Minami Shaoji, carrying Gota Hitori's guitar on his back and planning to return it to her tomorrow, casually opened the heartthrob value page. Ding! You gain 20 heartthrob points from Gota Hitori. Ding! You gain 20 heartthrob points from Gota Hitori. Ding! You gain 20 heartthrob points from Gota Hitori. Minami Shaoji fell silent, his fingers hovering in the air. Gota Hitori's mental state was really concerning. Chapter 13, This is Bullying. A. Bocce. The blonde-haired girl with a side ponytail, sitting by the drum kit and holding drumsticks, looked up in shock after hearing Gota Hitori's dejected words, incredulously saying, "Isn't this bullying?" Her name was Nodoka Ijichi. She was the drummer for the Kesoka band that Minami encountered earlier, the heart of the rock band. Unlike the self-deprecating and gloomy Gota Hitori, Nodoka was passionate and outgoing. Perhaps it was because of this that, in the simulation, she could get close to Gota Hitori and become friends with her. So when she heard that Gota Hitori's guitar had been taken by a boy from the same school, she immediately stood up, her fair hand raised, signaling her bandmates to come over and discuss countermeasures. Her guitar was taken by a boy from the same school? Nearby, the short-haired girl who had been tightening the strings on her bass lifted her head, her androgynous, delicate face now revealed. She first glanced at Gota Hitori, her supposed bandmate, with no emotion, then covered her mouth and let out a snicker. Though they were supposed to be teammates, this woman immediately came to mock her. No wonder her name was Yamada Ryo, Ryo meaning cold wind. Ryo, stop standing there and making those indifferent remarks. If we don't get Bocce's guitar back, we won't be able to practice the new songs. Nodoka Ijichi said, slapping the back of Yamada Ryo's head. Why don't we just buy Bocce a new guitar? Yamada Ryo tilted her head, seemingly surprised at Nodoka Ijichi's big reaction. Her family ran a hospital in Japan, and from the dozens of bass guitars at home, one could tell she came from a wealthy background. But no. Nodoka Ijichi shook her head. Bocce doesn't have that much money. If this continues, we really won't be able to practice the new songs. Not everyone has it as easy as you, Ryo. What? That's indeed a big problem. When Yamada Ryo heard this, her previously emotionless face showed a hint of concern. Rehearsing new songs and performing on stage were the most basic and important activities for any rock band. If Gota Hitori's guitar couldn't be recovered, forget performing on stage, they might not even be able to rehearse the new songs. Yamada Ryo seriously looked at Gota Hitori and, with an urgent and justified tone, asked, Bocce, why didn't you say earlier that you didn't have this much money? If a teammate had a problem, they'd find a way to help. After all, perfect Ryo would never have any problems. Gota Hitori didn't answer, her eyes completely lifeless. She suddenly felt that maybe this was good enough. At least she had found her place in this little trash can. It felt so good. It would be nice to just be buried here. Isn't Shuka High School famous for its strict school rules? Would something like bullying really happen there? Isn't Kita-chan from the same school as Bocce? Is this phenomenon frequent? Nodoka Ijichi hugged the reality-escaping Gota Hitori out of the trash can, while ignoring Yamada Ryo, who was mumbling, maybe I should lend Bocce one of my extra basses to practice. Then, she pulled out her phone from her pocket. Speaking of which, Kita-chan seems to be from the same school as Bocce, right? I'll call and ask her about it. Seeing that Nodoka Ijichi wasn't following her plan, Yamada Ryo gave up the half-finished topic about a suspicious website selling human kidneys she had just discovered online. Let's talk about the Kesoka band members. The Kesoka band was a classic traditional rock band. Its lineup was very simple: lead guitarist, Gota Hitori, bassist, Yamada Ryo, drummer, Nodoka Ijichi, and rhythm guitarist and lead vocalist, Kita Ikuyo. And the Kita-chan they referred to was Kita Ikuyo, the rhythm guitarist and lead vocalist who was absent from today's activity due to prior engagements. After a few minutes of explaining the situation, Nodoka Ijichi called Kita Ikuyo. What? Gota-san was bullied? Kita Ikuyo's surprised voice came from the other Kesoka band of the line. Yes. They even took her guitar. So we wanted to ask if Kita-chan had any ideas. This should be fine. I have many friends at Shuka High School. Let's show the bullies our momentum. They'll probably stop bothering Gota-chan. Kita Ikuyo thought for a moment and asked, so who's the one bullying Gota-san? Who is it? Nodoka Ijichi recalled the name Gota Hitori had mentioned earlier, uncertainly saying, I think it was Minami Shaoji. Second year class 1 at Shuka High School. Cough, cough, cough. On the other Kesoka band of the phone, hurried coughing could be heard. Kita-chan? Are you okay? Nodoka Ijichi was a little shocked. Don't mind it. Ijichi-senpai, who did you say again? Minami Shaoji from class 2, year 1 of Shuka High School. On the other end of the phone, there was a long silence. After a while, it sounded like Kita Ikuyo had gulped some water to calm herself down. Minami. Senior? What's wrong, Kita-chan? Nodoka's side ponytail shook a little, surprised by the rare reaction of the always sunny Kita Ikuyo. Unable to hold back, she asked, "Is Minami Shaoji famous at your school?" "He's not the type to be famous or not. Ichikai-senpai. You should ask me, who in our school doesn't know him?" Compared to the often withdrawn Goto Hitori, Kita Ikuyo, who had many friends, clearly knew more about Minami Shaoji. She started listing one by one, ticking them off on her fingers. He's been number 1 in the grade for 2 years in a row. Some people say that even if he doesn't pay attention in class, he can still easily get full marks in the subject. Even when he's napping during class, the teacher still acknowledges him. "Do you know his rank in the national deviation test?" "First," she asked and then answered. "That kind of person is a real genius. I once overheard when I was delivering materials to the teacher, that even with his eyes closed, Minami Shaoji from year 2 could still get into Tokyo University. Oh, so amazing." Even Yamada Ryo, who usually had a blank expression and rarely praised others, couldn't help but blink her big eyes and compliment him. After all, she always regarded Tokyo University as her goal. If Goto-san is really being bullied by him, even if we tell the teacher and discuss it with them, the teacher would probably only believe him, not us. Kita Ikuyo's tone became uncertain, losing her earlier confidence. But. Najuko was completely stunned, her mind in a jumble as she muttered to herself, "But why would someone so amazing bully someone like Bocchi? Shouldn't these two people be parallel lines?" At this moment, everyone's gaze turned toward Goto Hitori, who was preparing to crawl back into the trash can, looking lonely and pitiful. Chapter 14, Third Round Simulation, starting. While the Kasoku band discussed Bocchi's predicament, when Minami Shaoji returned to his rented apartment, he was actually unaware of the developments. From the start, he just wanted to have a good conversation with Goto Hitori. In order to prevent her from running away, he pretended to record the video. He planned to delete it right in front of her afterward. As for the later development of something like bullying, it was something he hadn't expected at all. The main issue was that Goto Hitori, who was long suffering from social anxiety, self-esteem issues, and self-mutilation, would subconsciously direct conversations toward the topic of bullying whenever discussing anything with him. Things like handing over her wallet or guitar. These were basically just delusions of persecution created by Goto Hitori, a person who felt pressure just by talking to others. Realizing he could not communicate with Goto Hitori, who was so nervous she couldn't even lift her head, Minami Shaoji decided to take her guitar, letting her calm down and say they would talk again tomorrow. The only thing he could feel thankful for was, unlike the simulation scenario, this time Minami Shaoji had intentionally chosen to meet Goto Hitori in the school courtyard after class, where no one else noticed. Therefore, school gossip, as it happened in the simulation, probably wouldn't occur. Although the interaction wasn't as smooth as he'd imagined, he still achieved his goal. He wasn't talking about the guitar, but rather Goto Hitori's line account. Goto Hitori couldn't refuse, and added his account. With that thought in mind, Minami Shaoji shook his head, deciding it was best to explain a little more to avoid making Goto Hitori feel uneasy. He opened Line and selected Goto Hitori's profile. "Tokyo's #1 handsome young man, don't worry, the guitar is just temporarily borrowed. I'll return it to you tomorrow, and I've already deleted the video of your black history." He set the phone down. After about 2 minutes, "You received 20 heart value from Goto Hitori." At the same time, Goto Hitori sent a message. "Probably dead. Yes, I'm so sorry. I feel terrible for making you uncomfortable. I'll also bring my wedding expenses tomorrow, please accept them." Minami Shaoji. He had to explain again. "Tokyo's #1 handsome young man, that's not what I meant. Probably dead, doesn't my lifetime wedding fee even suffice? Tokyo's #1 handsome young man, what I meant is that you don't have to feel so much pressure. Goto-san, don't you play guitar? I'm actually quite interested, could I ask you to teach me sometime? Probably dead, so it's not just money, but even my time. Alright. It is what it is." Realizing he was making things worse, Minami Shaoji decisively ended the conversation. He probably understood that for someone like Goto Hitori, who couldn't speak to others and had self-esteem issues, she always thought the worst. There were many beautiful things in the sunlight, but she would always subconsciously turn her gaze to the shadows. This was her way of life, having been alone since childhood. Expecting her to change immediately was unrealistic. For someone used to curling up in the shadows, pulling her suddenly into the sunlight would only cause her pain. Looks like it would have to be a gradual process. Women really are complicated creatures. He set down his phone. Minami re-examined the system's so-called heart value setting. The heart value here probably doesn't just refer to romantic interest, but even if it's something like his previous interaction where the simulation object was nervous or afraid, it still counted as heart value. Shaking his head, Minami Shaoji opened Goto Hitori's guitar bag. Inside was the electric guitar Gota Hattori commonly used. Without a pickup and effects pedals, there's no way to practice any songs for now. At most, he can use Gota Hattori's guitar to practice finger positions and hand shapes. According to the guitar knowledge in the system's music level 1, Minami Shaoji practiced for about an hour and a half, until his fingertips were sore from pressing the strings, and his wrists ached before he decided to stop. An hour and a half, and his fingering was barely at an entry level. For this speed, Minami Shaoji wasn't very satisfied. Although he didn't use the Rock Queen's learning card, he did have the music level 1 skill as a support. It was only at this point that he understood what Gota Hattori had been through in the simulation after he left her. The guitar skills of the guitar hero with 30,000 subscribers were undoubtedly superb. But wanting to go beyond being a guitar hero and reach the pinnacle level of a national rock queen in a short time. It was no wonder that in the simulation, Gota Hattori was tormented by mental stress, to the point where she needed to rely on stimulating medication just to keep going. In the Kasoka band, she passed away due to illness. This woman, in a certain sense, was really foolish and endearing. Minami Shaoji turned his attention back to the dating simulator and fell into thought. In the second round, although he became a couple with Gota Hattori and eventually married her, the process wasn't smooth. Gota Hattori overworked herself practicing guitar to the point of damaging her health, and he also chose an ordinary university, graduating and working at an ordinary company. For both of them, it wasn't a good outcome. On top of that, Gota Hattori's social anxiety didn't improve even as she grew older. The only people she could interact with normally were the band members and family. Even when facing the media, it was only Najika and Kita Ikuyo who took interviews. Occasionally, when Gota Hattori had to be the one to appear, she cleverly used her excellent guitar solos to cover up, rarely speaking directly during interviews. In the Kasoka band, Gota Hattori died due to her health problems, and he, unable to bear his wife's death, tragically committed suicide by drowning. In the Kasoka band, nothing was solved. It would definitely be classified as a bad end in some narrative games. No wonder the score was just a low 67, barely passing. Minami Shaoji pondered, sliding his finger through a few options. In the second round, he had paid too much attention to Gota Hattori and ignored the rumors at school, which led to the subsequent tragedy. So this time, he would change his strategy. He decided to temporarily shift his focus away from Gota Hattori, change his mindset, and extinguish the source of the rumors. What would happen then? Do you wish to start the previous simulation process again? Yes, remaining simulation attempts. 1. The memories from the simulation began flashing back in his mind. A year later, you contacted Gota Hattori from Class 2, Year 1. You shamelessly used learning guitar as an excuse to reach out to her and became Frikasoka bands. Over time, she was influenced by your humorous words and optimistic attitude toward life, and her once gloomy expression became less frequent. She smiled more, and under your encouragement, she focused on extracurricular guitar activities, but she never forgot the promise she made to you. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. You decide. 1. You still can't let go of Gota Hattori's situation, continue to keep an eye on her. 2. Occasionally focus on other things, temporarily take your gaze off Gota Hattori. 3. Being in a relationship all the time is boring, might as well study. 4. Simulate it yourself. This time, the system page was a bit different. The first option dimmed, indicating that this simulation route had already been taken and couldn't be selected again. But Minami Shaoji didn't mind. His finger slid to the second option, waiting for the change in this simulation. You think Gota Hattori's situation has stabilized. Although there are still things that make you worry about her, if you keep interfering, it will only deepen her dependence on you. You shift your focus away from Gota Hattori and turn your attention to other matters. With your keen observation, you notice that because you've spent so much time in the music room with Bocce, laughing and talking, rumors about you and her have started to spread around campus. Faced with the rumors starting to spread, you decide. 1. Oh, great. The rumors of me and Hattori dating are already spreading. I should fan the flames, spread the rumors, and look for an opportunity to confess. 2. It's just some campus rumors that every school has. If left alone, they should die down on their own. 3. Stop the rumors from spreading. 4. Simulate it yourself. A new set of options appeared, which caught Minami Shaoji's attention. Sure enough, after choosing this path, new options appeared that weren't available in the second round. Chapter 15, Loneliness is actually a very romantic word for Minami. These options weren't hard to choose. The first option was clearly asking for chaos, trying to make him stir things up almost like making Bocce retreat further into isolation. The second option was basically to leave things as they were. Choosing this would very likely lead to the same tragic path of the second round. Considering this, Minami decisively chose the third option. facing the rumors. You, who are often at the center of rumors, don't really care, but you're worried that this might affect Bocce, so, you found the source of the rumors. It was a group of female students from the same school who secretly had feelings for you. Because they deeply resented Hitori Gota for being able to spend time with you every day, they came up with this plan. When they saw you approaching, they panicked, assuming you would never personally step in for such a trivial matter. This was the first time you had ever gotten angry for someone other than your family. Minami immersed himself in the memories. In front of him stood a few female students from Shuka High School, their heads lowered in guilt. Minami sighed softly. He had never imagined that these girls who were also female students could harbor such intense malice toward another girl. Outcast, gloomy, hunched back, flat-chested, shameless, freak. Poisonous words like these had unknowingly flooded the school's online forums, all aimed at a single girl. He thought of that pink-haired girl who always kept her head down, timidly hiding behind him. Even if it was only a little, she had been trying earnestly, step by step to change herself. That once self-loathing girl was working hard to step out of the shadows and into the light. But why was it that some people, some things, always treated her with such cruelty? Outcast, gloomy, hunched back. Everything you said is true. Minami looked up, his cold gaze sweeping over the trembling female students in front of him. But even so, she has gathered every ounce of her courage to change. Even if she is still timid and self-doubting, even if she still speaks in a soft, hesitant voice, she is giving it her all, and for that alone, she deserves my respect. Yes. Even Minami had to admit it. At first, he had only approached her with the intent of teasing her. But as he saw her genuinely struggling with her social anxiety, as he watched her detest her own cowardice yet work tirelessly to overcome it, without realizing it, he had already been drawn to her. Just think about it: if you were someone like Hitori Gota, someone inherently fearful of human interaction, self-conscious, weak, and alone. Would you be able to devise ways to change yourself? Even if those ways seemed childish or even laughable to others? All she ever wanted was a friend she could talk to at school. Just that. I'm not asking you to understand her. I just don't want to hear any more of these rumors. Minami slammed his palm onto the podium. A loud bang echoed through the room. You protected Hitori Gota from the storm of rumors, however, you did not tell Hitori Gota about the incident, choosing instead to guard her silently. To you, she was already a dear friend, and you didn't want her to feel indebted to you, but what you didn't know was that at school, too afraid to interact with anyone else, she had actually been hiding outside the classroom, secretly witnessing everything. She understood you had done it all for her. From childhood to now, her world had never seen the sun. It had always been night. Even now, it remained so. But your light, though not as dazzling as the sun, was enough to pull her out of that rotting darkness. At that moment, she suddenly felt that, as long as you existed, even the darkest night could feel like day. At school, you continued to chat and laugh with Hitori. But with your keen sense of observation, you quickly noticed she was now much closer to you than before. The number of smiles on her face was increasing. However, toward everyone else, she was still the same timid, speaking in a barely audible voice. She still had her fair share of clumsy mishaps and awkward moments, but in front of you, she didn't seem to mind anymore aside from the occasional shyness. One summer night, as you were walking Hitori Gota home, she suddenly called out to you from behind. She was trembling all over, struggling to keep her breathing steady from sheer nervousness. You gently patted her back, helping her regain her composure. Your gentle touch gradually calmed her down. Holding onto your sleeve, she lifted her head to look at you. For the first time ever, she gathered the courage to face you directly. Like dark clouds parting to reveal a hidden crescent moon, her face, bathed in the soft glow of the street lights, radiated a quiet brilliance. Minami-senpai. Her pink hair partially covered her eyes, still filled with hesitation, but her grip on your sleeve was firm. She took a deep breath, inhaling so sharply that her pale face gained a hint of color. Her expression trembled, like a startled hamster, but the words she spoke were clear. Can you wait for me for a few years? Wait for a few years? To someone as emotionally perceptive as Minami, her words weren't difficult to understand. Is this a confession? He gently grasped her hand in return, deliberately teasing her. Hitori Gota panicked, struggling to explain herself. But when she caught sight of the playful smile on Minami's face, she immediately turned her head away, flustered and annoyed. You already knew. Of course. Under such a beautiful moonlit sky, how could it not be a confession? I just wanted to hear you say it. Minami slowly released her hand. For just a brief moment, perhaps it was just his imagination, he thought he saw a fleeting hint of disappointment cross her face. Minami-senpai is always teasing me. Hitori Gota stammered. But in the end, she still spoke in a soft voice, slowly. I'm not worthy of you right now, but in the days to come, I will try even harder, as long as you're here. So, senpai, can you wait for me until I've changed? As she spoke, there was still that familiar sense of self-doubt and timid loneliness in her voice. But she could feel that the person standing in front of her, Minami, didn't show the slightest hint of disdain for her pitiful loneliness. Under the dim street light, he took her hand again and spoke in a distant tone about the meaning of loneliness from a country across the sea. In a country across the ocean, a certain gentleman once said that if you break down the word loneliness, you'll find within it a child, fruits, a summer pup, butterflies, and even a scene at the alleyway entrance on a midsummer evening. A midsummer evening, an alley entrance, a small dog chasing butterflies, and a child reaching for fruit. Hearing Minami's gentle and drawn-out tone, Hattori Gota's delicate heart began to picture a warm and romantic scene. I've always thought that loneliness is actually a very romantic and gentle word, he said. He raised her fair hand and placed it over his heart. Deep down, she already knew his answer. But her overwhelming sense of self-doubt had never allowed her to have confidence. But that was okay. The confidence she lacked, he would make up for. Under the streetlight, two hearts grew closer. Your bond with Hattori Gota has deepened. Chapter 16, Yamada Ryo, what are you doing? Your bond with Hattori Gota has deepened. At a critical moment, you gave her courage, giving her the confidence to keep moving forward. She started spending more time with her band, but this also meant she had less time with you, something she found unbearable. So one afternoon, she introduced you to the members of Kasoka Band. Hoping that between practice sessions in the Starry Night Live House, they could also find time to teach you guitar. Live House? This unfamiliar term caught Minami's interest. He grabbed his phone from the nearby desk and typed in the keyword. Soon, he understood. A live house served drinks like a bar, but it was different from an ordinary bar. Live houses generally had top-tier musical instruments and sound systems, making them ideal for intimate live performances. Many underground rock bands relied on these venues to make a living and gain recognition. At first, learning guitar was just an excuse to get closer to Hattori Gota. But after spending so much time with her, your natural obsession with learning and self-improvement made you develop a genuine interest in guitar and music. Your understanding of music deepened. You met Najuka Ijichi, Ikuyo Okita, and Ryo Yamada, unlike in your second life, where you only met the members of Kasoka Band as an adult. In this third life, you met them during high school. Things had completely deviated from your second life's trajectory. However, why does the younger Ryo Yamada look so familiar? Minami, who wasn't paying much attention at first, lingered over the simulated memories that kept surfacing. In his mental world, he saw a quiet, blue-haired girl sitting in the corner, cradling her bass and seriously plucking its strings. He stared at this scene for a long time until something clicked. He paused the simulation for his third life and jumped back to his first life, the one where he only cared about studying and had a failed romance. In his first life, he had been so disciplined that he completely ignored the existence of the dating simulator, never interacting with Hattori Gota and missing his chance with her. Later, at a Tokyo University alumni gathering, he met a woman whose name the simulator had never even mentioned, a woman who could fulfill his 18 different needs and didn't mind if he relied on her financially. That's Ryo Yamada, isn't it? Memories from his first life were fully unraveled. Looking at the scene of his first life, where a blue-haired college girl stood with her arms crossed, yawning, and emotionlessly stating, "Learn bass in a year, and I'll date you." Minami rubbed his forehead. So it wasn't just in his second life that Ryo Yamada had confessed to him. Even in his first life, she had already fallen for him. No wonder she was so persistent in his second life. After all, if she liked him in his first life, there must have been something about him that attracted her. I really am too outstanding. Minami sighed. As for the fact that he had actually practiced bass for a whole year in his first life just to successfully pursue Ryo Yamada, Minami simply shook his head. A whole year? Honestly, he wasn't entirely satisfied with his first life learning speed. But that didn't matter. Compared to the past events of his first and second lives, what he cared about was what would happen next in his third life. Taking his focus off a certain blue-haired, aloof girl, Minami had no interest in her. Najuka Ijichi and Ikuyo Okita were shocked by your existence. They had only heard Hattori Gota talk about you, but they had never even heard your name before. So, for the longest time, they thought you were just an imaginary friend she made up. Compared to Najuka Ijichi and Ikuyo Okita's surprise, Ryo Yamada didn't seem to care about your arrival at all. This is how it should be. Worried that Yamada Ryo, who had confessed and even married him in the previous two timelines, might pull some unexpected moves, Minami finally felt relieved. And then, but Yamada Ryo actually seems quite interested in you, Miss Yamada Ryo. What are you doing? I was merely introduced by Gota Hattori, and that alone caught your interest? At this moment, Minami truly couldn't understand what was going through the mind of the silent and expressionless Yamada Ryo. Yamada Ryo's high school goal was to get into the University of Tokyo. So, for her, someone who scored first place nationwide in deviation tests naturally caught her attention. For her, getting a perfect score on a test wasn't impossible, but it required her full focus, and the cost was forgetting all her bass playing techniques during that time. Someone like you, who can balance both academics and music, intrigues her, I see. That explanation was something Minami could accept. But Yamada Ryo's goal was to get into Todai, University of Tokyo? Minami recalled the events of the first timeline. In the first timeline, he remembered that Yamada Ryo, who eventually became his wife, didn't get into Todai. The reason she appeared at the reunion of Tokyo University's medical department alumni was simply because her family ran a large hospital in Tokyo. With their extensive connections, one of the alumni invited her to expand her social network. She was born into a wealthy family, used money lavishly, and even after marriage, she had to be restrained by him to tone it down. But even then, this cold-faced girl spent money on high-end musical instruments like it meant nothing. Though having a wife willing to indulge in all 18 poses at night was indeed amazing. All things considered, it seemed that in the third timeline, Yamada Ryo still hadn't given up on her dream of getting into Todai. This woman was actually quite ambitious. Minami nodded silently. He didn't dislike ambitious people. As long as they didn't interfere with him, he was even willing to offer Yamada Ryo some assistance within his ability. And considering that in the first timeline, it took him a full year of hard work to win her over, he figured that in this timeline, he wasn't going to get involved with her so easily. You introduced yourself simply. Your humorous and cheerful demeanor quickly helped you blend into the atmosphere of Kesoka Band. You continued to seek Gota Hattori's guidance on guitar, and your talent for learning gradually became apparent. At the same time, after practice sessions, Yamada Ryo occasionally asked you for help with schoolwork. Yamada Ryo has developed some goodwill toward you. Your relationship with Yamada Ryo has deepened. Seriously, Miss Yamada, what are you doing? Chapter 17, Ladies, what are you doing? Yamada Ryo, what are you doing? Minami really wanted to ask this question. In the first timeline, he worked tirelessly to master the bass just to barely win over Yamada Ryo, the elegant high-class young lady with an androgynous, refined beauty. So why was Yamada Ryo the one approaching him in this timeline? Frowning, Minami tapped his fingers on the table. After pondering for a moment, he had a general answer. Everything in this third timeline had been going incredibly smoothly so far. Gota Hattori, who already had a favorable impression of him, must have talked about him to her Kesoka band members more than once when inviting him to Starry. As a result, the band members already had a good impression of him before even meeting him. A good first impression meant a decent starting level of goodwill. Meanwhile, in the first timeline, he had to fight for everything on his own. By then, Yamada Ryo had already entered a university and, without the burden of striving for Dodai, had focused entirely on perfecting her bass skills. Naturally, she had no reason to approach him. But now, she needed his help, while in the first timeline, he was the one pursuing her. The difference was clear. At the end of the day, I guess I'm just too outstanding. Minami frowned, a little troubled by the situation. After all, even he couldn't suppress his own excellence. Like the saying goes, good wine needs no bush, and gold will shine wherever it is. Since there was no immediate way to deal with Yamada Ryo's rising affection, Minami decided to set it aside and continue the simulation. While occasionally tutoring Yamada Ryo, you didn't neglect your own guitar practice. With the help of the romance simulator and your extraordinary learning abilities, you soon displayed astonishing talent in guitar, surpassing Kita Ikuyo in technique. Aijichi Najuko has been watching your hard work closely. She invites you to join Kesoka Band. How will you respond to Aijichi Najuko's invitation? 1. Politely decline. 2. Accept the invitation. Your presence might make Kesoka Band even better. 3. Miss Aijichi, I'm more interested in your big-breasted blonde older sister. I want to be part of Starry instead. 4. Simulate the situation personally. The moment the choices appeared, Minami immediately noticed one that was utterly inappropriate. Based on the memories he acquired from the simulator, Aijichi Najuko's older sister, Aijichi Sika, was already 29, almost 30. Sure, she was wealthy enough to open Starry in Tokyo, and the idea of being pampered by a rich, big-breasted blonde older sister was appealing, but she was almost 30, and he was still in his second year of high school, not even an adult yet. That would be illegal, Minami meant on Aijichi Sika's part. So the real decision came down to the first and second choices. Minami looked at both options and pondered for a long time. In the end, he chose the first one. The reason was simple. Kesoka Band had always followed the traditional rock band structure: lead guitar, rhythm guitar, drummer, and bassist. If they lacked anything, it would be a skilled keyboardist to support them from the background, not another guitarist. Forcing him into the band would only make Kesoka Band feel redundant. And most importantly, I only play guitar as a hobby. But for these girls, playing music was their dream. Accepting their invitation would make it easier to gain their affection, but it would be irresponsible to their band. Even in a simulation, Minami didn't want to be someone who dragged others down. So, this choice should be fine. You politely declined Eiichi Nijuka's invitation. Since you were only learning guitar as a hobby, you had no intention of joining the Kesoka Band. You knew that the band followed a traditional structure, and adding another guitarist would do more harm than good. Eiichi Nijuka was a little disappointed by your refusal, but she was deeply moved by your respect for their dreams. Eiichi Nijuka paid more attention to you. Eiichi Nijuka developed slight feelings for you. There were things she would now only say to you, Miss Eiichi, what are you doing? The sudden increase in affection caught Minami completely off guard. Can you treat me a little colder? Please don't be so nice to the simulated version of me. Seriously. Since it's not the real him anyway, Minami was more than happy to just sit back and enjoy the fun of watching his simulated self. Although you refused Eiichi Nijuka's invitation, the Starry Club often gets too busy to handle everything. After all, Gota Hitori and the others still need time to practice their performance pieces. In these moments of distress, you always step up and help take care of things. The tasks at Starry aren't complicated, and handling guests and responsibilities is easy for you. Continuously helping the Kesoka Band solve problems without a single complaint has drawn the attention of Kita Ikuyo. Kita Ikuyo now trusts you more. Kita Ikuyo has developed a slight fondness for you. When she encounters difficulties with guitar practice, she'll come to you for help. Ms. Kita, what are you doing? Moreover, since you've been helping without expecting anything in return, the work at Starry Club has been running smoothly. A rumor has even begun circulating among a small group of people about a particularly handsome guy working part-time at the venue. The seasonal revenue of Starry Club has increased, and your willingness to help has caught the attention of people who previously didn't pay much mind to you. Eiichi Seika and the venue's PA, sound engineer. Picture here, Eiichi Seika and the PA now have a slightly higher opinion of you. Eiichi Seika and the PA now trust you more. Eiichi Seika, Miss PA. You too. Now isn't the time to be talking about this. Minami rubbed his chin, tugging at the strands of hair on his forehead, slowly twisting them between his fingers. This was a subconscious habit of his when he was deep in thought. Things had developed to a point that was completely beyond his expectations. He had simultaneously gained the attention of Yamada Ryo, Eiichi Nijuka, Kita Ikuyo, Eiichi Seika, and even the behind-the-scenes PA. What kind of male succubus have I become in his third playthrough? The continuous blows from the simulation made Minami exhale heavily. On the surface, everything seemed to be going great, something to be excited about. But his only real concern now was whether these unexpected developments would affect his progress with Gota Hitori. That insecure, self-deprecating fool of a woman. Where is she now? What is she thinking? Chapter 18, a decision with a life-changing consequences. After experiencing the simulations from the first two playthroughs and interacting with Gota Hitori in reality today, Minami had gained a fairly good understanding of the girl. She was someone who was both strong and weak. These two traits were not contradictory. Because Gota Hitori's strength never showed on the surface. In the second playthrough, she was hurt and saddened by rumors, yet she silently endured it for Minami. And after he left, she fell into a period of sadness. But before long, she picked up her guitar again, practiced relentlessly, and led Kesoka through thick and thin, ultimately reaching their peak. At the same time, Gota Hitori was also incredibly weak. When it came to social interactions, she would instinctively place herself at the very bottom. She would even go as far as doing a deep bow apology just because she couldn't come up with lyrics due to a lack of inspiration. She always tried to please others, fearing that she might lose the friends she had worked so hard to make without realizing that caring too much about others can lead to losing oneself. She constantly humbled herself before others, not even daring to meet their gaze. Strong yet fragile, this was Minami's evaluation of Gota Hitori. And now, seeing his relationship with other girls progressing so rapidly, how would she feel? Something didn't feel quite right to Minami. He poured himself a glass of water and continued the simulation. Building deeper relationships with the members of Kesoka Band and the staff at Starry Club is certainly good, but from beginning to end, you have never forgotten her, the one who had always earnestly guided you in learning the guitar, the one who stood in your shadow all along. Recently, your relationship with other girls has been improving, which seems to have caused a growing distance between you and her. Lately, you haven't even managed to exchange a couple of words with her. Having spent so long with her, you naturally know that she is a delicate girl lacking in self-confidence, and she has always longed to communicate with others. Instead of waiting, it's better to take the initiative. You decide to ask Gota Hitori out. Well done. Minami thought to himself as he watched the simulation. You must say, he truly lives up to his name. His self-discipline is indeed strong. Even when facing the end of the band and the numerous beautiful girls among the stars, he can still hold on to his original intention. Inviting Gota Hitori is not difficult for you, it's just a matter of a phone call, and she agrees. You can tell from her voice on the phone that your invitation made her happy. On the day of the meeting, Gota Hitori's outfit makes you stop in your tracks. You never expected that she would look so beautiful when she put in effort to dress up. Her fair and translucent skin complements her hair, which resembles cherry blossom petals. The well-proportioned light white laced shirt pairs with a black mid-length skirt, making Gota Hitori particularly charming today. But what's even more captivating is her figure, which is fuller compared to the average high school girl, making it impossible to look away. Due to her usual slouching and the extremely loose sportswear, her beautiful figure has never been fully revealed in front of others. The overly flashy outfit recommended by Kita Ikuyo made her feel even more uneasy. This is her first time showing her appearance to anyone outside of her family, yet, seeing your gaze drawn to her, she can only lower her head, feeling both happy and shy. Since you don't have much money, you can only take her for a simple walk and sit in the park, but even without a decent gift or a proper date location, she is still very happy to be following you. Just being with you is enough for her. In the end, you chose to eat in a roadside family restaurant. During dinner, to avoid an overly silent atmosphere, your talkative self does not forget to liven things up. However, as you speak, you suddenly notice that Gota Hitori has unknowingly started to cry. Under your concerned gaze, she finally speaks softly about the reason. In the past 2 weeks, your relationship with the band members has improved, which should have been a reason for her joy, but amid her happiness, she has been tangled in distress, feeling overshadowed by your dazzling presence among them. Touching the sun will only leave one burned and scarred. She is very kind and has never complained or doubted your relationship with the other members of the band, but she feels an immense loathing for her own dark and negative thoughts. You say nothing, only gently patting her back to help her breathe, quietly listening as she vents all her insecurities and negative emotions from the past 2 weeks. She feels like a fragile piece of porcelain, and you protect her well. You help Gota Hitori untangle the knot of anxiety she has always felt, handing her a guarantee that can effectively alleviate her worries: a marriage registration form with your signature and seal. Although you are not yet of legal age and your signature on the marriage registration form currently has no legal effect, you keenly notice that Gota Hitori's worries have significantly diminished. From then on, she feels much lighter, but the day of the official performance gets closer and closer. The members of the band are also increasingly engaged in practice. Najuka informs you that their hard work has its reasons. Performing on stage has always been their dream. You understand the effort Gota Hitori and the others have put into preparing for their performance, and you harbor no complaints about it. Najuka has always admired you. She specially borrowed an old guitar that her friend hadn't used in a long time and gave it to you, who didn't have a guitar, to practice with. Although you lack Gota Hitori's guidance, you learn quickly on your own, and you are not shy at all. Often, when time permits, you perform on the streets. Your outstanding appearance and excellent solo singing and playing skills attract numerous girls to stop and watch. Your understanding of the guitar deepens, and occasionally, you fill in for Kita Ikuyo during rehearsals when she cannot find the time. Your exceptional guitar skills impress Ijichi Najuka and Yamada Ryo. As days go by, the date of the band's first official performance approaches, and this is also the most important moment for the band. You have witnessed the efforts of the band members all along. You have always wanted to help but couldn't find the opportunity. Perhaps this time is when you can shine, so you decide. 1. Do nothing and go with the flow. 2. You have gathered a small fan base from your street performances. Perhaps you could invite them to help boost the atmosphere at the concert. 3. Prepare for the worst, practice their set list in case something goes wrong. 4. Simulate the performance yourself. These options suddenly catch Minami's attention. Without a doubt, this is a decision with life-changing consequences. Chapter 19, Struggles and Anxiety. Kesoka Band was about to perform on stage for the first time. The outcome of this performance would undoubtedly have a profound impact on Gota Hitori and the band as a whole. In the simulation, they had spent over 3 months preparing for this moment, from clearing their first rehearsal to designing their stage outfits and finally stepping onto the stage. If they failed, it would mean that 3 months of tireless effort would all be in vain. In the anime, it indeed took several months from passing the first rehearsal to designing the costumes and performing on stage. More importantly, the unity they had worked so hard to build might suffer a serious blow. The choices: 1. Do nothing and go with the flow. 2. You have gathered a small fan base from your street performances. Perhaps you could invite them to help boost the atmosphere at the concert. 3. Prepare for the worst, practice their set list in case something goes wrong. 4. Simulate the performance yourself. There was no doubt that the choice before him would determine the direction of the simulation. Minami Shaoji began to ponder. He first considered the second option. In this simulation, he had deliberately avoided interfering with Kasokaban's rehearsals while also using street performances to improve his own guitar skills. As a result, he had unintentionally accumulated a number of street fans. Should he invite them to warm up the atmosphere, as the option suggested? After a brief moment of thought, he shook his head. For a newly formed rock band, one where only Yamada Ryo had prior stage experience, too much fan attention would only add to their mental burden. This could make them overly conscious of their audience, preventing them from performing at their best and causing the quality of their music to decline. Option 2 was clearly not a good choice. What about option 1? Minami Shaoji turned his gaze to the first option, to do nothing, to let things happen as they may. This approach seemed far too passive. His thoughts bounced between options 1 and 3 before he finally settled on 3. Preparing for the worst if something were to go wrong during the performance, he would be ready to step in. This was undoubtedly the safest choice. The simulation continued. You have closely observed Kasokaban's tireless efforts, and their dedication is impossible to ignore. To prevent any unforeseen accidents, you decide to practice their setlist. You practice diligently, sometimes even listening in on their rehearsals while wearing headphones to play along in sync. Thanks to your exceptional learning ability, you master the 3 songs they plan to perform. Having spent so much time observing them, you gradually come to understand each member's playing style and habits. This gives you the confidence that, no matter what happens, you'll be able to coordinate and stabilize the situation. Days pass, and at last, Kasokaban's first live performance arrives. A stormy stage that day, a typhoon hit. The rain poured heavily, adding to the tense atmosphere. In such an oppressive mood, you keenly noticed that the band members seemed unusually downcast. It wasn't just nerves, there was also concern that the storm might reduce the number of attendees at Stardust Music Hall. Time moved forward despite the unease, and before long, it was time to go on stage. You watched as the 4 girls stepped onto the stage, silently praying that their performance would go smoothly. But whether it was the weight of the storm's atmosphere or their nerves in front of the audience, Kasokaban was struggling. The bass lacked presence. The drum beat was off. And worst of all, Kita Ikuyo's voice cracked at the climax of the song. Only Gota Hattori managed to maintain a stable performance. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. The words on the simulator's screen were simple and rough, but to Minami Shaoji, the scene before him felt all too real. He saw Yamada Ryo, usually calm and composed, with stiff, clumsy finger movements. Kita Ikuyo, embarrassed by her vocal mistake, forced a smile despite her obvious disappointment. Behind them, Eiichi Najuka frantically tried to hold everything together. In the audience, despite the heavy rain, early arrivals were already grumbling in frustration. Minami Shaoji took in everything. Kasokaban's debut performance was nothing short of disastrous. But you had anticipated this possibility, and your preparations paid off. Using humor, you quickly dissolved the awkward tension and then picked up your guitar. Your guitar skills were undeniable. Even Gota Hattori was surprised by your progress. But what shocked the band members even more was that you seemed to understand their playing styles perfectly. Your arrival was like a conductor stepping in to bring order to a chaotic orchestra. At that moment, Yamada Ryo, Kita Ikuyo, and even the struggling Eiichi Najuka regained their rhythm. The improved performance captivated the audience, making them forget their earlier complaints. When the lighting technician cast a dreamy glow over the stage, the crowd erupted into applause. On stage, the girls hugged each other in joy. Eiichi Najuka beamed with a wide smile. Despite the struggles, Kasokaban's first performance was a success just as you had hoped, a celebration with a hidden truth. After the performance, Eiichi Sika, the owner of Stardust Music Hall, hosted a celebratory dinner. Around the table, laughter filled the air. The adults clinked their glasses, while the underage members sipped on soda. Eiichi Najuka and Kita Ikuyo excitedly discussed the details of their performance, while Yamada Ryo remained her usual quiet self. Gota Hattori, with flushed cheeks, held your hand tightly and shyly asked what you wanted to eat. The night was filled with warmth and celebration, and you naturally assumed that everything was fine, but perhaps because you were caught up in the joyful atmosphere, you failed to notice the uncertainty hidden beneath their smiles, the silent burden of their struggles and anxieties. Huh? Minami Shaoji, who had been immersed in the simulated emotions of celebration, suddenly felt uneasy when he read that line. Why? Everything had gone smoothly, hadn't it? Kasokaban's first performance, though rocky at first, had ended in success. They had gained recognition from the audience. By all logic, there shouldn't have been any problems. Minami Shaoji frowned. Was there some detail he had overlooked? Chapter 20, The Bride's Radiance at the Wedding Banquet. Where exactly had things gone wrong? Minami Shaoji pondered deeply. For both him and Kasokaban, salvaging their first botched performance and gaining audience approval should have been the best possible outcome. But thinking about it endlessly wouldn't provide any answers. Minami Shaoji decided to continue watching. Perhaps, in the events that followed, he would uncover the truth. With the first performance officially over, Kesoka Band returned to their normal lives. You continued learning guitar under Gota Hitori's careful guidance, and thanks to your strong learning ability, your skills improved rapidly. Your technique, once filled with minor flaws, had now become polished. Both your skills and stage presence matured day by day. In terms of pure guitar proficiency, Gota Hitori was now only slightly ahead of you. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. However, being immersed in the band's environment, you soon sensed something was off. Ecchi Nodoka had been talking to you much more often lately, mainly about matters concerning Kesoka Band. This struck you as odd. As the band's founder, Ecchi Nodoka should naturally be its undisputed leader. So why was she suddenly so concerned about your role? As the band's leader, she should be the one understanding her members, so why was she coming to you with these questions? After their previous failure, Yamada Ryo and Kita Ikuyo practiced even harder, but you noticed something off in their sound. It was as if they had lost something essential. Gota Hitori was the same as always, silently following you and listening to you speak. But when she was with Kesoka Band, she seemed more reserved and cautious than before. Her smile was no longer as natural. Had the whole band shut themselves off? Minami Shaoji stared at the changing text, taking in the subtle shifts in the band's atmosphere since their first performance. Kesoka Band had once been a lively and energetic group. With Ecchi Nodoka and Kita Ikuyo keeping the mood bright, Yamada Ryo occasionally dropping sharp-witted remarks, and Gota Hitori's socially anxious antics, the band had been filled with a youthful vibrance. But now, Minami Shaoji could clearly feel that energy fading at a visible rate. A growing unease, sensing the uneasy atmosphere within Kesoka Band, you wanted to do something before their second performance. You tried various methods, but none of them worked. The girls were all kind-hearted. They recognized your concern and even thanked you during a group dinner. You became close friends with Yamada Ryo, Ecchi Nodoka, and Kita Ikuyo. Deepening friendships should be a good thing, but you felt no joy, because under this suffocating tension, Kesoka Band's second performance was fast approaching. This time, there was no typhoon. Ecchi Nodoka and Kita Ikuyo invited their friends, and Gota Hitori's parents came to watch. Before the performance, Ecchi Nodoka asked you to simply watch over them quietly. You agreed, but deep inside, your sense of unease only grew stronger. Even as everything proceeded as usual, Kesoka Band's second performance began. As you feared, without your support to keep them in sync, the already unstable Kesoka Band struggled through their second performance. By the end, the venue was completely silent. The aftermath. After the performance, you saw Ecchi Nodoka and Kita Ikuyo forcing smiles in front of their friends. You saw Gota Hitori burying her head low, trying to disappear as her parents comforted her with words of encouragement. You also saw Yamada Ryo sitting alone in the corner, holding her bass in silence, lost in thought. Despite the failure, Kesoka Band continued their activities, but you could feel the change in the air. The four members of Kesoka Band found it increasingly difficult to align their schedules. They spoke less and less, and you often had to step in to fill the gaps in rehearsals. The microphones, effect pedals, and drum set in the practice room slowly gathered dust. One day, Ecchi Nodoka called everyone together. With tears streaming down her face, she announced the disbandment of Kesoka Band. Kesoka Band was over. No one asked Nodoka for a reason. Watching her cry, there was no need to. After the band's breakup, Gota Hitori spent less and less time with her guitar. Eventually, she abandoned it completely and focused on studying for exams. Yamada Ryo did not give up her bass, but as someone in the same school year as you, she too had to prepare for exams. She frequently visited your home to ask for tutoring sessions alongside Gota Hitori. Because of this, you also put your guitar aside to focus on helping them with their studies. Yamada Ryo started paying more attention to you. Your relationship with Yamada Ryo deepened. A life without music. Yamada. You really? From start to finish, Yamada Ryo had remained unchanged. Minami Shaoji rubbed his forehead and sighed lightly before continuing to read. Yamada Ryo was actually a capable student, but she struggled to balance bass practice and academics, which resulted in her average grades. Gota Hitori, however, was different. She had an extraordinary gift for guitar, but when it came to academics, she was completely lost. Despite the countless hours you spent tutoring her, Gota Hitori's grades were only barely passable. She blamed herself for wasting your time and effort, feeling guilty for not improving more. You reassured her that it was fine and comforted her. Before you knew it, your high school years came to an end. As expected by everyone, you passed the entrance exams for the University of Tokyo with ease. Yamada Ryo enrolled in a well-regarded arts university in Tokyo, where she continued her studies in bass and music. During this time, she stayed in touch with you, still paying close attention to you. As a university student, you continued to tutor Gota Hitori, who had just entered her senior year of high school. In the anime, Gota Hattori and Kita Ikuyo are first years, while Yamada Ryo and Eiichi Nijuka are second years. 1 year later, under your guidance, Gota Hattori studied tirelessly and was accepted into an ordinary university in Tokyo. Even after entering university, she never picked up the guitar again. You never tried to persuade her otherwise because both of you knew the reason why. 1 year after entering university, you proposed to Gota Hattori. She accepted. At the wedding banquet, Gota Hattori looked absolutely stunning. Chapter 21, A Life Full of Regret. The wedding, hosted by Gota Hattori's family, was not extravagant. Only a few friends, Minami Shaoji's family, and former Kesoka band members were invited. At the banquet, Gota Hattori, dressed in a wedding gown and holding a bouquet, had a rosy tint on her fair, beautiful face. Whether from shyness or alcohol, it was hard to tell. Summoning all her courage, she stammered through her greetings to Minami Shaoji's parents. Minami Shaoji's parents, simple and down-to-earth people from the countryside, held no prejudice against their new daughter-in-law, who was so easily flustered and prone to stuttering. Instead, they pulled their son aside, sternly reminding him to take good care of her. His two older sisters even commented on how rare a girl as pure and adorable as Gota Hattori was in Tokyo, urging him to cherish her. For Gota Hattori's parents, Minami Shaoji's outstanding academic and personal achievements made him an almost unbelievable match. How did our little piglet manage to find such an incredible cabbage? At the wedding banquet, Minami Shaoji moved effortlessly between guests, using his charm and humor to warm up the atmosphere. Once the adults were entertained, he made his way to the former Kesoka band members. Everyone looked far more mature than they had in high school. Eiichi Nijuka, after graduating, had not gone to university. Instead, she stayed at Starry to help run the venue. Though she hadn't played the drums in a long time, her energetic personality remained unchanged, and she immediately teased Minami upon seeing him. Kita Ikuyo, standing beside her, smiled and shared stories of her university life. Yamada Ryo, as always, was quiet and reserved, occasionally delivering sharp one-liners that had everyone laughing. She had retained her signature-style black long-sleeved shirts and light gray trousers, giving off a cool androgynous elegance. Minami Shaoji noticed that no one mentioned Kesoka band or their time together in high school. As if they had all moved on. But perhaps, the fact that they didn't bring it up was precisely because they hadn't truly moved on. It was like tripping and falling, getting back up, standing in place for a long time, hesitating, and then finally deciding to leave that painful memory behind. Minami Shaoji, ever the bright presence, continued to chat and laugh with them. Yet, in their conversations, something was missing: the youthful enthusiasm, the shared struggles, and the joyful memories of high school, where they all worked hard to make something better. Yamada Ryo rested her chin on her hand, her short hair falling slightly over her face, watching Minami Shaoji seriously as he talked with the others. As the former band members were about to leave, Gota Hattori walked them to the door. Suddenly, Yamada Ryo called out to Minami Shaoji, asking to speak with him privately. Her few words really were just that. "I think I used to like you." She looked at him and said, "I still do now. As for the future, I don't know. That's all." Then she turned and left. Under the glow of the street lights, her slender, delicate figure showed no signs of sorrow. Yet, the confident and self-assured stride she usually had this time, it was noticeably slower. Only after she had completely disappeared did Minami Shaoji receive a message from Kita Ikuyo. She told him Yamada Ryo, the cold and enigmatic beauty, was extremely popular in university. But now, at 24 and nearing graduation, she was still single. Minami Shaoji simply replied with a short message that was shared only for the two of them, then turned back toward the warmly lit house. For a moment, it felt like he was back in high school, right after Kesoka band's first performance. They had been full of anticipation for the band's future, happily discussing their next song. Nearby were Eiichi Sika and the pot technician, both smiling. Minami Shaoji returned to his seat inside, poured himself a cup of sake, and drank it in one go. The room was warm. The people were few. The story was dull and filled with regret. A life without music. Time continued to pass. As a University of Tokyo graduate, you quickly secured a position at a globally renowned company, thanks to a recommendation from a professor who held you in high regard. Your meticulous work ethic and drive allowed you to quickly establish a solid foundation within the company. Soon, you left the company and founded your own studio. With exceptional service quality and a growing reputation, your small studio steadily expanded, gaining recognition in Tokyo. Behind you, following your path, was your wife. Having graduated from an ordinary university in Tokyo, she could only find work at a standard company. There, she had to learn how to navigate workplace interactions. You were worried, was this truly the right job for someone who had always struggled with communication? You tried persuading your wife to become a full-time homemaker, telling her you could handle the finances alone, but she refused. To her, doing nothing and relying solely on you felt even more unbearable. For the first time, she stood firm in her decision, and in the end, you chose to respect her wishes. You focused on expanding your studio, growing its size and increasing its profits. Meanwhile, your wife, someone who had to muster all her strength just to greet people, struggled to fit into her workplace. You worried about her, but you respected her decision. As time passed, you noticed she went out less and less. Her smiles became rarer, her expression more and more fatigued. Only when she was with you did she truly smile from her heart. Concerned, you discreetly investigated her company and discovered its excessively harsh reward and punishment system. Failing to meet performance targets, she had become an easy target for workplace bullying. Upon learning this, you did not hesitate to use every possible means, even illegal ones, to warn those responsible. Faced with someone of your status, they could do nothing but nod and apologize, but wounds inflicted on the heart do not heal so easily. Finally, one morning, after enduring prolonged anxiety and self-doubt, her body succumbed to the stress, and she collapsed. Her condition deteriorated, and she became even more withdrawn than she had been in high school. A fractured soul memories flooded Minami Shaoji's mind. The sound of running water from downstairs ceased. Hanging in the room was their wedding photo, capturing Gota Hitori's bright smile beside him. Minami Shaoji stood in front of their bedroom door. Without hesitation he knocked. Chapter 22, She is Buried with You. Simulation end. Minutes after Minami Shaoji knocked on the door, it opened. Behind it, Gota Hitori's eyes were red and swollen. Without a word, Minami Shaoji pulled her into his arms. The heart, already battered with wounds, could no longer endure. Gota Hitori clung to him and wept. Her tears were so faint even the sound of her crying was weak. Minami Shaoji gently stroked her back, whispering words of comfort, though, in truth, he spoke more as if reminiscing. Do you remember Kasoku-ban's last performance? Gota Hitori lifted her head, her red and sapphire blue eyes looking up at him in confusion. The memory of Kasoku-ban had always been the deepest regret between them. Though they both understood, they had never spoken of it. Hearing him mention it now, she could only nod silently. That performance started off badly, but in the end, we pulled through together. Minami Shaoji led his wife to sit beside him on the bed. As he carefully tucked the stray strands of pink hair from her forehead, he continued, I thought that was the best outcome, but looking back now, maybe I was just being arrogant. No. His wife had always been timid, never knowing how to comfort others. Faced with the self-reproach in her husband's voice, she could only shake her head firmly. But Minami Shaoji simply smiled and gently cupped her face. Thinking about it now, I regret not trusting you all more back then. Perhaps, he hadn't needed to step in at all. Perhaps, Kasoku-ban could have overcome that challenge on their own. His interference may have only stunted their growth. Now, looking back, was there ever a band that was naturally destined for success? No. Every great band had to endure performance after performance, crisis after crisis, constantly growing and improving before they could truly make a name for themselves. And yet, back then, what had he done? He had taken away Kasoku-ban's right to struggle, to grow. So what if their performance had truly failed that day? Success is important for a band, but failure is just as necessary on the road to fame. Minami Shaoji held his wife's pale hands. He had protected Kasoku-ban from failure that night. But for a group of girls who had longed to spread their wings and soar, his protection had been the very thing that clipped those wings. So I've always owed you all an apology. Minami Shaoji looked at his wife seriously. Gota Hitori's face turned bright red under his gaze. His sudden apology caught her off guard, but the fact that he was finally willing to open up about the past brought her a sense of comfort. She clutched a pillow to her chest, hesitated, and spoke softly. Minami-kun didn't do anything wrong. No matter what others said about Minami Shaoji, she would always stand by his side. Even if he had truly made a mistake, she would still believe there was nothing wrong with him. And yet she still didn't understand. Why was he bringing this up now? After all, it's too late for that. A suppressed, pained sigh escaped her lips. Memories of Kasoku-ban's happy days flashed through her mind. And then she looked at herself now. She couldn't even step outside her own bedroom door. A band. That was nothing but a fantasy. But then maybe it's not too late after all. A guitar in the darkness. In her confused and hesitant gaze, Minami Shaoji pulled something out from under the bed. It was an old, worn guitar case. When he opened it, a pristine, natural wood guitar lay inside. I bought this with my first paycheck, intending to give it to you. Under her watchful eyes, Minami Shaoji carefully lifted the guitar from its case and placed it in her hands. It doesn't matter if you can't go outside to play rock music. It doesn't matter if you can't leave the house or talk to others. Just live the way you want. He tapped on his phone screen, and together, They looked at an account that hadn't uploaded a single guitar video in years. Minami Shaoji smiled softly. No matter what, you'll always be my guitar hero, Hattori. The dimly lit room had no overhead lights on. The faint glow of the phone screen cast soft illumination over them. There was no blame. No anger. Only silent understanding and gentle encouragement. Gota Hattori hesitated for a long time. Finally she reached out to touch the guitar she hadn't played in years. A hero's return. With your encouragement, Gota Hattori picked up her guitar again after many years and became active online once more. Though her memories of playing had faded and her skills were rusty, she rediscovered something she hadn't felt in a long time: joy. She still couldn't step outside, but her online presence grew stronger and stronger. To support her, you dissolved your growing studio, leaving only the marketing department intact. With you by her side, constantly practicing, her guitar skills quickly returned to their peak, and just as you had predicted, at her core, Gota Hattori was a strong person. She had never been worthless, she had just never found her purpose. With your behind-the-scenes support, she soon became one of the most famous online guitarists of the era. Before long, she could earn a considerable income simply by uploading videos. Her title as the guitar hero was finally cemented. She overcame her depression and regained her spirit. At home, after you abandoned your own career to care for her, she slowly regained her energy. She stopped overthinking. Every day, she felt fulfilled. As long as you were with her, it seemed that was all she needed. You and she never thought about having children. For Gota Hattori, who couldn't interact with people or step outside, your 3-story home was the perfect world for just the two of you. You let go of everything and rarely interacted with others, content to stay with her in your small world, making her smile. Time stretched infinitely. You and she were no longer two separate beings, but one, an ending written in snow. As time passed, an abrupt drop in temperature during a snowy night took its toll. Growing older, you fell ill. Though your wife cared for you devotedly, your condition only worsened, but you didn't mind. Spending your life by her side had been happiness enough. Even in your weakest moments, you whispered sweet nothings to her, making her smile through her tears. Winter came. The wind and snow buried not just the silent world outside but also quietly carried you away. On the day of your funeral, the wife who had never dared to stand in the spotlight, who always spoke in a timid voice, cried until she nearly collapsed. Time continued to move forward. She tried to live on, but in the house filled with memories of you, she often found herself calling your name, forgetting for a moment that you were gone. 1 year later, still burdened by grief, she took the guitar you had bought for her and, with Yamada Ryo's arrangement, was buried by your side. At the funeral, Yamada Ryo stood silently under a black umbrella, saying nothing. 3 years later, Yamada Ryo passed away. Her bass was placed alongside Gota Hattori's guitar. As per her long-standing wish, Yamada Ryo's family buried her next to you. In life, she had never been able to stand close to you, but in death she was finally by your side. Simulation complete. Chapter 23, The Guitar of Regret. Simulation complete. Minami Shaoji stared at those words for a moment, then picked up the cup beside him and gulped down its contents in one go. The memories lingered in his mind. Gota Hattori, consumed by sorrow, following him into death. Aijichi Najuka and Kita Ikuyo burdened by regrets from their youth. Yamada Ryo, who in the end, was buried with him and Gota Hattori, her soul weighed down with unspoken feelings. The slight ease he had felt moments ago was now replaced by a heavy, suffocating sense of melancholy. After all, everything in the simulation was a possibility for the future. He downed several more gulps of water, forcing down the lump in his chest as he ate a cheap pork cutlet bento from the supermarket. Only then did he turn his attention to the system's evaluation. Final score, 70 points. System evaluation, your love for her was unwavering. You met, understood, and accepted each other naturally. As long as she was with you, her timid heart found the courage to move forward. To her, you were her entire world, too bright, too dazzling for someone as self-conscious as her. Perhaps, on your journey through life, you should have had more confidence in her. Your youth was filled with regrets. After giving up on her dreams, she lived in quiet despair, timid and afraid. In adulthood, you supported each other, and she gradually recovered. But you sacrificed everything: your career, your ambitions, devoting yourself entirely to her. Because of this, neither of you could truly move on. She never wanted to be a burden to you. When you passed away, she lost the will to continue and followed you soon after. Looking back on your life, it was filled with nothing but regret. System rewards, you have obtained a permanent item, guitar, a lifetime of regret. Your understanding of music has deepened, your music proficiency has increased. Current level, level 2, another simulation, another score hovering around 70 points. Minami Shaoji fell into thought. His third attempt had only earned him a slightly higher score than his second. But the outcome had been predictable. This time, he had stayed with Gota Hattori until the very end, yet the regrets left behind were too many to count. The failure of Kasoka Band in high school. His decision to abandon his career, dedicating himself solely to Gota Hattori. And in the end, the two of them had cut themselves off from the world, living in their own little bubble, never overcoming her social anxieties, and even dragging himself into that isolation. Was that not just another kind of regret? From his perspective, the score made perfect sense. As for the music proficiency increase, it wasn't unexpected. After all, in this simulation, he had practiced guitar from high school onward, even gaining a small reputation as a street performer. Later, he gave up everything, his career, his work, just to practice guitar with Gota Hattori. Aside from her, guitar was the single biggest presence in his life during this run. By the end, his skills were probably on par with hers. So his increase in proficiency was only natural. Still, level 2. That was about the same level as Kita Ikuyo's playing back in high school, nothing to be impressed by. To put it into perspective, someone like Gota Hattori, who had gained massive recognition online as the guitar hero, was probably around level 3 or level 4. And level 5. That was the system's maximum rating. Only rock queen Gota Hattori at the peak of her abilities could possibly reach that level. At level 5, everything, stage presence, rhythm, technique, finger positioning, would be in a league of its own, unmatched by anyone. So a mere level 2. Minami Shaoji wasn't particularly excited. At the very least, level 3 was necessary before he could even think about making money off his skills. And the higher the level, the longer the experience bar. The next upgrade would only be harder to achieve. But what interested him more was the so-called permanent item the system had rewarded him with. Minami Shaoji opened his status menu. At the bottom, in the newly unlocked items section, there was a small icon of a natural wood guitar. Curious, he tapped on it. In that instant, he felt a sudden weight in his hands. A guitar case, one that carried the marks of time. Wait. Isn't this the guitar I gave to Gota Hattori in the simulation? Staring at the all-too-familiar case, Minami Shaoji froze for a moment before shifting his gaze to the system's description. A lifetime of regret guitar, this is the guitar that once carried her youthful dreams. Abandoning those dreams inevitably led to regret. Even if she were to pick them up again later in life, her heart would never truly be at peace. The bass leans against the natural wood guitar. When the music begins to play, it can either be the sound of a dream that ended before it began, or the sorrow of unfulfilled love that lasted a lifetime. So, should one obediently follow the path others have planned for them? Or should they choose their true passion, even if it seems impossible to achieve? But life offers no second chances, whether for you or for her. Life is nothing but an ocean of regret. If one pours their emotions into this guitar and plays with complete focus, it will stir the deepest sadness and regrets hidden within the hearts of those who listen. Huh? Minami Shaoji frowned as he read the description. The wording was somewhat abstract. From his understanding, it seemed that if he played this guitar with deep emotion, its sound would resonate with people's innermost sorrow and regret. But does it really have such a dramatic effect? Minami Shaoji unzipped the guitar case, revealing the natural wood guitar inside. It looked exactly like the one he had given to Gota Hattori in the simulation. Aside from that, however, it seemed like an ordinary guitar. Nothing about it hinted at the so-called depressing cloud effect it supposedly carried. Still, he decided to give it a try. Gripping the pick in his right hand, he pressed down on the strings with his left, recalling the simulation's tragic ending with Gota Hattori. And Yamada Ryo, who had spent her life waiting for him, burdened with regret. Feeling his emotions settle into place, he gently strummed the strings. A harsh, dry sound rang out. Minami Shaoji wasn't too concerned. After all, he hadn't connected it to an amp or any external output device. Acoustic guitar strings often sounded sharp and raw when played unplugged. He continued with bends and hammer-ons. Given that he was only at level 2, his playing was unremarkable at best. In fact, it was a bit unpleasant to listen to. Letting out a sigh, Minami Shaoji set down the pick. At this level, forget about evoking emotion in others. He could barely stand listening to himself. He instinctively moved to put the guitar away, but he froze. The dry, piercing notes hadn't faded. They lingered in his mind, reverberating over and over again. The brittle sound, faint yet persistent, felt like a series of soft, weary sighs, filling his heart with a dull ache. Sadness, melancholy, regret, each emotion, drawn out by the music, surged forth uncontrollably. And with them came memories, images of people and things weighed down by sorrow, flashing through his mind like an unstoppable tide. The warmth faded away. All that remained was the silence within and an unbearable loneliness. Minami Shaoji found himself tearing up. He suddenly remembered the stray dog that his aunt's friend's uncle had adopted, how it had died alone in the cold winter. It shouldn't have ended like that. Life was so fragile, so fleeting. He really wait a second? Snapping out of his daze, Minami Shaoji shook his head violently, breaking free from the overwhelming sorrow. He looked down at the guitar in his hands, utterly bewildered. What the hell is this cursed, depression-inducing guitar? Chapter 24, Gota Hitori's last-minute escape. After an hour of repeated testing, Minami Shoji finally figured out how to use the Lifetime of Regret guitar. First, he had to fully immerse himself in a certain emotion. Second, he had to play with complete focus. Both conditions were absolutely necessary. If he was just practicing chords, finger placements, or hand positioning, the guitar didn't produce any special effects at all. Strange as it was, at least it wasn't completely useless. Setting the Lifetime of Regret guitar aside, Minami Shoji thought about what he should do next. Another simulation? No, not right now. The lingering emotions from the last run were still weighing on his mind, making it difficult to move on. That left only one reasonable option. I guess I'll just study. He wasn't in a relationship yet, but at least he could focus on his academics. Minami Shoji reached for a textbook. The version of himself in the simulation had barely studied at all. He had only managed to get into the University of Tokyo, and even then, he didn't make it into the medical school. Frankly, Minami Shoji wasn't satisfied with that result. Since the simulation version of him had failed in this regard, he would make up for it in real life. As for what he had planned for tomorrow after school, I should return Gota Hitori's guitar first. With a pen in one hand, he simultaneously reviewed his coursework and planned out his next steps. Multitasking like this wasn't difficult for him. The next afternoon, after school at the front gate of Shuka High School, Kesokuban was gathered outside. So this is Shuka High, huh? It really gives off an elite vibe. Ijetchi Najuka curiously peeked through the gates. Many students in Shuka High uniforms were walking out, holding English vocabulary flashcards in their hands, memorizing them as they walked. From within the school, the sounds of club activities and athletic practice could be heard. Yep, just as expected from a top-tier school. Standing at the school gate, Najuka sighed in admiration. Her pale yellow side ponytail swayed slightly with her movements. It's really not that special, Najuka-senpai. You're over-exaggerating. Standing beside her, Kita Ikuyo, who also attended Shuka High, felt a little embarrassed. Shuka is just a normal high school. A school that ranks in the top 3 for Tokyo University admission rates is not a normal high school. Kita-chan. Najuka raised a finger, speaking with a mix of admiration and envy. Not only does it have exceptional academic resources and top-tier faculty, but it also provides extensive opportunities for artistic and athletic development. On top of that, it has a rich selection of club activities and a vibrant school festival culture. Shuka High is currently ranked as the #1 dream school for middle school students in Tokyo. Flattering my alma mater won't get you any favors. With arms crossed, Yamada Ryo spoke in her usual deadpan tone. She casually flicked her short blue hair, exuding her signature cool demeanor while also shooting Najuka a disinterested glance outside her. Wake up, Ryo, you and I went to the same school. That was the old me. The new me is Yamada Ryo of Shuka High. With an unwaveringly serious expression, Yamada Ryo declared, if you're willing to kneel down and lend me money for lunch, then I might still be the same Yamada Ryo you knew. Here she goes again. Najuka twitched at the corners of her mouth. But she knew her basis well enough by now. Instead of arguing, she turned to Kita Ikuyo. Honestly, we came here because we were worried about Bocce, but how does someone like Minami Shoji even exist? He's studying at a school filled with academic monsters, and yet he consistently ranks as the undisputed top student. What kind of superhuman is he? Najuka felt a strange sense of pressure just thinking about it. I think he's a typical isekai light novel protagonist. He probably reincarnated into modern Japan, fused with another soul, and gained cheat abilities. Yamada Ryo tilted her head slightly, offering her personal theory in an oddly serious tone. Najuka turned to her, speechless. It was clear that Ryo was putting genuine effort into spouting nonsense. Well, I don't know much about Minami-senpai personally, but I do run into him sometimes when delivering materials to the second-year teacher's office. Kita Ikuyo temporarily ignored Yamada Ryo's nonsense and tried to provide something more factual. Wait, Kita-chan, you've seen Minami Shoji before? Not exactly at first, I didn't even know who he was. But Kita raised a finger and gave an example. Even in a crowd, he stands out. There's this. Or about him. Seriously? No way someone like that exists. Najuka found it hard to believe. It wasn't uncommon for students in the same school to unconsciously overhype their top performer. She figured Kita's perception of Minami Shoji had likely been exaggerated due to all the praise he constantly received. I actually think people like that do exist. For the first time in a while, Yamada Ryo spoke up with a rare tone of sincerity. Huh? What makes you say that, Ryo? Curious, Najuka leaned in, expecting some profound insight. But Yamada Ryo simply placed a hand on her chest and said, because I am one of them. A brief silence followed. Okay, sure. Whatever you say. Nodoka half-heartedly waved her off. She then turned back to Kita, her golden ponytail swishing through the air. Since you've seen Minami before, can you tell me what he was doing the first time you saw him? Know your enemy, and you'll never lose a battle. Before negotiating with Minami Shaoji, she wanted to learn as much about him as possible. What did he do during his free time? Did he chat with friends? Was he the center of a social circle? Did he have his own close-knit group? Under Nodoka's expectant gaze, Kita Ikuyo hesitated, then slowly answered, He was studying? Huh? Studying? Nodoka blinked in surprise. Then what about the second time you saw him? Still studying? And the third time? I think he was studying then, too. Kita let out a nervous chuckle. Come to think of it, she had seen Minami Shaoji many times. Each time, he was sitting at his desk, completely focused on his studies. Around him, students were chatting, laughing, discussing video games, and enjoying their youth. Yet Minami Shaoji remained entirely unaffected, immersed in his work as if the rest of the world didn't exist. Such intense focus and self-discipline. It was impossible to ignore. But he was just studying the whole time. Nodoka clutched her head in frustration. Not a single useful piece of information. What kind of study monster was this guy? Well, whatever. Shaking her head, Nodoka forced herself to drop all those distracting thoughts and refocused her energy. Then, she turned to the person beside her and said, forget it. Thinking too much won't help. Bocce, let's go get your guitar back. Silence. The air was still. No one responded. Nodoka paused, blinking in confusion, before glancing toward the spot where Gota Hitori had been trailing behind them. It was completely empty. At some point, without anyone noticing, she had disappeared. Bocce bailed at the last second? Nodoka stared in disbelief. The battle hadn't even started yet. Why had their own teammate already surrendered? Chapter 25, You're a good girl, but we're not suitable for each other. Entering Shuko High School wasn't particularly difficult. As a public school, Shuko High does not refuse visitors during commute hours, school hours. After a quick registration, Nodoka Ijichi and Yamada Ryo were finally able to enter Shuko High School. As they walked in, Nodoka Ijichi, with her petite figure and small fists, appeared somewhat cute as she gave out the plan. Listen to me, Kita-chan, Ryo, we're all girls, but because of that, we can't lose to Minami in terms of momentum. She gestured as she spoke. First, we need to show them our determination to protect little Bocce, and for this, Ryo will take care of it. Nodoka Ijichi looked at Yamada Ryo, who had short bangs, was quiet, and had an aura of an unreachable beauty. When not speaking, Yamada Ryo's cold demeanor exuded a unique sense of oppression. She then turned to Kita Ikuyo. Next, we need to show the strong attitude of not letting Bocce continue to be bullied at school. But the most important thing is that Bocce is not here. Yamada Ryo raised her hand, saying something indifferent. Nodoka Ijichi was taken aback by this remark and couldn't help but glare at Yamada Ryo, who had killed the mood. She ignored her and continued seriously, anyway, we can't scare ourselves, we can't be afraid first. We have to maintain our momentum. Got it? We must let Minami know our determination. Before Nodoka Ijichi could finish her sentence, she heard a surprised voice from nearby. Hey? Do you know Senior Minami? No. That. A strange girl wearing Shuko High's uniform and with a somewhat sweet appearance suddenly interrupted the conversation, leaving Nodoka Ijichi momentarily confused. Great. I've been struggling with how to deliver this letter to Senior Minami. Since you know him, could you please help me give him this letter? Please, just don't look at the contents. Nodoka Ijichi froze as the girl handed her a pink envelope. Thank you so much. The girl shyly ran off, leaving Nodoka Ijichi standing there, utterly stunned. This is... Yamada Ryo leaned in, her usual indifference giving way to rare interest. Looks like one of those confession letters. The delicate pink envelope, with a hint of fragrance, seemed carefully chosen and likely sprayed with perfume. Let me take a quick look. Without hesitation, Yamada Ryo reached for the letter. In her eyes, there was probably no such thing as privacy. Are you a devil? Nodoka Ijichi slapped Yamada Ryo's hand away and said seriously, she said not to look. Yamada Ryo dragged out her tone, showing no emotion. No. Nodoka Ijichi crossed her arms in front of her chest and sternly rejected her. But after rejecting her, she thought about the girl they had just encountered. Although she couldn't compare to Ryo or Kita Ikuyo, she was sweet and cute enough. In a crowd, she'd definitely catch the attention of other boys. To think she'd write a confession letter to Minami. Looking so humble. That academic powerhouse, Minami, was so popular in school? Thinking of this, Nodoka Ijichi couldn't help but feel that the momentum had shifted, even before meeting Minami. No. Naka. Don't scare yourself. You have to keep your momentum. Don't let these outside factors affect you. After all, Minami is just popular with the students. It's not a big deal, remember. Even Ryo has a bunch of oddball fans at school. Alright. Stay calm. Stay calm. Trying to adjust her mindset, Nodoka felt like she was fine now. Don't let the opponent's momentum overpower us. Let's do our best. As the founder of the Kesoka band, Nodoka pumped herself up, though her voice had lowered a bit. The three continued walking forward. Then congratulations to Minami, who placed first in the Japanese language proficiency test. Just as they stepped further into the school, they could see a large white banner hanging from a distance. Yamada Ryo simply let out a wow, amazing, and casually took out her phone to snap a photo. But Kita Ikuyo beside them swallowed nervously. It was hard to describe. There was an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although she already knew that Minami had won first place in the national deviation test. But when the fact that first in Japan in academic performance was right in front of her, Kita Ikuyo couldn't help but feel that they had already lost the momentum. Aokiji-senpai. Don't scare yourself. These things won't frighten us. Nodoka clenched her fists tightly, as if speaking to Kita, or perhaps trying to encourage herself. But even though her courage had been revived, it had already been largely diminished. I remember, Minami was supposed to meet Bachi in the school courtyard, right? Noticing the change in the atmosphere, Nodoka Ijichi tried to comfort Kita Ikuyo, desperately trying to change the topic. Yeah, it should be in the courtyard. We're almost there. Kita Ikuyo nodded enthusiastically. As one of the students of Shuka High, this was the first time Kita felt that the path to the school courtyard was so long. They continued forward. From time to time, they could see small test scores that hadn't been torn off yet. Minami's name hung like a mountain, at the top of every score sheet. Nodoka Ijichi clutched her chest, feeling the pressure of facing a mountain. And whether it was their own psychological effect or not, along the way, they could hear people discussing Minami and expressing admiration. The pressure from Minami was growing stronger. Finally, after enduring this agonizing walk, they reached the school courtyard. It was already afternoon. The students of Shuka High were either heading home early to study or participating in club activities in the club building. So, the courtyard was practically empty. No. Not quite empty. The members of the Kesoka band stopped and looked ahead. It was at this moment that Nodoka Ijichi understood why Kita Ikuyo had said, "You can spot Minami in the crowd at a glance." On a bench in the courtyard sat a young man. He was about their age, probably reading a book, holding a thick novel and occasionally flipping through it with the sound of pages turning. His skin was a healthy pale, short hair with the tips slightly curled inward, a refined face with deep features, and his eyes were gentle and clear. But beyond that, Nodoka Ijichi couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of confidence radiating from him. It gave the impression that nothing would be difficult for him. It was probably some kind of aura. Nodoka Ijichi couldn't quite pinpoint it, but she had to admit, her gaze was drawn to him. However, just as she was mesmerized, Nodoka Ijichi shook her head hard, causing her golden side ponytail to bounce. What's the matter with being attracted to someone who bullies Bachi? What was I supposed to do next? Ask him for Bachi's guitar? But before that, Nodoka Ijichi remembered the envelope she had just received. Considering the order of things, Nodoka Ijichi took the envelope out and walked up to the young man reading the novel, handing it over. "Excuse me, please take this." Hearing Nodoka Ijichi's voice, the young man seemed to snap out of the world of the novel. He murmured a little, then gave her a glance, then at the envelope in her hand, and said, "Sorry, I can tell you're sincere, but I'm afraid I'm not looking to date right now. You're a good girl, but we're not suitable for each other." Okay, sorry for bothering you. Minami's rejection came so naturally that Nodoka Ijichi subconsciously felt a pang of disappointment and absent-mindedly said something. But she quickly realized. Wait. How did it turn into me being rejected? Chapter 26, My relationship with Gotai is actually that of close friends. Nodoka originally intended to show Minami her resolve to stop him from continuing to bully Gotai Hitori. However, before the serious matter was even discussed, she was caught off guard by his decisive rejection of confession combo. And this wasn't the end of it. Her bassist kept laughing quietly behind her. This left Nodoka somewhat unable to accept the situation. She took a deep breath, as she had experience working in the service industry and was quite skilled at interacting with people. She quickly adjusted her mood and spoke again. "Sorry, Minami-san, I didn't express myself clearly, but it's not what you think. I wasn't confessing. I know, it was just a little joke, Ijichi-san." Once again, she was thrown off guard by an unexpected curveball. Just as Nodoka had just managed to calm herself, her words were once again interrupted. When talking with a young man in front of her, Nodoka felt like the initiative was always in his hands. But what surprised her even more was "You know my name?" Nodoka blinked her pretty big eyes in surprise. Isn't that a given? They've been familiar with each other since the second round of the simulator. Minami nodded and glanced at the red-haired girl and the short-haired girl with blue hair standing behind Nodoka. With just a slight thought, he deduced why these three girls were here. So he stood up and spoke gently, I not only know Aijichi-san, but also Yamada-san and Kita-san behind you. How do you know? Nodoka wanted to ask how he knew, but she felt that if she asked, the entire conversation would be dictated by him, so she stopped and thought about how to phrase it. But to her surprise, Minami seemed to have read her mind. Aijichi-san is wondering how I know all of you, right? Putting down the novel in his hand, Minami couldn't help but laugh a little. Actually, I've known Gota-san for a long time. We're good friends. She often talks about you, her bandmates. Good friends with Bachi-chan? Nodoka and Kita Ikuyo exchanged looks, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Minami didn't mind. The girls from the band were probably here to talk about what happened yesterday. But explaining all that would be too tiring, so he decided to create an identity as Gota Hitori's close friend instead. As for whether Gota Hitori would expose the lie later. Having done 3 simulations, Minami knew her well enough. He didn't expect Gota Hitori, who was extremely shy and had social anxiety, to clarify things properly. So he continued, I know you may not believe me, but it's true. After all, considering Gota-san's communication skills, she likely wouldn't have been able to explain our close relationship clearly. This was indeed true. Nodoka remembered the details of her inquiry with Gota Hitori yesterday. Gota had just huddled into a trash can and mumbled softly about how Minami had taken her guitar. She hadn't explained things clearly, and there were many points of doubt. For instance, why would Minami care about someone like Gota Hitori, who was on the fringe of campus life? If they were good friends, it could barely make sense. But the key part was Minami's later words. Close relationship with Gota Hitori? Not clearly explained? The weight of those words made Nodoka start to imagine a lot of things. But if it were just these words, it wouldn't be enough to convince them. If you're really good friends, why did you take the little loner's guitar? Doesn't Minami-san know that Gota Hitori is actually quite troubled by that? Nodoka forced herself to act tough and furrowed her slender, pretty brows. Her expression didn't seem like she was pressuring him but more like she was being somewhat coquettish. But she couldn't help it. Nodoka had never been good at blaming others. Just putting on this act was already her best effort. She widened her eyes, trying to observe Minami's reaction. Would he continue explaining? Or try to dodge the question? But what she never expected was that Minami simply nodded calmly and then spoke with an extremely apologetic expression. About this, I'm at fault. I didn't express myself clearly, which made Gota-san misunderstand. I'm truly sorry. If possible, please apologize to Gota-san for me. There was no argument, no evasion. He simply admitted his mistake with great sincerity and even took the initiative to apologize. Nodoka was at a loss for words. Minami's apology was so sincere that it made her feel guilty. She had originally thought that Minami, who had gained such a reputation among Shuka High's students, would be hard to approach. But what surprised Nodoka was that the real him was so easy to talk to. This made her start to doubt herself. Could it be that Gota Hitori hadn't expressed herself clearly? Could Minami actually be a good person? She exchanged a look with Kita Ikuyo. Just as they both questioned themselves, Minami walked up to them and opened his phone's line account. I've already discussed returning the guitar with Gota-san online, and this is her reply. He casually showed his line chat history with Gota Hitori to the 3 girls present. They leaned in to take a look. Tokyo's most beautiful boy, Minami, don't worry, I'm just borrowing the guitar temporarily. I'll return it tomorrow. I didn't keep the Black History video either, I've already deleted it. Probably dead, Gota Hitori, yes, I'm really sorry. I'm deeply ashamed for making you feel uncomfortable. I'll bring the wedding expenses tomorrow, please accept them. Tokyo's most beautiful boy, that's not what I meant. Probably dead, is my lifelong wedding expenses still not enough? The chat ended there. The 3 girls fell into a long silence. After a while, I'm sorry. We didn't greet you properly and showed you attitude in front of Minami-san, we really apologize. Nodoka bowed deeply in apology. Looking at the chat, there was no way to view it from any angle other than Minami not bullying Gota Hitori. As for the Black History video, Yamada Ryo's phone had a ton of embarrassing videos from the band's past, so it could only be considered a little joke between friends. We're really sorry. We've been so rude to Bachi's friend. Ignoring Yamada Ryo's hey? Why do I have to apologize too? Nodoka dragged her over to bow deeply to Minami. It's alright. I'm happy that Gota-san has such good friends. Minami said with a gentle smile, waving his hand. His casual attitude made Nodoka feel even more like he was a good person. Feeling guilty, she couldn't help but murmur, really? If Minami-san is such a good friend to Gota Hitori, why didn't she say so sooner? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ecchi, curled up and hugging her knees, Gota Hitori sneezed forcefully. She couldn't help but shrink her head and looked around in fear. Who's talking about me? Chapter 27, Gota Hitori didn't expect. Originally, Bocchi didn't want to run away. But her body acted before her thoughts did. By the time she came to her senses, she found herself sitting at the entrance to the back garden of the school building. Clearly, Nodoka-chan and the others came to Shukai to confront the big villain Minami for her sake. But somehow, she had ended up running away first. Wasn't this just causing trouble for Nodoka-chan, Ryo-san, and Kita-chan? Really, this can't keep going on like this. Bocchi clenched her hands on her chest, trying to muster all her courage. She couldn't just leave everything to Nodoka, Kita, and the others to handle. And the opponent was that Minami. Just thinking about him made Bocchi shrink her head. She recalled the exchange online from last night. Her guitar wasn't enough for Minami anymore, and he seemed to look down on the wedding funds she had saved up. Ugh! What a terrifyingly greedy person. Bocchi shrank her feet. But this time, it was okay. She had Nodoka, Ryo, and Kita to help her. With so many encouraging friends by her side, she felt her determination slowly returning. Yes. As long as everyone worked together, they could definitely defeat Minami and get her guitar back. Come on, Hitori. It was the first time Bocchi had cheered herself on so loudly. That's right. She wasn't afraid. As long as she was with Nodoka and the others, with their support and help, she could definitely break free from Minami's bullying. She took a deep breath again. This time, she felt it. A warmth she had never felt before stirred in her chest. Bocchi knew that this was probably what people called courage. This was the first time in her life she had felt it so strongly. Taking advantage of this courage before it faded, Bocchi finally took her first step forward. Although she still lowered her head and couldn't look others in the eye, Bocchi's steps were not confused, heading towards the central courtyard of the campus. As long as she could be with Nodoka and the others. As long as they were together, maybe she could really face Minami, huh? Bocchi stopped at the entrance to the central courtyard, frozen in place. She had imagined countless scenarios where Minami would bully Nodoka and the others, but she never anticipated this scene. The big villain Minami, who had put down his flashcards and study booklet, was now talking and laughing with Nodoka, who she had high hopes for. Kita was occasionally chiming in as well. Even Yamada Ryo, who usually remained silent and a bit aloof, was resting her pale hand on her cheek, looking quite absorbed in the conversation. Huh? Bocchi once again uttered a sound of confusion, unable to understand what was happening before her eyes. It seemed like Minami was actually the guitarist for their band. But, that position was supposed to be mine, right? Bocchi looked at Minami, who was surrounded by the band members, with a confused expression, her beautiful face hidden under her long bangs, filled with confusion and question marks. Why? Did it feel like she was the outsider now? Her courage, which had just been sparked, melted away like snow under the warm sun. Bocchi never imagined that just leaving for a little while would make it feel like she had been gone for a whole year. Just when she didn't know what to do, Nodoka, who was still talking to Minami, quickly noticed her. Ah! It's Bocchi-chan. Nodoka-chan, with her cute little steps, jogged over to Bocchi and exclaimed, Really, Bocchi-chan, where did you run off to by yourself? I was so worried. Ah! Nodoka-chan didn't care that Bocchi had fled the scene, and she immediately made Bocchi feel guilty. Before Bocchi could speak, Nodoka-chan had already grabbed her hand. Forget it, there's no use saying that now. I didn't expect Bocchi-chan to be such good friends with Minami. Ah. Bocchi-chan, still trying to hide it? Nodoka-chan laughed, teasing Bocchi as she put her finger to her lips, with an expression of having figured it out. I already know, you're good friends with Minami. Yesterday's situation was just a misunderstanding. Huh? No. Nodoka-chan, what are you talking about? Why do all the words make sense, but when put together, I can't understand a single thing. Minami is my good friend? Which world did this happen in? Why didn't I know about this? No. This isn't the time to think about this. Although Bocchi didn't understand what was going on, she felt like even her small world in the band was starting to be invaded by Minami. She tried desperately to explain, No. Nodoka-chan, you must be mistaken. It's not like that. Her voice was stuttering, and it was clear she was really trying to explain. Just as she said this, Minami, who was still talking to Nodoka-chan, regrettably sighed in agreement, continuing her words, That's true. I think Gota-san is right. I've only talked to Gota-san a few times, but I've come to think of her as a friend, though I was too presumptuous. He then sincerely apologized to Bocchi. I'm sorry for not considering your feelings, Gota-san. Huh? After hearing his words, Bocchi didn't know what to say. Minami. Nodoka-chan felt a little moved. Such an understanding and considerate boy was hard to find in high school. She couldn't help but speak up gently for Minami. Bocchi-chan, you don't need to make it sound so harsh. Since you've already talked a few times, Minami can be considered your friend. I agree. Kita also nodded. Although I don't know what happened, Gota-san, having more friends like Minami is a good thing. You should be grateful, Bocchi. Yamada Ryo also nodded. Huh? Bocchi barely opened her mouth, looking at her bandmates. She never imagined that her trusted friends would speak up for Minami. Weren't we supposed to resist Minami together? How did it feel like, after just being gone for a little over 10 minutes, everyone betrayed me? Aren't you here to help me? Chapter 28, She is no longer in this world. By the way, how did you and Minami-san become friends, Bocchi-chan? After helping the troubled-looking Bocchi sit down, Nodoka looked at her with curiosity. Well, that. Rather than saying how I became friends with him. I don't even have a memory of becoming friends with him at all. Bocchi opened her mouth but didn't know how to answer Nodoka. However, she soon heard Minami-san's voice from the side, speaking up on his own. Well, it was after school. I noticed Gota-san with her guitar, and since I'm also interested in guitars, I took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. Huh? How terrifying. How is this person able to lie without changing his expression at all? Bocchi gaped at Minami-san, who was smiling brightly and casually talking about how they became friends. His ability to lie without even preparing for it was something Ecchi, as a person with social anxiety, could never imagine. Moreover, Minami-san's voice was calm, and his gaze appeared sincere. With his naturally cheerful and unpretentious smile, it was impossible to detect that he was lying. If it weren't about herself, Bocchi probably would have believed Minami-san's words too. Huh? Minami-san is interested in musical instruments too? Kita Ikuyo asked curiously. Yeah, the reason I borrowed Gota-san's guitar is because of that. Minami-san said with a smile, then turned his head as if seeking Bocchi's approval. Right, Gota-san? Ah. Yeah. Bocchi originally wanted to directly refute Minami-san. But when the words were on the tip of her tongue, her social anxiety instinct took over, and she ended up muttering in a low voice, head bowed. Sorry. If I could just speak up, I wouldn't have to be so troubled by relationships. The real social anxiety is not having the courage to say no. That's nice, Bocchi-chan, you have friends you can talk to at school. Ah. Yeah. Bocchi kept her head down and responded softly. It's okay. Even though things have turned out very differently from what I expected, at least I have the band members with me. Bocchi took a deep breath, clenched her small fists, as if trying to cheer herself on. Yeah, it's okay. As long as everyone is with me, I'll have the courage to face Minami-san. They've always been giving me courage. I'll definitely be able to. I'm a bit thirsty. Bocchi-chan, you can talk to Minami-san for a bit. I'll go with Ryo and Ikuyo to get some drinks. By the way, what do you want to drink? Huh? When she heard this, Bocchi, who had finally managed to muster up the courage, widened her eyes in shock. Then, she saw Nodoka wink at her, and even with her extreme social anxiety, Bocchi could understand the implied meaning. You've made a friend, so talk with Minami-san properly, Bocchi-chan. Why is Nodoka-chan being so gentle with me right now? Bocchi opened her mouth, wanting to stop Nodoka and the others from leaving, but the words turned into, okay. I'm such an idiot. Is there anyone else as foolish as me in the world? All I had to do was explain things clearly. Bocchi repeated this in her mind. I was thinking that with my friends around, I could somehow get through this, but now I'm alone with Minami-san. Her fingers nervously intertwined, her gaze timidly darted at Minami-san from under her long bangs. What? What should I do? So awkward. I can't think of anything to say. And to be honest, can I really find common ground with someone who bullies me? No way, right? What's going to happen next? I guess I'm going to get bullied, right? Bocchi was full of inner turmoil. She thought of the common trope from TV dramas, where bullies pretend to be friends with their victims, just to bully them more effectively. That way, even if someone talks about it afterward, they could easily dismiss it by saying, what? Me and 30 are friends. I was just joking around with them. It feels like I can already see my tragic future, and Bocchi became even more uneasy. Just as she was thinking about how to start speaking, she heard Minami-san's voice. Gota-san. Yes. For some reason, Bocchi instinctively straightened her posture. So this is it, right? The most common part of bullying. And then why, even though you're clearly troubled, you still won't speak the truth? Huh? Bocce, who had already prepared herself to be bullied or extorted, was surprised by Minami-san's words. Huh, what huh? Minami-san gave her a slightly amused glance. We're not really friends, right? Why don't you just directly tell Nijika and the others about this? Well, that. Bocce didn't know how to respond, so she just lowered her head. If you only rely on others to take the initiative, things won't always go smoothly. Minami-san propped his face up, speaking again. As soon as he said that, Bocce's expression showed surprise. Relying only on others to take the initiative is never the best way. This was something she had always believed in. She knew this principle very well, but she still couldn't find the courage to interact with others. But why does Minami-san know this phrase? Bocce was speaking for the first time, and although her voice was still small, her words were clear. How does he know this? Minami-san shook his head. Isn't his common sense? We've already done a second round simulation. What's something I don't know about you? Even your favorite posture for the night. I know it. Cough. I got off topic. After a moment of thought, Minami-san said, I have a friend who often worries about relationships. She's very similar to you, Gota-san. She gets troubled by relationships, overthinks other people's opinions, loses her sense of direction, and struggles with not being able to refuse others. Really? Bocce's interest was piqued. There's someone else in the world who's like me? May I meet Minami-san's friend? I'm very sorry. Minami-san's handsome face showed an indescribable sense of regret and sadness. She's no longer in this world. Chapter 29, Is Minami an angel? Ah. Looking at Minami's slightly sad expression, Bocce instinctively reached out her hand. I'm sorry. No. Minami smiled as he took Bocce's pale, soft hand, his expression serious as he looked at her. I should be the one apologizing to you, it's something from the past, and you shouldn't have heard this news. Bocce's originally pale face quickly turned bright red in the next moment. Her pink lips trembled as she wanted to pull her hand back from Minami's, but seeing his forced smile, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Minami-san. He must have been really close to his friend. Ding received 50 heart value from Bocce. Ding received 50 heart value from Bocce. Ding received 50 heart value from Bocce. Good. Minami, with a sad expression, listened to the delightful sound in his ears and let out a comfortable breath. As the first beautiful boy in Tokyo, isn't it easy for me to win over a shy girl like you? As for lying? Minami didn't lie. After all, didn't the things that happened in the simulation count? But thinking about how he had been holding Bocce's hand, which could seem like taking advantage of the situation, he slowly loosened his grip. Sorry. Minami said contentedly. It's fine. Bocce retracted her hand, her face still red. She didn't dare look up and could only speak hesitantly. It's really great to help you, Minami-senpai. I really appreciate it. Minami smiled and then continued, because Gota-chan also plays the guitar, just like her, that's why I approached you yesterday. Thinking back, I was a little forward at that time. Sorry, Gota-chan. Minami-senpai's friend also plays the guitar? Bocce looked at Minami in surprise. Yes. Minami sighed deeply. But she didn't want to interact with others, so even though she's good at playing guitar, she rarely performs in front of others. Is that so? The more Bocce listened, the more surprised she became. If it weren't for Minami mentioning this friend, she would have thought he was describing herself. Yeah. Minami nodded, as if lost in thought. Because she was too shy to perform in front of others, she secretly opened an account online, where she has a group of like-minded friends. Looking back, it was really a beautiful memory. Bocce didn't know how to respond. Because she had never imagined there would be someone with the same experiences as hers in this world. When she thought about it carefully, wasn't she also afraid to perform in front of others at first? It was only with her father's encouragement that she began performing online as Guitar Hero. Right? Thinking like that, when Bocce looked at Minami again, she felt a little closer to him. Minami-senpai, if he could become good friends with someone like that, he must be really kind, right? Maybe even I. At this point, Bocce had clearly forgotten that it was she who had been unwilling to be alone with Minami at first. Now, seeing Minami look sad, she even felt a bit sympathetic. When she passed away, I kept thinking whether I had fulfilled my responsibilities as a friend. Taking advantage of the opportunity. Minami knew he had to get the tragic story right from the start. After all, if he brought it up later, it wouldn't have the same effect. He gathered his emotions and was about to speak again definitely. Huh? Minami looked at Bocce in surprise. After all, Bocce always spoke softly, and any louder voice seemed like a frightened hamster. Clearly, Bocce also realized she might have been a bit rude. Her face turned red, and she didn't dare look at Minami, covering her mouth with her palm. After a while, she whispered, "Definitely. If someone has a friend like Minami-senpai, that girl. She must have been very happy. Yeah, it must be like that." She tried hard to affirm Minami, and although her voice was still awkward, the certainty in her words made Minami unable to ignore them. Minami. Looking at Bocce like this, Minami fell silent. The memories from the simulation rushed to his mind. He remembered the girl, who he had tried so hard to make smile, comforting herself in the simulation like this. Minami shook his head. No matter if it was in the simulation or in reality, Bocce was still Bocce. She would feel lost when no one paid attention to her. And she would feel sad when her friends were upset. Minami sighed. Perhaps he had gone too far. So he turned his head, smiling, and spoke, "Sorry, I was just joking." Bocce looked up in confusion. "I don't have that kind of friend. I was just joking." Minami smiled and reached out to ruffle Bocce's hair, his voice filled with affection. "Goda-chan, you're so easy to trick sometimes. Be careful, men like me could easily deceive you." Feeling the touch on her head, Bocce didn't feel embarrassed for once. Because she felt that Minami's words didn't seem to be fake at all. But she didn't know how to respond, so she just lowered her head and mumbled, "MMM." The atmosphere was somewhat silent. But fortunately, Minami broke the awkward silence. "By the way, Goda-chan, your guitar." Taking the guitar bag from the side, Minami handed the guitar back to Bocce. "This guitar must be really important to you, right? If that's the case, you should cherish it more and not just hand it over to a stranger like me casually." "Ah. Yes." Hearing Minami's encouraging voice, Bocce quickly responded and then carefully said, "Then about my wedding expenses. I'm not interested in extorting money from anyone." Minami waved his hand. "Angel." Bocce opened her mouth. The extortion plot she had imagined didn't happen. Instead, she had a heart-to-heart talk with Minami. This man. Is he an angel? She couldn't help but think. Minami smiled and looked at Bocce before thoughtfully speaking, "Of course, if you have time, Goda-chan, I would be really happy if you taught me how to play the guitar." "Ah. Okay. If I can, of course." For the first time, Bocce felt that agreeing to someone's request wasn't that hard. Chapter 30, they are also pretty good, aren't they? In fact, after Bocce agreed to teach him guitar, Minami decided not to take things further. Today's progress was enough. If he pushed further, it might seem too eager. As someone from the Great Eastern Country, Minami knew the principle of haste makes waste. You can't rush to eat hot tofu. After saying goodbye to the members of the Kesoku band, Minami got the line contact information of the 3 members of the band. But what surprised Minami was that among the 3 members of the Kesoku band, the silent and taciturn Yamada was the first to actively take out her phone and add him as a friend online. This left Minami a little puzzled. After all, this wasn't in the simulation. The girl with short blue hair and a tear mole should have little interest in him. Why was Yamada so proactive? Could it be that he really was her natural nemesis? Minami couldn't make sense of it. He thought about it for a while and came up with a conclusion: maybe she just wanted to ask me about studies, which is why she's being so proactive. After all, in the 3rd round, he and Yamada had become friends due to studies. This girl, with a decent talent for bass playing, had always had a dream getting into the University of Tokyo. Although she also had a good talent for studying, Yamada had a certain flaw. It seemed her brain had a limited capacity. When she learned something, she would forget something else. She'd forget bass when learning, and forget studying when practicing bass. During the simulation, Minami had invested countless efforts to help Yamada balance both. And it was during this process that this quiet, occasionally quirky person began to develop feelings for him. Looking at it from this angle, it seemed quite normal. But now, he wasn't in the simulation after all. Outstanding people are never short of encounters. Back in his rental apartment, Minami sighed, a bit troubled. Being too outstanding wasn't his fault. After sorting out his emotions briefly, Minami took out the regret of life guitar from under his bed. The wooden-colored surface of the guitar glistened with its strings. Practice guitar. This was the second task Minami had set for himself, aside from studying. He took a deep breath and began practicing the various guitar techniques in his mind. With a level 2 music talent, his understanding of the guitar had progressed compared to when he was at level 1. Though he was still a beginner, Minami didn't mind. Everything requires practice to master, and guitar was no different. He didn't dislike this feeling of gradually mastering a skill. The talents given by the system were great, but his own practice wasn't bad either. Minami continued practicing. After about half an hour of pressing and plucking the strings, he stopped. His fingers pressed the strings lightly, and the finger and hand movements were much smoother compared to yesterday. But compared to Goto Ecchi, the guitar hero, his movements still seemed a bit awkward. But Minami was already very satisfied. With only level 2 music talent, reaching this level was quite good. Asking for more would be greedy. And more importantly, Minami opened his inventory and looked at the card that popped up. Do you want to use the love stops here? Goto Hitori, Rock Queen, learning card, that's right. Minami still had a Rock Queen learning card that he hadn't used. Would using it upgrade his guitar skills to level 3? Minami was quite interested and immediately selected yes. But this time, the love simulator didn't immediately execute the command but displayed another pop-up window. Performing, stage performances, street performances, etc. all qualify, when used with the Rock Queen learning card, will grant an additional 150% learning bonus. Confirm to use now? Minami stopped his finger. An extra learning bonus? As someone who focused on learning, this note was something he absolutely couldn't ignore. But why would there be such a special effect? Minami tugged at his sideburns, thought for a moment, and soon figured it out. In the second round, Goto Ecchi, as the national rock queen, had overcome countless obstacles and difficulties on stage. For her, the experience and pressure from the stage might have been what was truly worth learning. Therefore, in order to gain more experience and benefits from the learning card, one had to have real on-stage experience. It made sense for the rock queen's character. Minami figured it out. But performing. Minami glanced at his pitiful level 2 level. With this level, even if he pressed the strings and destroyed his fingers, no one would stop to listen to him perform, right? Besides, he didn't have any performance equipment such as microphones. He doesn't have the basic qualifications for even the simplest street performance. But if I just give up and use it directly, Minami would feel that it would be a bit of a waste of this hard-earned learning card. After careful and unambiguous contemplation, Minami ultimately made a decision. Looks like I still have to do a roadshow. Minami made up his mind. What does being at level 2 really matter? Even if no one is willing to stop and listen to him play, the worst-case scenario would be just a little embarrassment. In exchange for a 150% learning efficiency, the latter is certainly the better option. And it's not necessarily true that no one would want to listen to him play. After all, in the third round of the simulation, he had become a somewhat well-known roadshow guitarist, much more famous than the Kesoku band when they were just starting out. As for not having essential equipment like a pickup, after the second round of simulation, Minami was well aware that several sets of pickups and other sound output equipment were placed among the stars. Minami was always someone who took immediate action as soon as he had an idea. With a rough plan in his mind, Minami immediately contacted Nodoka online. As he had predicted, Nodoka was the type of person who was easy to talk to. The message from Minami had barely been sent when she replied with an "Okay, I'll go tell my sister," along with a cute emoji. At that moment, Minami felt that the label of angel that Goto Ecchi had given him should actually be attributed to this golden-haired girl, who was always willing to help others. Sigh. I don't know why the version of me in the simulation only considered Goto Ecchi, even going as far as to sacrifice myself for her. Now that I think about it, Nodoka and the others aren't so bad either. Forget it. Pushing all distractions aside, Minami glanced at the time and made his decision. It's time to begin the fourth simulation. Chapter 31. It's actually illegal for a pony to drive a truck. The reason for starting the fourth simulation was quite simple. Thanks to Minami's relentless efforts, the affection points gained from Bocce had unknowingly surpassed the 300 mark. I have to say, Bocce is truly a good woman. She's incredibly generous. Today, Minami had only just met her, yet multiple notifications of plus 50 affection points had popped up in succession. Although there was a bit of pity selling involved, there was no denying that Bocce was a really good woman, just too easy to be deceived by bad men. Minami was quite worried about this. After all, it was fortunate that she met him. If she had encountered a bad guy instead, wouldn't she be completely fooled? Back to the topic at hand. Since Bocce's affection points had already surpassed 300, Minami specifically redeemed a simulation attempt. Adding this to the one he had left from before, he now had a total of 2 attempts to use freely. Humans are truly strange creatures. Even though 2 simulation attempts weren't a lot, just having 2 made it feel like there was a safety net. Even if the first one went wrong, there was still a second chance to fall back on. Detecting new relationship progress between the host and the simulation target. Automatically loading, a new relationship progress? Seeing this notification, Minami had a hunch and checked the status of the simulation target, Bocce. Simulation target, Bocce. Status, not so familiar friend. It seemed that his real-life relationship changes with Bocce also affected the results within the simulator. But wouldn't that mean the progress of the previous romance simulation had disappeared? Minami tried to re-enter the last romance simulation, only to find that it was indeed inaccessible. Of course. Since everything in the simulator was based on future possibilities, a change in the initial affection level would naturally cause major shifts in the simulation's projected outcomes. However, Minami wasn't particularly disappointed. It just meant starting over. And besides, a higher affection level meant a better starting point. This time, he was bound to unlock the perfect ending. Start simulation? Yes, without the slightest hesitation, Minami selected yes. A familiar transition sequence flashed before his eyes. 1 year after your transmigration, you used your extraordinary learning ability to rise from a rural town to enroll in the prestigious Shuka High School in Tokyo. There, you secured the top spot in the entire grade with an overwhelming advantage. By chance, you learned that a girl named Bocce secretly admired you. With your exceptional ability to take action, you quickly set out to find out who this girl so bold as to harbor admiration for Tokyo's #1 handsome young man really was. Bocce's appearance did not disappoint you. Though her eyes were covered by overgrown, unkempt bangs, a closer look revealed that her beauty was like an unpolished diamond buried in ore, just a little refinement, and it would shine with unimaginable brilliance. Using conversational skills far beyond that of an average high schooler, along with your outstanding communication abilities, you effortlessly had the girls of the Kasoka band wrapped around your finger. But in the end, you couldn't bring yourself to continue toying with Bocce. For her, a life of self-doubt and timidity had already been filled with darkness. Knowing this, you didn't want to gain her favor through such underhanded means, but that alone was enough. Bocce vaguely believed your words. Deep in her subconscious, she already saw you as a friend and agreed to guide you in learning guitar, a completely different beginning indeed. Unlike the previous 3 playthroughs, where he had to actively approach Bocce, this time he was starting directly with a friendship level of affection. While contemplating this, Minami scrolled further down. You and Bocce set up the details for guitar lessons. However, since she also needed to mentor her bandmate Ida Ikuyo, you both decided to practice at the Starry Live House's rehearsal room every day after school. Not bad. This was a great starting point. For this starting scenario, Minami could only describe it as perfect. Not only did he quickly integrate into Starry, but he also managed to avoid interacting too much with the other girls in the band, keeping their affection levels strictly at the friend stage. This gave him far more room to maneuver. At the very least, in this 4th playthrough, he no longer had to worry about Bocce spiraling into self-isolation just because her bandmates got too close to him. Including Yamada Ryo, that blue-haired woman who had consistently shown up from the 1st to the 3rd playthrough. This time, their initial affection level wasn't high, and she had no reason to get close to him. So, there shouldn't be a repeat of the 3rd playthrough's tragedy, where she died with lingering regrets and ended up buried alongside him. Absolutely perfect? Minami let out a breath of relief. The simulation continued. For you, playing the guitar was no longer just an excuse to get close to Bocce. It had genuinely become a passion of yours. Because of this, you took her lessons very seriously. With your pre-existing level 2 guitar proficiency as a foundation, your skills improved at an astonishing rate. Not only did this shock Bocce and Kita Ikuyo, but even Yamada Ryo secretly took notice. You have caught Yamada Ryo's attention, Yamada-san, she really. At this point, Minami didn't even know what to say anymore. He had no idea what exactly made him so memorable to her. Or was Yamada-san just a sucker for good looks? That actually seemed quite possible. In all 3 previous playthroughs, whenever Yamada had time off, she would go shopping at high-end fashion stores. Occasionally, she would even drag him along and buy him a few outfits. Her generosity was nothing short of that of a true rich lady. Of course, this also meant that she frequently ran out of money for food and would often crash at Minami's place for meals. Could it be that all of this was part of some elaborate scheme? No. That's probably overthinking it. Minami shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any further. For now, there were no real issues. Even if Yamada Ryo's attention was once again drawn to him, things were still under control. It wasn't that bad. Due to practicing guitar at Starry, you inevitably crossed paths with Eiichi Shiika and the sound engineer, Pa-san. Unlike Pa-san, who had no interest in you, Eiichi Shiika, seeing that you were the first boy her younger sister had ever introduced to her, began to wonder if Nijuka was at an age where she might start dating. You have caught Eiichi Shiika's attention. However, your dedication to practicing guitar quickly dispelled her concerns. You have earned Eiichi Shiika's favor, Minami. Let's put the simulation aside for a moment. If he ever got the chance in real life, he definitely needed to have a serious talk with Eiichi Nijuka about her sister. Because letting a pony drive a truck is actually illegal. And not just illegal, it's a major offense. Chapter 32, this choice has life-changing consequences. Though Ryo remained as consistent as ever, and a 29-year-old soon-to-be 30 single older sister, Eiichi Shiika, had also unexpectedly entered the fray, the overall situation in the simulation was still well within Minami's control. However, What particularly caught Minami's attention this time was that the main setting of the simulation was no longer Shuka High School but Starry Live House instead. Looking at the second and third playthroughs, the romantic progression with Bocce had primarily taken place in Shuka High, not at Starry. It seemed this was another effect of the increased initial affection level. Only after reaching a certain level of closeness with Bocce could Starry be unlocked as a primary setting. Minami continued reading. Your rapid improvement also ignited the competitive spirit within the members of Kesoka Band. Najuka, Ryo, Bocce, and Kita's instrumental skills improved, but due to their intense focus on practicing unbanned synergy, their academic performance declined. You, as always, continued practicing the guitar with dedication, deepening your understanding of it. Meanwhile, due to your fulfilling lifestyle, your academic performance improved. What is wrong with these people? Minami furrowed his brows. They were just practicing their instruments, so how did their grades end up worse? He couldn't understand it wasn't balancing both studies and music easy. His own grades weren't just stable, they were improving. Minami continued scrolling. As time passed, the members of Kesoka Band became accustomed to seeing your silhouette in the practice room. Your passion for guitar inspired them, and they resolved to practice even harder. Najuka, Kita, Ryo, and Bocce's instrumental skills improved. Najuka, Kita, Ryo, and Bocce's academic performance dropped. Your understanding of the guitar deepened, and the sense of achievement from improving further boosted your mental state, causing your academic performance to improve. Huh? Something wasn't right. Minami looked at the steadily declining grades of the Kesoka Band members, then back at his own attribute panel, where everything was improving. Of course, better instrumental skills were great, but wouldn't it be perfect if they could balance it with their studies? Not to mention, their grades just kept plummeting. At this rate, forget Tokyo University, they wouldn't even get into any university. Minami continued reading. Your communication and problem-solving abilities remained exceptional. During your time practicing at Starry, you resolved several management issues. Similarly, during regular band practice, your keen observational skills helped resolve numerous conflicts within Kesoka Band, further strengthening your bond with them. Najuka, Kita, Ryo, and Bocce's affection for you increased. They became more reliant on you. One day, Najuka approached you and invited you to officially join Kesoka Band. Choice 1. Politely refuse. Kesoka Band is already complete without you. 2. Decline, and mention that following that bass-playing, beer-loving, chaotic older sister next door might be a better path. 3. Accept your presence might make Kesoka Band even better. 4. Personally simulate it yourself. The sudden pop-up choice didn't surprise Minami in the slightest. After all, this had already happened in the third playthrough. Since his primary activity in this run was centered around Starry, it was only natural that Najuka, as the leader, would extend an invitation. Though he was mildly curious about the beer-loving, bass-playing chaotic older sister next door mentioned in the second option, his choice remained unchanged. He once again chose to refuse joining Kesoka Band. The reason was the same as before: a small, traditional band didn't need 3 guitarists. Having 3 guitarists in Kesoka Band would only be a burden. Besides, Minami hadn't forgotten the ending he got in the third playthrough, the one called A Future Full of Regret. It was precisely because of his excessive interference that Kesoka Band had ended up disbanding. The simulation continued. You politely declined Najuka's invitation and explained that Kesoka Band already had 2 guitarists, which was more than enough. Adding a third would just be redundant. Rather than joining and becoming a burden, you preferred to watch over them from afar. TL notes, Ryo is bass, so Bocce and Kita are on guitar. Najuka was disappointed by your refusal but understood your reasoning. She assured you that she wouldn't let you down. Kesoka Band members trained even harder. Kesoka Band members' instrumental skills improved across the board. Kesoka Band members' academic performance continued to decline. Do you guys even open a book? Minami twitched. Come on, at least study a little. Well, whatever. Minami shook his head. It seemed like he'd have to add 2 more students to his Minami Papa's after-school tutoring class this playthrough. On the bright side, with such rigorous practice, their first live performance should go smoothly. As if responding to his thoughts, the simulation progressed. After countless hours of practice and rehearsals, the day of Kesoka Band's first live performance finally arrived. Just as you predicted, their rigorous training paid off. Neither the bad weather nor the heavy atmosphere affected them in the slightest. Even though it was their first performance, they nailed it. The audience, too, was immediately captivated by this promising new band. At the after-party, you met Bocce's new friend, Hiroki, a curious quindy-eyed woman who loved drinking and playing bass. Picture here. Everyone excitedly discussed the details of their performance, except for Bocce, whose expression was filled with anxiety. With your keen observation skills, you quickly noticed her unease and asked her what was wrong. Under your skillful persuasion, Bocce hesitated for a moment but eventually revealed the truth. It turned out that she had been so absorbed in guitar practice that her already poor grades had plummeted even further. At this rate, she was at risk of repeating a grade. Her words caused the lively atmosphere at the table to suddenly freeze because the other members were in the exact same situation. The consequences of excessive practice had begun to show. The next choice will have life-changing consequences. Chapter 33, You become an irreplaceable part of their lives. A choice with life-changing consequences? Minami immediately became more focused. In the third playthrough, after seeing this same message, the choice he made had directly shaped the entire outcome of that run. In other words, this decision would significantly impact not just this playthrough but everything that followed. Minami carefully read the options. The members of Kesoku Band have always treated you well, and you already see them as friends. Given the current situation, you decide to do what you can to help them. 1. For efficiency's sake, offer to tutor the two weakest students Bocce and Ryo. 2. With your ability, you should be able to handle everyone's academics. Offer to tutor the entire band. 3. Focus on yourself. Believe that Kesoku Band can find their own way through this. 4. Simulate it yourself. Minami fell into deep thought. His usual approach would be to help Bocce and Ryo, as they were clearly struggling the most. After all, in past playthroughs, both Nijika and Kita had consistently performed better academically. However, if he only focused on Bocce and Ryo, then this Ryo, just like in the previous runs, might once again latch onto him completely. That felt a little too risky. Minami temporarily set aside the first option and shifted his gaze to the third one. Trusting Kesoku Band to handle it themselves? That was just absurd. Minami shook his head. There's a saying, when people are desperate, they can accomplish anything except math problems. Rely on them to fix this on their own? With Bocce's academic ability, where even her best efforts would barely get her into an average university. With Ryo's single-core brain processor? It wasn't that Minami didn't want to believe in them, it's just that their track record gave him zero reason to. With that in mind, Minami had his answer. He chose the second option. 2. With your ability, you should be able to handle everyone's academics. Offer to tutor the entire band, though it would be a bit of a burden. Taking care of everyone was ultimately the safest approach. At the very least, he had to ensure they wouldn't end up repeating a grade. Taking into account the overall academic balance of Kesoku Band, you decided to personally tutor all 4 of them. With your nationwide top-ranked academic skills, you were confident that teaching them would be no problem. At Starry, the usual music practice continued as normal, but now, after each session, an additional tutoring session was held. During these lessons, you weren't strict, you guided them patiently, ensuring they fully understood each topic before moving on. Nijika and Kita asked a lot of questions, and you carefully explained each one until they completely grasped it. They were amazed at your vast knowledge, but also worried that tutoring them might affect your own studies. Their concern wasn't unfounded. After all, in order to help them, you had deliberately set aside your own study time. Although you still maintained your position as the top student in the grade, your scores had indeed dropped slightly, but you didn't mind at all. To you, helping Kesoku Band overcome this challenge was the top priority. Forcing yourself to stay awake, you reassured Nijika and Kita, telling them not to worry. Late at night, in the practice room at Starry. Minami-san. Are you really okay? Nijika looked up at him anxiously. Your grades must have dropped because you're tutoring us, right? But you're also at such a critical point in your own studies. I think maybe helping all 4 of us really is too much. Kita's voice was filled with guilt, and even her usual vibrant red hair seemed a little dull. I heard that your scores went down in the last test. It's because of us, isn't it? Everyone knew that, despite Japan's supposed happy education system, in reality, getting into a top university was no joke. Most high school students who wanted to go to college started taking cram school classes by their second year, preparing well in advance. In other words, Minami was in the same stressful situation as they were. He was also preparing for university entrance exams. While they were grateful for his help, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were dragging him down. Minami put down his textbook and tiredly rubbed his temples. He appreciated their concern, but he simply forced a weary smile and said, "Don't worry about it. I chose to do this. I never once thought of it as a burden. But it's fine. Really." Minami yawned. Balancing intense tutoring sessions, daily guitar practice, and maintaining his own studies. His mind was constantly under pressure, but he still reassured Kita and Nijika. Rather than worrying about my grades, why not focus on how to do better on your next test? He smiled at them. Keep at it. Right now was undoubtedly the hardest time. But somehow, after hearing Minami's encouragement, the uneasiness in Nijika and Kita's hearts faded, and their confidence returned. Yet, looking at how exhausted he seemed, they couldn't suppress their concern. Pausing the simulation, Minami leaned back and massaged his temples. Wait a second. Hold on. What's going on here? Where were Bocce and Ryo? Minami distinctly remembered that in past playthroughs, Najuka and Kita were usually just supporting characters, a blonde girl NPC and a red-haired girl NPC. They were always on good terms with him but rarely played major roles in the simulation. But this time, it seemed different. Bocce and Ryo still had plenty of screen time, but now Najuka and Kita were becoming more involved as well. So shifting the main setting to Starry caused this kind of change? Then, if he kept going down this route, where would it ultimately lead? Minami resumed the simulation. The tutoring continued, and since the sessions ran late every night, you made sure to personally walk each of them home. When Bocce got nervous, you would comfort her. She liked trailing behind you, quietly listening to your words. When Ryo was bored, you entertained her with odd stories and knowledge from both your past and present life. She, usually aloof and self-absorbed, found you incredibly interesting. Kita was deeply concerned for you. She and Najuka often brought you small snacks as gestures of appreciation. You gradually became someone they couldn't imagine their lives without. Chapter 34, Your bonds grow stronger. You gradually became someone they couldn't imagine their lives without. Though you weren't an official member of Kesoku Band, in their hearts, you had already become just as important, living on cheap convenience store meals, balancing school, guitar practice, and tutoring 4 people. Your body accumulated fatigue over time. You often felt sharp headaches deep in your skull, with Kesoku Band at a crucial point. If Najuka and Ryo failed their exams, they wouldn't be able to take university entrance exams until the following year. You refused to let that happen. The band members noticed your worsening condition. They were worried about you, but every time they tried to ask, you skillfully changed the subject, tricking them with smooth words. For you, fooling high school girls was easier than drinking water. You hid the fact that you weren't feeling well and continued tutoring them. Hiding his poor health. Outside the simulation, Minami frowned. Was tutoring 4 people really too much? Even though he was always excellent at everything he did, even he had limits. At Starry, you tailored your teaching approach to each girl's personality. This was much harder than a one-size-fits-all method, but you didn't mind. Your dedication to not leaving anyone behind touched them deeply, and their bond with you grew stronger. Bocce, who struggled with eye contact and conversations, would secretly glance at you when no one was looking. Ryo, usually silent and detached, started seeking you out for conversation. To her, chatting with you was the only enjoyable part of her otherwise dull school life. Najuka, always attuned to others' emotions, quietly watched over your health. After every tutoring session, she would bring you a warm cup of coffee and softly share tips she had researched about self-care. Kita, who seemed to view you as her closest confidant, frequently sought you out for deep conversations. She seemed oddly curious about your relationship status. Kesoku Band grew even more dependent on you. Time passed. Minami frequently felt unwell but still continued tutoring. The band members deeply trusted him and always took his study plans seriously. And, through this relentless study schedule, their academic performance rapidly improved. In the latest semester exams, Najuka, Ryo, Kita, and Bocce all achieved excellent scores. They were overjoyed not just because they did well, but because they hadn't let your efforts go to waste. That day, excited to share their results, they rushed to Starry. Even Ryo, who rarely showed enthusiasm, bought a cake to celebrate, but that day, you who always arrived on time never showed up. Your body, weakened by cheap food, poor living conditions, and overwork, had finally given out. You collapsed. Well. Outside the simulation, Minami smirked. Look who's finally down. So even I have a breaking point, huh? He wasn't surprised. He could feel how much the simulation version of himself was adored. And yet, he was starting to wonder. This path he was heading down, where exactly would it lead? You've fallen ill. The socially anxious Gota Hitori, who couldn't meet others' eyes, only found the courage to speak around him. The reticent Yamada Ryo would unexpectedly start conversations. Ijechi Najuka frequently checked on his well-being, while Kita Ikuyo sought him out for heartfelt talks. Days spent with these girls were so joyously fulfilling that his simulated self had completely neglected his health and fatigue. As for his dreadful living conditions, Minami scanned his cramped studio apartment. The system's evaluation was indisputably accurate. A single room doubling as bedroom and living space. Mold speckled the bathroom ceiling, emitting strange odors whenever temperatures rose. Combined with his poor diet of convenience store bentos, it was no wonder his simulated self had collapsed. Perhaps it really was time to find ways to earn money and improve both his living environment and nutrition. As he pondered this, his fingers continued advancing the simulation. Ijechi Siaka brings news of your illness to Kesoku Band. Your sudden collapse stunned the band members. They'd never imagined their seemingly healthy mentor would fall ill. Under their concerned questioning, Siaka revealed the truth. You'd been living alone in a drafty, frigid Drumroll, surviving on nutritionally deficient convenience store meals, balancing university studies with guitar practice while individually tutoring 4 students. Only then did they understand the toll of tailoring lessons to 4 personalities while maintaining your own grueling schedule. Hospital bed scene. On the sickbed, you remained characteristically upbeat, reassuring their guilty stares with warm smiles. But you'd forgotten one thing: while you cherished them, their care for you ran equally deep. After discussion, Nodoka proposed they take shifts caring for you. Even Bachi, who struggled with human contact, and Yamada, who found caregiving troublesome, agreed. Hiss. The text flickered. Minami paused, perplexed. Where was this route leading? Everyone's affection metrics seemed alarmingly high. Chapter 35, You stand your ground. Nodoka, Ryo, Bachi, and Ikuyo resolved to nurse you back to health through rotating shifts. You firmly refused. The band's momentum and your academic progress need sustained focus. My condition isn't critical, don't waste precious time. For once, your silver tongue failed to sway them, while band growth and grades mattered immensely. You held equal weight in their hearts, you compromised. Perhaps it was time to trust them. For the first time, you set aside your usual stubbornness and compromised. You thought. Perhaps you really should place your trust in them. You decided to accept their care. A rainy afternoon at the hospital, Minami found himself immersed in the simulation's memories. Outside the hospital window, rain poured down. A black curtain of rain shrouded the entire city of Tokyo. Minami, flipping through the pages of a novel, suddenly felt fatigued. Setting the book aside, he glanced at both sides of his hospital bed. On his left, a pink-haired girl and a short, blue-haired girl had fallen asleep, resting their heads on the bed. On his right, Nodoka and Kita sat there, watching over him with a mix of helplessness and concern. They had come to take care of him, but the sudden downpour had trapped them in the hospital. As always, Ryo had no reservations. She had simply leaned against Minami and fallen asleep without a care in the world. Bachi, perhaps exhausted from practicing guitar late into the night, had also succumbed to drowsiness, resting on his other side. Meanwhile, Nodoka and Kita sat nearby, enthusiastically sharing amusing stories from school. Leaning back against the hospital bed, Minami listened attentively, occasionally adding a few comments of his own that made them burst into laughter. Time passed slowly. The rain continued outside, and condensation formed a cold mist on the window pane. A chilly wind howled outside. Minami exhaled softly, watching his breath fade into the cool air. Reflecting on the past year, the struggles, the sacrifices, he let out a quiet sigh. Winter's almost here, he murmured. This year is coming to an end. That's not it, Minami-san, Nodoka said with a gentle smile, grasping his hand. Her smile was as warm as sunlight. Picture here, it's not the end of a year. It's the beginning of a new one. Yeah. Kita chimed in, taking his other hand and gazing out the window with bright, hopeful eyes. I can't wait for next year, Minami-senpai. Yeah. Minami chuckled, turning his head toward them. I can't wait for next year either. For some reason. The winter wind outside didn't feel as cold anymore. They never blamed you, just as you never blamed them. After a week of their care, they seemed to understand you better, just as you came to understand them more deeply. On New Year's Day, in order to catch up on lost study time, you chose not to return to your hometown in Akita. You stayed in Tokyo instead, but this new year wasn't lonely. The members of Kesoku Band frequently invited you out. Perhaps it was your imagination, but you noticed that they rarely invited you out one-on-one. Whenever they asked you to go somewhere, it was always with the entire group. Even on Christmas, you spent it with them. It was as if, without your knowledge, they had reached some sort of unspoken agreement. On Valentine's Day, aside from the mountain of chocolates you received at school, you also received 4 chocolates from Kesoku Band. To your disappointment, all 4 were obligation chocolates rather than romantic chocolates. Given your current level of closeness with them, you had at least expected 1 or 2 Hanmai chocolates. TL notes, Hanmai Choco, true feeling chocolate, in Japan is chocolate given by women on Valentine's Day to men whom the giver has romantic feelings for. This is often given to husbands, boyfriends, and desired partners. It took you an entire month to finish eating all the chocolates you received, and your weight increased. After Valentine's Day came White Day. Since money was tight, you decided to make a batch of homemade cookies for them as a return gift. Following a simple online tutorial, you quickly baked a batch of well-made cookies. Not only did you give them to Kesoku Band, but you also made sure to send some to Ijichi Sika and Pasan, who had taken care of you during your hospital stay. Your cookies received universal praise. None of the girls had expected you always so focused on studying to have such a hidden talent. Ryo even started secretly buying baking ingredients, subtly hinting for you to make desserts for her, though Ryo always came to you privately. Every time she arrived for a taste test, Kesoku Band was somehow always there. you chose not to dwell on these details. Now in your final year of high school, you focused your efforts on preparing for exams. As expected, with your full concentration on studying, no test was difficult for you. When the results were released, you achieved scores high enough to attend any university in Japan. To everyone's surprise, instead of choosing the highly prestigious medical school at Tokyo University, you opted for a less conventional path, the Journalism and Media Studies department. Despite your busier schedule in university, Kasoku Band continued their activities. They knew your studies were demanding, so whenever you visited Stari, they would put aside their practice to spend time with you instead. You didn't say anything about it, but you noticed, as time passed, with their relentless performances, Kasoku Band's reputation in Shimokitazawa grew, but as their popularity increased, so did their troubles. They needed someone to handle negotiations and represent them in external collaborations. Uncertain about their future, they felt lost. Should they sign with a record label and debut as an official band? Or should they remain independent? Even Seiko had no answers. This was their most uncertain, helpless moment. You knew it was time for you to step in. Chapter 36, Toward the Dream. For a band to go further, commercialization is inevitable. Understanding this, you chose to study journalism and media at Tokyo University. Media-related fields inherently involve band production and idol management. This was precisely why you didn't choose to enter Tokyo University's prestigious medical school. Over time, you had witnessed their endless hours of practice. Unknowingly, their dream had taken root in your heart. Their long-cherished ambition to perform on grand stages had also become your own. You were willing to work toward that goal alongside them. To achieve this, you diligently studied band production and media-related knowledge at university. Meanwhile, your talents began attracting the attention of key figures within Tokyo University, helping you establish valuable industry connections. You didn't want Kasoku Band to lose their freedom. Signing with a record label would undoubtedly bring faster recognition, but it would also strip them of their creative and performance independence. Through your exceptional social skills and university connections, you took on internships at various Japanese record companies, gaining first-hand insight into the operations of independent bands. You reassured them, telling them not to worry because you were there. Like a dam holding back a surging flood, you helped ease their anxiety. The sea was still covered in thick fog, but now, they could see the lighthouse. With complete trust, Nijuka entrusted Kasoku Band's management to you. Not a single person objected to this decision, proving your irreplaceable position in their hearts. Holding their trust close, you who had already audited upper-year courses in advance began seriously managing Kasoku Band's operations. Did I save them? Looking at this line on the simulator, Minami let out a small sigh of relief. He wasn't even sure why he felt nervous. Perhaps it was the flood of memories from the simulation. Seeing Nijuka struggling over whether to sign a record deal or remain independent. Seeing Ryo, who usually acted indifferent, secretly seeking advice from senior band veterans, running around Tokyo for guidance. Seeing even Bocchi, despite her severe social anxiety, staying up late researching industry details with Kita, losing sleep over it. Even Minami, who usually preferred to watch things unfold from the sidelines, found himself involuntarily invested. This playthrough of the simulation had far fewer romantic elements than previous ones. But their unwavering dedication to their dream made it impossible to look away. Have you ever heard the sound of drums still playing in Starry's practice room at 11 p.m.? Have you ever seen Ryo, so lost in thought over new songs that she nearly stepped into a sewage drain? Have you seen Bocchi, despite her extreme shyness, desperately trying to salvage a performance when the equipment malfunctioned? Have you seen Kita, fingers bleeding from pressing guitar strings, yet refusing to stop practicing? Reality is close. Cold. Cruel. Dreams are distant. Far. Almost unreachable. Yet they stood in the cold reality, reaching out, trying to pull their dream closer. You wanted to be the thread that connects them to their dream, the first step toward that dream. Financial freedom. Under your management, Kasoku Band participated in the Tokyo Youth Music Festival. Their instrumental skills were excellent, good enough to stand out even among festival performers. You seized the opportunity, using the festival's exposure to launch Kasoku Band's official social media accounts and upload their performance videos. With the festival's momentum backing you, the videos quickly gained recognition and started spreading across the internet. Play counts surged. You earned a substantial sum from video monetization. Your business instincts were sharp. As soon as you received the earnings, you reinvested the money into producing Kasoku Band's first batch of CDs. These CDs contained 3 of their original tracks and would be sold at their next live performance as limited edition merchandise for 2,500 yen per copy. By this point, Kasoku Band had already gained local fame in Shimokitazawa. Under your management, their popularity rose even further. As you predicted, all 100 CDs sold out instantly at their live performance. According to Seika, a certain beer-loving, bass-playing older sister even dropped by Starry just to buy 10 copies. For their second live performance, you reinvested a portion of the profits into temporarily renting Starry for an exclusive show. No tickets were sold. This was marketed as a free live performance to attract a larger audience, eager to meet expectations. Kesoku Band gave their all, delivering a performance so electrifying that the atmosphere rivaled some of Tokyo's veteran rock bands. Capitalizing on the hype, you launched a ticket and CD bundle for the next show. As expected, your initial investment returned several times over. Thanks to your efforts, Kesoku Band's popularity soared. Within 2 weeks, their social media following exceeded 20,000, and discussions about them flooded Twitter. Through careful strategy, the band's modest online revenue snowballed into a significant sum. Eventually, you arrived at a figure so astonishing that Nijuka, Ryo, Bocce, and Kita could hardly believe their eyes. If they managed their spending wisely, Kesoku Band wouldn't have to worry about financial struggles for at least another year or two. Your financial acumen was so remarkable that even Sayaka half joked about wanting to crack open your skull to see how your brain worked. But to you, this was merely the first step toward financial freedom. Their popularity was at its peak. Now was the time to secure their position. You began laying the groundwork to turn Kesoku Band into a true legendary rock band. Throughout this process, Nijuka, Ryo, Bocce, and Kita placed their absolute trust in you. They followed your lead without hesitation, and you, in turn, guided them through the dark night. Your bond with them grew even deeper. Chapter 37, Nijuka confesses to you. Under your management, Kesoku Band gradually became one of the most well-known independent rock bands in Tokyo. However, as their reach expanded, you also began to notice underlying problems within the band. You decided to seek out Bocce. Among Kesoku Band's members, Nijuka was bright and caring, always looking out for others. Kita was warm, outgoing, and effortlessly sociable. Ryo was fiercely independent, strong-willed, and never needed hand-holding, but Bocce, she remained timid, afraid of people, unable to meet others' eyes, stammering in conversation. In this 4-member band, she was the one who worried you the most. Whether openly or discreetly, she was always the one you paid the most attention to, and so, you sought her out, ready to talk about Kesoku Band's ever-growing fame. Although this was a good thing, you didn't want Bocce to feel pressured. Even though Kesoku Band's rising popularity was a positive development, you didn't want it to become a source of stress for Bocce, who was already fragile and prone to overthinking. She walked beside you, quietly listening as you rambled about the band's recent activities. But when you voiced your concern about the pressure it might put on her, the usually timid girl suddenly reached out and held your hand. The park's streetlights cast scattered beams of light, forming soft shadows on the pavement. Their footsteps made a gentle, rustling sound as they walked. Bocce turned her head slightly to glance at the young man walking beside her. Now that he was in university, he had grown even taller than in high school. He looked more mature too. How nice, she thought to herself. Unable to look directly at him, Bocce lowered her head again, secretly watching his shadow on the ground. Her social anxiety had eased somewhat after numerous live performances with Kesoku Band. Yet, for some reason, when it came to him, she still found it difficult to meet his gaze. But just walking beside him, just being by his side was enough. She followed obediently behind Minami, listening to him ramble about the band's latest happenings. How Nijuka's drumming had improved again, how Ryo kept pestering him for more instrument funds, how Kita would sometimes bring her friends backstage to the practice room. Then, he stopped walking. The band's popularity has been growing fast lately. So, Bocce, I've been worried. Is it becoming too much pressure for you? Minami spoke after some thought. Yes. He had been worrying about this for a while now. Bocce had always been an emotionally delicate girl, easily overwhelmed by her own thoughts. With the rest of the band steadily progressing forward, would she start feeling left behind? Would the pressure become too much for her? She didn't respond immediately. Minami, watching the neon lights of the park, was just about to continue speaking, but then, his hand was gently grasped. He instinctively turned to look. Bocce was looking up at him. In her eyes, there was a certain emotion, one that made Minami feel slightly flustered. She had noticed his awkwardness. And for the first time, the girl who always kept her head down and avoided eye contact hidden behind her long bangs smiled softly. It's not just Nijuka and the others. She whispered, I've improved too, haven't I, Minami? Her soft, fair fingers didn't let go. Yeah. Minami turned away slightly and gave a small nod. He tightened his grip on her hand. Autumn, a quiet park, neon lights reflecting off her figure. She was breathtaking. After that day, Bocce began spending noticeably more time with you. The other members of Kesoku Band quickly noticed this change. They requested a short vacation. That day, Ryo, who rarely drank, ended up having quite a few drinks at an izakaya with kaikuri. TL notes, izakaya, a type of Japanese bar in which a variety of small, typically inexpensive, dishes and snacks are served to accompany the alcoholic drinks. That day, Ecchi complained to you about how Nodoka kept sobbing into her arms every night after watching a tear-jerking movie. That day, Kita suddenly started posting on social media much more frequently all pictures of her visiting romantic date spots. Alone, when their short break ended and they returned to the band, something was different. They practiced even harder than before. Maybe it was just her imagination, but it felt like they lingered around you more often before leaving. A turning point for Kasoka Band. As time continued, under your meticulous management, Kasoka Band's influence as an independent band grew stronger by the day. Eventually, several well-known Japanese record labels could no longer sit still. One after another, they approached you with contract offers, enticing deals that promised abundant resources and opportunities. Out of all the offers, you ensured that Kasoka Band would retain their independence before finalizing an agreement with a trustworthy label. Kasoka Band's major breakthrough. 6 months later, Kasoka Band's album was officially released. With the combined efforts of the record company and your promotional strategies, the first edition sold out almost instantly. TL notes, equals Kasoka Band. Kasoka Band had finally stepped beyond Shimokitazawa and gained national recognition. They amassed a devoted fan base across Japan, but to the public, the spotlight belonged solely to the band members. No one knew your name. Compared to their faces gracing the covers of music magazines, your contribution was reduced to a single, unimpressive footnote. You never expected to be remembered. Simply watching them shine on stage, basking in the cheers of their fans, was enough to satisfy you. But unlike you, Nodoka, who had always been kind to everyone, spoke up for the first time. Publicly, she criticized the magazine editor-in-chief for dismissing your contributions. Ryo, Bocce, and Kita followed suit, refusing to grant any further interviews to that publication. Their blunt, straightforward stance didn't cost them any fans. If anything, it made them seem even more genuine. More people found themselves drawn to Kasoka Band's fearless authenticity. As a result, their album sales hit a new record high. It became clear that Kasoka Band was on track to becoming Japan's next major rock band. As music media outlets scrambled to uncover the story behind their rise, Starry, their place of origin, also gained widespread recognition. With Starry now in the spotlight, it became a hub for promising rock bands, attracting both well-known groups and record producers scouting for new talent. At the same time, your story began surfacing in the media. Word spread about how you had once ranked first in the entire nation academically. Everything was moving in the right direction. The moment that changed everything. And then, something happened within Kasoka Band that no one could ignore. Nodoka confessed to you. Chapter 38. Any regrets? Ecchi, Nodoka confessed to you, Minami? He stared at the line of text. Then, he glanced at the romance simulation target section where the name Gota Hitori was clearly written. Minami fell into silence. Miss Ecchi, what are you doing? He was pretty sure he hadn't run the wrong simulation. The romance target was supposed to be Bocce, right? But honestly, considering everything he had done in this playthrough, shielding them from storms, paving the way for their dreams, it was no surprise that he had earned their admiration. Being confessed to by Nodoka wasn't unexpected at all. On the contrary, if he had done this much for them and none of them had developed feelings for him, that would have been scientifically impossible. Ecchi, Nodoka confessed to you. This single line brushed over the entire moment, but Minami had no choice but to dive deep into the memory stored within the simulation. I think I probably like you, Minami. No. Maybe I like you a lot. Standing in front of Minami, drumsticks set aside, Nodoka gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke softly. There was nothing dramatic about it. Nothing unnatural. Her confession felt as casual and ordinary as a loving wife welcoming her husband home after a long day, whispering affectionate words as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But those words, they made Ryo instinctively lift her fingers off her bass strings. They made Kita freeze mid-motion. They made Bocce, hidden behind her long bangs, secretly glance in their direction. The sudden confession didn't leave Minami flustered. He only thought for a moment before asking, why? Nodoka's confession didn't sound like a joke. So his response couldn't be light-hearted either. He had to know her reason. For Nodoka, the answer wasn't difficult to find. She thought back on the countless times you had been there for them. The times of uncertainty, the times of growth. Through it all, you had always been behind them, offering your support without asking for anything in return, even though you had never spoken about it. She remembered every moment. At some point, I just couldn't take my eyes off you anymore. She looked at him and whispered. Yes. It wasn't just within the band. Even in her daily life, she wanted to see Minami's presence. She wanted to see him when she was happy. She wanted to see him when she was sad. Whenever something happened, the first person she wanted to tell was him. This feeling, Nodoka understood it well. It was the same possessiveness she once had toward her older sister. But loving someone so much that you want to keep them all to yourself, is that really a mistake? Her voice was warm and composed, as always. She didn't seem embarrassed at all. But from Minami's perspective, her body was trembling slightly. Her words were more deliberate, heavier than usual. He knew them too well. Just as they understood him. Minami didn't want to hurt Nodoka. But in the end, he rejected her. Perhaps, throughout the endless moments of caring for them, he had already given his heart to the timid, fragile, introverted girl who needed his love and protection the most. She didn't let you see her cry, so all you saw was her turning away, shoulders trembling, wiping her face roughly with the back of her hand. She ran out the door alone. Concerned, Bocce and Kita followed after her. You both treasured each other deeply. But knowing how much you meant to her, how could you let her enter a romance that was destined to end in heartbreak? You rejected Ijichi Nodoka. Seeing your troubled expression, Ryo, who had remained silent the whole time, casually suggested, "Wanna go up to the rooftop? Get some fresh air?" A silent night on the rooftop. Winter nights in Tokyo were cold. Standing beside you, Ryo rubbed her pale hands together, exhaling white puffs of air. You hesitated for a moment. Then, removing the scarf from your neck, you carefully wrapped it around her. You tucked the extra length into her coat, ensuring she was properly shielded from the cold. She didn't say a word. Just stretched out her frost-bitten fingers toward you. After a brief pause, you sighed and took her hands in yours, warming them up. She was satisfied. Together, you both gazed down at the city below, the busy streets, the glowing headlights, the endless flow of people. Your feelings. They're for Bocce, aren't they? Ryo, lazily draped over the railing, swirled her half-empty cup of hot drink as she asked. Yeah. There was nothing to hide from Ryo. She might not speak much, but she always saw things clearly. Minami looked into the distance and admitted it. I see. Her voice remained calm and emotionless. The only sound was her taking a sip of her drink. Nodoka will be okay. She'll bounce back soon. It almost sounded like a rare moment of reassurance from her. I know. Minami nodded. Silence settled between them again. After a while, he spoke. I should head back inside. Thanks for this, Ryo. She didn't answer. She simply lay against the railing, lifting a hand in farewell without turning around. A long time passed. She listened as his footsteps faded away. Then lost to loneliness, huh? Her voice carried no hint of regret. It was more of a quiet murmur to herself. Regret? For a brief moment, she thought she heard an answer whispering back to her. How could she not regret it? Ryo turned her head. She gazed quietly at the city skyline. Beyond the towering buildings, beyond the layered mountains, a cold wind blew past from the other side, carrying away the words of the lone girl standing on the rooftop. I never got to see you kneel down and propose to me. I never got to see you work hard to provide for me and our future kids. I never got to see you grow old while still loving me. How could she not regret it? How could she possibly not? Leaning against the railing, Yamato Ryo tugged her scarf up a little higher around her neck. It's really warm. She closed her eyes. Her voice remained as indifferent as ever. Chapter 39, This is so rock and roll. I already sent Bocce back first. The practice room shouldn't be left unattended. Thank you, Kita-chan. Nodoka nodded lightly at Kita before shifting her gaze to the Tokyo cityscape before her. The streets were bustling with traffic, neon lights flickering in the cold air. She seemed calmer now, though she lowered her eyes in guilt. I'm sorry, Kita-chan. I knew that you also. Kita didn't respond. She simply shook her head, but her grip on Nodoka's hand tightened. There's nothing to apologize for, Nodoka-senpai. Yeah. What was the point of apologizing for something they had already known the outcome of? Even if she had been the one to confess, the answer would have probably been the same, wouldn't it? Side by side, they leaned against each other in silence. Beneath the winter-lit Tokyo sky, we shouldn't have expected anything. Yeah. It would have been easier if we never had hope. Their voices, distant yet accepting, drifted into the night. Reality, so that's how it is. Snuggled beneath his blanket, Minami let the memories from the simulation settle in. At first, he had assumed this playthrough would focus more on career than romance. But it turned out to be something far more intricate. The success of Kesokuban's career had triggered Nodoka's confession. Looking back at every small moment in the career route, it wasn't hard to see each of them, in their own way, had developed feelings for him. Minami recalled the countless times Nodoka had spoken to him about her dream to make Kesokuban famous. To use that fame to transform Starry into a live house that shone brightly, just like the stars, so that their mother in heaven could see it too. And Minami had helped make that dream come true. So of course, for Nodoka, admiration and gratitude naturally blossomed into love. And it was the same for Kita and Ryo. Anime heroines might be difficult to win over, but their hearts were delicate. Offer them kindness, and they would return it. Now that things had escalated to this point, what would happen to Kesokuban? Would the unity they once had begin to crack? Would their journey be derailed? Minami thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. There would be no dramatic bad end. No nice boat. No good end gone wrong. Because Nodoka was always caring. Because Kita was always warm. Because Ryo was always composed. Because Bocce, despite her timid nature, had an inner strength. None of them would let extreme emotions dictate their choices. This might shake them for a while, but they would pick themselves up and keep going. That's just the kind of people they were. Minami refocused on the simulation. The simulation continues. Bocce blamed herself for the situation. You reassured her, telling her not to overthink it, because if you had simply brushed them off with empty words, it would have hurt them even more in the long run, and besides, you had faith in them. They were strong, always had been, just as you predicted. Nodoka quickly composed herself and returned to Kasoka Band, but maybe it was just her imagination, because sometimes, you caught her looking at you with a gaze softer, warmer than before, even when you noticed, she didn't look away. Instead, she met your eyes, openly and boldly. She had never truly given up. And perhaps, she never intended to. A rock star's love life. During a guest appearance on a popular music program, the host, full of excitement, turned to the members of Kasoka Band. We have a fan-submitted question. Everyone knows that Kasoka Band is made up of young, vibrant girls in their 20s, so does anyone here currently have someone they like? The microphone was passed to the members. And to everyone's surprise, it wasn't just Nodoka. Not just Kita. Not just Ryo. Even Bocce, who could barely handle cameras, admitted that she liked someone. Wow, what a surprise. The host chuckled but leaned in curiously. All four of you have someone you like? Can you share their name with us? Nodoka, Kita, Ryo, and Bocce exchanged glances. Then, almost in sync, their gazes subtly drifted toward the audience seating where Minami was casually chatting with the staff. Someone they liked, huh? Of course, they had someone. As they thought about it, small smiles crept onto their faces. The revelation that all four members of Kasoka Band had someone they liked caused an instant media frenzy, but because Kasoka Band had always positioned themselves as an independent rock band, not an idol group, this revelation barely impacted their popularity. In fact, a certain group of very dedicated fans found it the most rock and roll thing ever and loved them even more. Kasoka Band's popularity reaches new heights. As the band's fame skyrocketed, the outside world became increasingly curious just who were these four girls in love with. But because you rarely showed yourself in public, and only appeared when absolutely necessary, all they could do was speculate. You continued managing Kasoka Band's daily affairs. The once small band operation had now grown into a legitimate independent music studio with you as its director. Many people attempted to approach Nodoka, trying to persuade her to replace you with a more professional manager, but every time, she rejected them outright, sometimes even harshly. The usually kind and patient Nodoka never once entertained the idea, because to her, you were irreplaceable. You always had been, the closest they had ever been to their dream. In March of the following year, thanks to your relentless efforts and Kasoka Band's growing fame, you secured a performance at the Budokan. This was the closest they had ever been to achieving their ultimate dream. For Kasoka Band, for Minami, for everything they had worked for, this was the moment they had been waiting for. Chapter 40, I Don't Want to Die in Failure and Loneliness. Budokan performance? Minami had never paid much attention to such things, but he casually opened his phone and typed in the keyword Budokan. With the all-powerful internet, Minami more or less understood what the so-called Budokan represented. The Japanese Budokan is actually a sports venue located in Chiyoda Ward. Its value comes from the fact that many outstanding bands have performed there. For the Japanese music and entertainment industry, the Budokan is almost like a sacred place, similar to the Tokyo Dome, and seems to have a special meaning. So this is the place. Minami turned off his phone. The Japanese often give common places the title of sacred and add unnecessary meanings to them on their own. But it's no wonder the simulator would say, this is the closest you've ever been to your dream. To perform on this stage must have been a dream for the Kasoka Band all along, right? In other words, it's a place for realizing dreams. Thinking of this, Minami turned his attention back to the simulator. This is the closest you've ever been to your dream. You noticed that Bocce is focused on writing lyrics, Yamato Ryo is diligently composing, Nodoka is constantly rehearsing new songs, and Kita Ikuyo is working hard to improve her guitar skills. It makes you wonder, after performing enough songs to fill a perfect concert at the Budokan, why are they still rushing to write lyrics and compose music now? But in the end, you respected their decision. Getting to this point is the result of your joint effort. Without any of you, this pinnacle couldn't have been reached. You and the band are already one. The time passed quickly in the not-so-long venue preparation, and soon it was time for Kasoka Band to officially perform at the Budokan. The venue was decorated in pink, red, blue, and yellow, with fans wearing Kasoka Band merchandise lining up at every entrance of the arena. As the opening drew near, You finished your work, laid down all the materials, and shrugged off the exhaustion. You sat in the front row reserved for you at the Budokan. You wanted to watch them realize their dream from the closest distance. The waiting process was undoubtedly tough, with you standing up and sitting down, occasionally checking the time. You even made a call to Nijika, after confirming that there would be no accident, sudden illness, or death from overwork. You finally sat down and continued waiting. The Budokan manager jokingly said, "You really care about the members of Kasoka Band." You just smiled and casually brushed it off because you knew how long they had prepared for this day, but you still couldn't quite understand. Why did Bocce write a new song just before performing at the Budokan? However, this doubt faded away after Kasoka Band started their performance. On stage, they were mesmerizing, with steady drum beats, thick bass walls, and the exquisite coordination between the lead and rhythm guitars. The atmosphere at the scene was electric. The shouts of Kasoka Band reverberated throughout all of Tokyo. The last trace of uncertainty completely dissipated at that moment. It turned out that, without you realizing it, they had already grown into a national rock band capable of performing independently. Without you, you finally let go and began to enjoy their performance like an ordinary audience member. It had been so long since you purely listened to their music like this. Over time, you had become able to hear their emotional changes: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness through the music. But what puzzled you was that Bocce's new song was still not played, and they were still performing the songs that had been played before the band's ending. The performance quickly reached its conclusion, but at the very end, Nijika, drenched in sweat, suddenly stood up. She told everyone that the next song would be sung by Bocce, and it was a song of great significance. She wanted to dedicate it to a special person. In the simulator, memories surfaced. The Budokan, capable of holding 15,000 people, was packed to capacity. Nijika, holding a microphone, stood up and announced that the next song would be sung by Bocce, the lead guitarist who had no previous public singing experience. Minami felt worried. In his memory, Bocce was still the shy, timid girl who used to hide behind him. Could she really sing in front of 15,000 people? He instinctively looked up. But he noticed she was also looking at him. Minami saw it. Her eyes were sparkling, like a summer firefly. Although faint, it could definitely attract some people. The song is titled "I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness." Her voice was still weak, but the next moment the guitar roared. You hadn't noticed. The girl who always hid behind you, shy and never spoke, had unknowingly stepped out from behind you. Now, she is staring at you. Shouting on stage. She is staring at you. The guitar is shouting. She is staring at you. She is shouting with the guitar. Down below, you can't tell if it's the guitar shouting or her. What kind of person can I become? What kind of person do I want to be? I refuse to die in loneliness and failure. The self-pitying, self-resentful me. The clumsy and lost me. I don't want to die in loneliness and failure. The guitar emitted a tearing sound. It gripped the heart. She only gazed at Minami. She didn't feel nervous. Because her stage had only one audience. The harsh sound waves trapped Minami's feet. The drums beat. The bass played. The song exploded. Then came an intense guitar solo. She pressed her lips to the microphone. For me, enduring through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. For that clumsy, lost me. For the timid me about to die. I refuse to die in loneliness and failure. I don't want to die in loneliness and failure. I want to die with you. The song ended. The entire venue fell silent. The only sound was her weak breathing, close to the microphone. The next moment the applause erupted. Chapter 41, What is Loneliness? The urgent guitar solo, like a sudden downpour on a summer day, strikes at everyone's heart. Bocce's delicate voice can't quite compare to the powerful vocals of Kita, who has performed on stage many times as a lead vocalist. However, in the audience, no one can ignore the heart-wrenching emotion in her voice. And from this song, Minami, who understands them the most, can hear the inner struggle, regret, monologue, and accusation from Bocce. I don't want to be depressed and stop because of my timidity anymore. I've had enough of being alone. Can you hear me? I don't want to live under a gloomy sky anymore. I want to talk to someone actively. I don't want to pretend I enjoy being lonely. Can you hear me? Through her fragile voice, it was as if Minami could really see it. She saw her in class, watching others chat but only able to sit at her desk in a daze. She saw her sitting alone on a swing in the park. She saw her, curled up in a closet at night, sliding her fingers across the phone screen. She saw her look back after the band had finished playing, watching their departing figures. She saw her only able to wave goodbye when their backs were turned. She had always wanted to escape the shadow of social anxiety. Is social anxiety so interesting? Is it fun to watch me embarrass myself because of it? She screamed in frustration. Minami saw it. During the performance, sweat dripped down her pale cheek. It scattered across the stage. Like shining stars. So beautiful. When the entire song came to an end, the audience was silent. Only her monologue. Only her song. All emotion, no technique. And yet, it was so captivating. The applause began with one person, then two. Soon, as if infected, the entire venue was filled with thunderous applause. You had been watching her, and now your eyes were filled with tears. You had always been watching her, but you never realized that she had been struggling with the shadow of social anxiety, troubled, and accusing herself for it. You once asked her what loneliness is. She thought for a long time and then answered you, I took a shower, changed into new clothes, but I don't know where to go, or who to talk to. Maybe that's loneliness. You raised your head and couldn't help but imagine, what would have happened if she hadn't joined the Kesoka band? If she hadn't joined the band, after high school, she would have quickly found a job through her parents' introduction. Under the whip of society, she would have gradually become depressed. She would have cut her hair short, changed into clothes she could wear outside, and her Guitar Hero account would have been abandoned long ago. The guitar in the corner would be covered in dust, and she would live each day the same as the last, unable to look anyone in the eye, shrinking away from life. The performance of the Kesoka band ended. After the intense atmosphere created by Bocce, it abruptly stopped, but the people present didn't feel regret. The next day, I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness was named one of the top 10 must-listen rock songs of the century by the famous Japanese music magazine Rock in Japan. Major record companies sent various contracts with generous terms, but you had no time to care about those things. The day after the performance, Bocce confessed to you, in front of you, her voice was still as delicate as ever. Only then did you realize that I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness was a song created by the entire Kesoka band together. It was her monologue to you, but this made you even more surprised. You weren't an idiot, nor were you a socially awkward light novel protagonist. You knew that it wasn't just Bocce, perhaps Yamada-ryo, Eiichi Najuka, and Kita Ikuyo all had feelings for you. Perhaps even now, in response to your surprise, Yamada-ryo remained cold and elegant. Eiichi Najuka and Kita Ikuyo both showed playful and cute smiles. They knew the one you liked was her, and how could they bear to force you to stay by their side? It was time to let you go. They seemed to have come to terms with it and told you so. You looked at them, no more words, and turned your head to accept Bocce's confession. That day, Yamada-ryo lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time, your photo glowing in her eyes. That day, Eiichi Najuka buried her head in Eiichi Siyaka's arms and cried for a long time. That day, Kita Ikuyo chatted with her friends until late into the night. You and Bocce officially started dating. Her personality had improved, she could now look others in the eye, and she no longer stuttered when speaking. Your family was overjoyed by the news that your girlfriend was Bocce. She was so well-behaved and understanding that she quickly won the approval of your parents and sister. The Kesoka band's activities continued, and after performing at the Budokan, they became a national rock band with countless fans. At a press conference, Bocce announced your relationship and the fact that you two were already engaged. Under the spotlight, she held your hand with the engagement ring, and for the first time, she showed a happy smile, taking advantage of the hype. Reporters also didn't forget to ask Yamada-ryo and the other Kesoka band members about who they liked. In response, they just exchanged glances, then smiled faintly and shook their heads, saying nothing. Their reluctance to reveal anything caught the attention of several reporters, and soon paparazzi began investigating the Kesoka band, but their investigation quickly hit a dead end. The only man the Kesoka band ever interacted with was you. There was hardly any record of them chatting with other men, and even gossip was hard to uncover. After a month of intense investigation, the paparazzi reluctantly gave up on their inquiry into the Kesoka band. The members of the Kesoka band's love interests gradually became the subject of urban legends. During this time, thanks to the popularity of I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness, the Kesoka band's fanbase surged exponentially. You became part of a national band. Countless people expressed their love for you. Your concert tickets were sold out instantly, and your albums flew off the shelves as soon as they were released. And just when your career had reached its peak, something significant happened within the Kesoka band. You and Bocce got married. Chapter 42, The Dream of Happiness will continue. Finally, we've came to this path of marriage again. In reality, Minami finally let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was Bocce's monologue in her performance or her confession to him, he had basically witnessed it all. After experiencing so many storms and challenges, they had finally reached the step of marriage. This time, what would be different? He sank his consciousness deep into simulation. There wasn't much difference between this wedding and the previous two. Minami invited only the friends he could talk to. At the banquet, though Bocce's pale face and light makeup made her feel shy, this time was different from the previous two. Picture here, she didn't hesitate. She had been trying hard to overcome her fears, encouraging herself. This time, not only did Minami entertain the guests, but Bocce also helped by taking care of things at the side. Her beauty and thoughtfulness earned compliments from the guests. At night, the members of the Kesoka band, along with you and Bocce, drank together. At this moment, Bocce, who usually isn't very talkative, suggested playing a confession game. Tipsy from the wine, the person being confessed to was you, and the confessors were the other members of the Kesoka band. You didn't want to agree to this request, but unable to resist your wife's pleading, you finally nodded. In the confession game, each member of the Kesoka band confessed their feelings for you, their faces hiding unspoken sadness and regret. You didn't shy away, listening carefully as they whispered, full of affection. Would the members of the Kesoka band feel regret? Perhaps. There was still some regret. That day, the Kesoka band members drank to excess, but the next day when you saw them again, you found they had already left. They didn't want to trouble you. Not now, not ever. Days passed. After marriage, Bocce continued to engage in music activities with the Kesoka band. They had achieved their original dreams. Finally, one day, Bocce became pregnant, and they began to consider what life with a child would be like. Bocce began to think about retirement. For her, she was already content, and the band life had become too intense, tiring her out. This idea was also agreed upon by Nijuka. The long years of band activities had left the other members of the band somewhat fatigued. Now, the Kesoka band was undoubtedly the best rock band in the country. Their dreams had reached the harbor, and they decided to rest here. In November of the same year, after their final performance at the Tokyo Dome, they tearfully announced the Kesoka band's retirement to the audience, leaving many fans unable to accept it. This final concert was recorded in the Tokyo Dome's history. In the same month, the Kesoka band's merchandise sold out nationwide, and many fans organized a memorial parade for the band. In January of the following year, Bocce gave birth to a girl, whom you named Miyuki Shoji. Miyuki Shoji was very healthy, with black hair like yours, but resembling Bocce in appearance. She was adorable, but a bit shy. After her birth, the three aunts of the Kesoka band often visited her. The three of them, still single, treated Miyuki as their own daughter, spoiling her. Yamada Ryo often taught her to play the bass, Nijuka corrected her rhythm, and Kita Ikuyo frequently taught her to sing. Their careful guidance revealed Miyuki's musical talent at a young age. Miyuki, come learn bass with me. Yamada Ryo, in her late 20s, still had a mature and refined face. Her eyes exuded a lazy elegance as she casually cradled the bass, gesturing to the nearby couch. Miyuki, in a little red dress and small leather shoes, with short hair and bright lips, was adorable. Hearing Yamada Ryo's words, she hesitated for a while before speaking, but Ryo Mama, Nijuka Mama said not to become a bassist, because bassists like to lie to kids. Do you not believe me? Yamada Ryo looked seriously at Miyuki, her tone sincere. Am I the kind of person to lie? I don't believe you. Ryo Mama always lied to me about my New Year's money to buy new music equipment. Miyuki placed a finger on her rosy lips, speaking seriously. Children grow up and stop being cute. Yamada Ryo, with her graceful side profile, watched Miyuki run over to Nijuka, putting down her bass with a sigh. This is called reaping what you sow. Who would lie about a child's New Year money? Nijuka didn't even look at her bass player, leading Miyuki over. She no longer wore a side ponytail. After inheriting the story from Ijichi Sika, she now tied her hair into a mature ponytail at the back of her head. Wearing casual clothes, she exposed her fair neck, looking even more charming than she did in high school. I really envy Nijuka-chan. You're still so popular with kids. Kita Ikuyo sat beside, smiling as she said, her long hair is now grown out, and her skin, well maintained, shows no wrinkles. She still radiates youth. As she spoke, she looked behind Nijuka, not seeing the person she hoped to find, and couldn't help but ask, Bocce-chan and him? Bocce-chan went to the bathroom, right? He probably has to wait a bit before coming. He said there were some work things he didn't finish. Still as serious as always. Minami. The group sat down, chatting idly while looking out the window. Through the cross-shaped window frame, they could see the giant Tokyo Dome. That was where they had once pursued their dreams. At that time, Nijuka, Yamada Ryo, and Kita Ikuyo all dreamed of performing in the Tokyo Dome. That was their dream. Now, that dream had been realized. Inside the cafe, the atmosphere was lively. The mature women often played with the adorable Miyuki. Everything was peaceful. After a while, the doorbell rang. Here. Bocce. Minami. Come sit down, we're about to start eating. If you're this slow again, you're paying next time. Joking words rang out, teasing the two who had just entered. The warm, cozy cafe filled with cheerful conversation, and the sounds of a holiday happiness-filled melody echoed again. Everything seemed so beautiful. You are happy, and you have every reason to believe that this dream of happiness will continue. Chapter 43, love, but never yours. Yamada Ryo if route card. Happiness envelops you in her, and time with her continues to flow within that happiness. Miyuki quickly grew up, inheriting your excellent academic abilities and the musical talents of the former band members. Without much effort, she was accepted into Tokyo University of the Arts. The former band members, as well as you and your wife, were all proud and happy for her achievements. After graduating, with the introductions from the former band members, Miyuki specialized in piano. She wanted to take a completely different path from you. As soon as she released her piano compositions, they took the Japanese music scene by storm. She became the most popular young pianist of her time. You witnessed it all and felt happy for her. Gradually, she no longer followed in your shadow but stepped onto the stage, supporting you as you once supported her. You and Bocchi had aged, gradually needing others to take care of you. Aijichi Najuka, Yamada Ryo, and Kita Ikuyo were your neighbors, and your houses were connected, allowing Miyuki to better take care of both you and the former band members. Once, you held her small hands and guided her forward. Now, she pulls you toward the future. Time moves silently, and no one can escape its changes. You had a strong constitution, no major illnesses, only old age slowly took your health away with the passing years. When you were about to pass away, it was Bocchi who held your hand, leaned close to your ear, and softly sang the band's song that only you knew. Before time took you away, you were still surrounded by the former band members. They made death no longer frightening. After your passing, Bocchi, the band members, and your daughter were deeply saddened, but they supported each other and continued to live strong. After you left, they commemorated you in various ways. In their free time, they would glance at the thick work records you left behind, exchange knowing smiles, and reminisce about your stories. In their memories, you were always serious, as if nothing could trouble you. In their memories, you remained forever young. Simulation ended. Exiting the simulation, Minami let out a long sigh. For some reason, even though this ending was outstanding, it left him feeling a bit melancholic. It was a strange feeling, but still something he could put into words. It was like finishing a good book. Like listening to a beautiful piece of music. Like completing a long-awaited anime series. After everything ended, there was a fleeting sense of satisfaction, followed by a lingering emptiness. This kind of melancholic feeling was hard to shake off. But birth, aging, illness, and death were part of life. At the very least, this time, he didn't die from overwork, an accident, or illness. Until his final moments, he had no regrets. Minami shook his head and turned his attention to the final results of the simulation. System score, 92 points. System evaluation, a love for a lifetime, like a sudden downpour. The process of meeting and getting to know each other was long. In your youth, you were dedicated to your work in pursuit of your dreams, sometimes neglecting her feelings. But this also gave her the opportunity to face setbacks and challenges on her own. Through this process, she gradually became attracted to you, and you, in turn, were drawn to her efforts to change herself. Your love developed naturally. For you, she overcame her long-standing social anxiety. You supported each other and eventually reached the depths of your dreams. This time, you had a child and companions who cherished each other. Your later years were filled with happiness. Even after losing you, she was able to move forward with others by her side. When you looked back at the end of your life, perhaps all you saw were the countless fragments of happiness. A score this high. Looking at the 92-point rating, Minami was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he understood why he achieved such a high score this time. This time, his departure left no regrets. Hitori Gota, whose personality had already improved, could continue living strongly even after losing him. This was in stark contrast to a previous playthrough where she was unable to move past her grief, becoming depressed and passing away only a year later. Likewise, with Miyuki, she became one of Hitori Gota's emotional pillars. She might occasionally feel lonely, but never truly alone. Considering all these points, achieving a higher rating this time was completely reasonable. The only slight regret was that, yet again, he didn't get to experience firsthand what it felt like to create a child with Hitori Gota. Click. Minami, oh Minami, you've simulated a marriage with Hitori Gota 3 times now. As a responsible and upstanding young man of the new era, can you stop obsessing over such trivial things? Minami patted his face, his charisma rating of 9, and sternly warned himself. Men who are slaves to their desires are the weakest. Clearing his mind of unnecessary thoughts, Minami continued checking the final simulation rewards. You have completed a 90+ point happiness ending, earning an additional 1000 heart points and unlocking the basic item shop. System rewards, you have obtained the 3 lives, love unattainable, Yamada Ryo if route card and Bocchi's happy cooking skills. You have gained the cooking, happy, specialty level 4, 3 lives, love unattainable? A Yamada Ryo route card? The first thing that caught Minami's attention was the description of the Yamada Ryo character card. But what puzzled him was why did Miss Yamada keep playing the supporting role for 3 consecutive playthroughs and still have a derived item? Curious, he checked the system introduction. 3 lives, love unattainable, Yamada Ryo if route card. In 4 playthroughs, you have found true love, yet in 3 of them, love was unattainable for her. But she never resented or lamented it. For her, simply staying by your side and watching you was already the best ending, even if it ultimately led only to regret. I can't explain why I love you, but I know that you are the reason I cannot love anyone else. When she, cold yet elegant, turns back to look at you, will you stop for her this time? Chapter 44, Twisting like a maggot. Miss Yamada really has it rough. Seeing the Yamada Ryo route card the first time a strategy option had appeared, Minami couldn't help but sigh. Every time, she loves with all her heart. Every time, she is left heartbroken. Other than a brief appearance in the zero-score simulation of the first playthrough, every other simulation had ended in deep regret. Was it because Miss Yamada had always been a runner-up, and even the simulator could no longer bear to watch? Minami shook his head. Thinking too much about it wouldn't change anything. He shifted his gaze away from Yamada Ryo's if route card. A simulation had just ended, and the memories embedded within it were still weighing heavily on his mind. He decided to digest the memories from the previous simulation first before worrying about Yamada's route. Instead, he turned his attention to the system rewards granted after the simulation. Bocce's happy cooking skills? Minami murmured to himself. The bocce in the name likely referred to Shoji Hitori, who had taken his surname after marriage. But what was with the happy cooking skills? Deep in thought, Minami opened his personal panel. Love Simulator, Bound User, Minami, Appearance, 9, Athletics, 6, Academics, 8, Skills, Cooking, Happy, Level 4, Studying Level 4, Music Level 2, Self-Discipline Level 1, Simulator Evaluation, a promising young man whose charm makes him highly sought after among women of all ages including certain men with rather unique preferences. A new Level 4 skill had appeared. Previously, the only Level 4 skill Minami had was studying. But now, out of nowhere, Cooking Level 4 inches had been added. But why did it have a happy tag attached to it? Closing the personal panel, Minami refocused on the skill description. Bocce's happy cooking skills, a simple bowl of rice, a plain bowl of miso soup, a not too complicated rolled omelette, and a perfectly grilled fish. This is the taste of home that belongs only to her. Cooking for someone, learning for someone, and putting your heart into making a meal for someone is, in itself, an act of happiness. The love in one's heart can make a meal taste like pure bliss. Perhaps you've already forgotten what the happiest meal of your life tasted like when you were young and carefree. Any dish you make will remind people of the happiest moments in their lives. Oh, wow. Minami picked up his life regret guitar from the case beside him and reread the description of happy cooking skills. It was both uplifting and incredibly melancholic. Was this some kind of curse? This love simulator really seemed determined to push him down an irreversible path. Might as well give it a try. Minami stood up and took a look inside his small fridge. For the longest time, to maximize his study efficiency, he had been surviving on convenience store bentos, heating them up in the store's microwave. But after reading the simulator's note about how prolonged consumption of convenience store food was unhealthy, he had finally started buying fresh vegetables and meat to stock his fridge. Though his financial situation was tight, his body was his own. He couldn't let his health deteriorate just because of his studies. A quick scan of the fridge showed that he had enough ingredients. At the very least, making a homemade bento for school tomorrow wouldn't be a problem. Sigh, once I get better at guitar and start making money from online videos, I won't have to be so frugal anymore. Closing the fridge, Minami thought about his long-planned money-making strategy. In the simulation, he had earned his first paycheck from monetized videos of his band's performances. If it worked there, then logically, it should work in real life too. But before that I need a test subject to taste this first. The memory of how the regret of life, guitar had plunged him into days of depression was still fresh in Minami's mind. Even if this time it was called happy cooking. There was no telling what strange effects it might have. This love simulator was full of weird and unpredictable twists, after all. Now, who should be the first unlucky test subject? Minami didn't have many friends at school. He had always prioritized studying and discipline over socializing. After a moment of thought, he quickly settled on a candidate. Casually pulling out his phone, he opened Line and scrolled until he found a profile with a guitar icon and the display name Probably Dead. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, Goto-san, are you there? He set his phone down and waited. About a minute later, he got a reply. Probably Dead, Goto Hitori, eh? Minami-senpai. Do you need something? Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, I recently started cooking at home. Since eating convenience store food all the time isn't very healthy, I made a bit too much by accident. Are you free tomorrow at lunch? I'd like you to help me taste test it. System notification, you have acquired the skill line level 1. Minami glanced at the notification but didn't think much of it. Probably dead, eh? Taste test? On the other end of the conversation, Bocchi hesitated. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, please, go Ta-san. Probably dead, tea tomorrow at lunch. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, yeah, do you need me to come to your classroom to get you? Probably dead, absolutely not. Let's meet in the courtyard. Probably afraid that a campus idol like Minami showing up at her classroom would cause an uproar, Bocchi's reaction was unusually intense. Still, her soft and timid tone made her sound like a frightened hamster. But Minami was completely unfazed. After 3 simulated playthroughs as a married couple, he had an unshakable psychological advantage over her. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, alright, it's settled then. With that, he closed line without even checking her last reply. He needed to start planning what to cook. Meanwhile, elsewhere a pink-haired girl nervously typed out a final reply. But after sending the message and receiving no response, she anxiously played with a strand of her hair. And Minami-senpai hasn't replied yet. Her soft, pale toes fidgeted, intertwining with each other. Did he get annoyed with me? She couldn't help but spiral into self-doubt. But if he disliked her, it would be understandable. From tonight onwards, she had been experiencing an inexplicable sense of unease. Strange impressions or perhaps memories kept surfacing in her mind. Me? Married to Minami-senpai. Even as a fantasy, wasn't that a bit too much? Recalling certain fragments of those memories, Bocchi buried her flushed face into a pillow on the sofa, her body twisted and twisted. Chapter 45, Shall we eat together? At 6 a.m. the next morning, Minami began his morning run. In the simulator, there were 2 scenarios where he passed away before Bocchi. Although both times were due to natural causes, from a certain perspective, it indicated that his current physical condition had flaws. So, he decisively decided to wake up early and exercise. He set off from his home and ran several kilometers outward before circling back. Returning to his rental apartment, Minami glanced at the simulator screen. Your physical fitness has slightly improved. Current stamina value, 6, good. Leaning against his small fridge, he took a gulp of water and nodded in satisfaction. He was already excellent, but who would refuse to become even better? This was just the first day of training, he would only grow stronger and more perfect in the future. Keep going. With a beauty score of 9, I have to become the perfect big brother. Murmuring to himself in front of the mirror, Minami set his resolve to improve and started preparing today's bento. He casually took ingredients from the fridge, skillfully laying out the chicken breast. Using a slanted knife, he sliced the chicken into thin pieces about 4 to 5 millimeters thick. He then seasoned it with precise proportions of salt, garlic, and black pepper before sealing it with plastic wrap to marinate. While waiting for the chicken to absorb the flavors, he prepared side dishes. Stew. Potato stew sounds good. Muttering to himself, he quickly peeled and chopped the potatoes into irregular chunks with practiced ease. Perhaps this was the power of level 4 cooking skills, just one glance at available ingredients and he instantly knew countless ways to process and cook them. He could even sense their quality. It had to be said, level 4 cooking skills was at a professional level. Even among professionals, he might be considered top tier. Despite rarely cooking, Minami effortlessly handled ingredients he had never prepared before. This made him even more curious about Bocchi's actual cooking skills in the simulation. It seemed she wasn't just a guitar prodigy, she might have her own talent in cooking as well. After heating oil in the pan, Minami placed the marinated chicken pieces coated in batter into the hot oil. The richer aroma of frying chicken filled the air as the golden oil bubbled around them. He fried them first at medium temperature, then increased the heat for the final 10 seconds to make the outer layer crispier. Once the bento was fully prepared, you have made a 4.3-star perfect homemade bento, the system notification popped up. Minami instinctively looked over. The fried chicken was perfectly cooked, with an enticing aroma seeping through the crispy coating. The potato stew was arranged neatly, its golden brown edges slightly translucent under the light, releasing a mouth-watering steam. At first glance, it looked like a simple homemade bento. But it smelled amazing. Why did he suddenly crave it so much? With his strong self-discipline, Minami managed to suppress his urge to take a bite. He exhaled and closed the bento lid. Today's goal was to test Shoji Hitori's happy cooking technique, so the bento was meant for Bocchi to taste. No need to rush. He could always make another one for himself later. After picking up the bento, he checked the time. Almost time to go. Leaving home, he took the train to Shuka High School, which wasn't far. Along the way, he greeted fellow students who proactively said hello. Sitting at his desk, he patiently waited for lunchtime. He was curious just how good was a 4.3-star bento on a 5-star scale. The morning classes were uneventful. With level 4 learning, an 8 in academic ability, and having already pre-studied most of Shukahai's curriculum, Minami only needed to listen briefly to remember the key points. Then, he continued waiting for lunch. However, fate had other plans. Just before the final morning class ended, as Minami was getting ready to head to the courtyard, his math teacher called him. "Minami, please head to the principal's office after class. Principal Okano wants to speak with you." "The principal?" Minami paused. "It's probably about your tuition exemption. Congratulations, Minami. You're really outstanding." Seeing his confusion, the female math teacher smiled warmly as she explained. As an older, single woman, she had a soft spot for handsome and academically gifted students like Minami. "Oh, I see. Thanks for explaining, sensei." Hearing this, Minami remembered that Shuka Private High School granted tuition waivers to top-performing students. But with the simulator suddenly appearing, he had completely forgotten about it. This was good news. Shuka's tuition was expensive, and a tuition waiver would ease his family's financial burden. Although he was eager to witness Minami Hattori's happy cooking technique in action, the tuition exemption was more important. After a moment of thought, he made his decision. He took out his phone. "Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, sorry, Gota-san. Something urgent came up, so I might not make it to the courtyard. My apologies. Emoji, probably already dead, aw. It's okay. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, I left the bento on the courtyard bench. If you don't mind, you can take it and let me know what you think later. Probably already dead. Alright. Thank you for your hard work." Why was she thanking him? Wasn't he the one inconveniencing her? Seeing Bachi's apologetic tone even in text, Minami shook his head and closed line. Hopefully, after talking more, she'd grow more confident. Leaving the bento on the courtyard bench, he exhaled and headed toward the principal's office. What he didn't know was that the moment he turned around, a pink-haired figure, hiding behind a school column, nervously peeked out. After thinking about all those embarrassing things yesterday, I really don't have the courage to face him today. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Behind the pillar, Bachi repeatedly bowed toward the distant Minami. Only after several apologies did she hesitantly step forward and pick up the bento. "This is Minami-senpai's cooking?" Through the plastic lid, her delicate nose twitched. An incredibly enticing aroma wafted from inside. It smelled really good. He even went through the trouble of making a bento for someone like me, a social outcast. Holding the bento, Bachi recalled last night's overwhelming thoughts and memories. Minami-senpai. He really is a kind person. Senpai did say he wanted me to taste test this. Wouldn't that mean more people should try it? Clutching the bento, Bachi thought for a moment. Maybe I should bring this to the band practice room and share it with everyone. Chapter 46. She took a bite of fried chicken from noon until afternoon. After enduring the entire day, Hattori Gota finally breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to others who love to celebrate youth and enjoy school life, she had always preferred to shrink into the corners, avoiding social interaction. Having no friends to talk to, she considered school life to be an overwhelming mental burden. I got into Shukahai purely by luck. And now, look at me. Wearing a strange outfit consisting of a pink tracksuit, sweatpants, and a skirt, she walked alone on the road, letting out a soft sigh. Even she couldn't understand how she had managed to pass the entrance exam for Shukahai. Back then, she had simply wanted to find a high school far from home, one where no one would recognize her embarrassing past from middle school. So, she randomly applied to several schools, and Shukahai in Bunkyo Award was among them. Perhaps she had used up all her luck in one go. Despite always having mid to low grades, she miraculously passed the selection process and became a student at Shukahai. But luck alone won't get me far. As she walked, a miserable groan escaped her lips. The impossibly difficult subjects. The classmates she couldn't fit in with. The liveliness and excitement belonged to them. She had nothing. She had always had nothing. I wish I could drop out right now. Her footsteps came to a halt as she mumbled to herself. But soon, as if snapping out of it, she shook her head vigorously. No, I can't. Life is tough, but there are people who care about me. Lowering her head, she looked at the cloth-wrapped bento box in her hands. Minami-senpai. He wasn't just kind in my imagination. Even in reality, he's always been so gentle. Drawing strength from the thought, Hattori Gota straightened her back and found her resolve again. Why yeah. Pull yourself together, Hattori. You're not completely alone, there are still people who care about you. See, come on. Let's start by letting everyone taste Minami-senpai's bento. With renewed determination, the pink-haired girl picked up her pace and continued walking with her head slightly lowered. Her band, Kasoka Band, mainly performed at a small underground live house called Starry. Located in the Shimokitazawa area of Setagaya, Tokyo, Starry was in a well-known flea market district. Due to its proximity to several universities, it was also considered one of Tokyo's trendiest spots for young people. At night, many lonely and restless university students could often be seen wandering the streets of Shimokitazawa in search of excitement. Because of this, in the eyes of Tokyo locals, Shimokitazawa held as much cultural significance as Akihabara. The area had a strong underground scene, and live houses like Starry were far from rare. Taking the train and transferring lines to reach Starry was no longer a complicated process for Hitori, as she had done it several times before. But today, something felt off. Descending from the upstairs entrance into the basement, Hitori Gota cautiously peeked into Starry. It was still the same Starry, softer lighting than other venues, an atmospheric bar, stylish decorations. But something was strange. The place was completely empty. Not a single person was in sight. If you're looking for Najuka-chan or Ryo-chan, you'll have to wait a bit. The manager sent them out to restock supplies. From behind the counter, a long-haired woman with crossed legs looked up with an elegant and mature expression, offering a considerate explanation. Her name was Miss Pa. Yes, she was actually called that in the original story. She knew Seika Ijichi and worked as Starry's sound and lighting technician. Compared to the still green members of END, Miss Pa exuded a mature elegance and laziness unique to older women. Ah. Hello, Miss Pa. So, Ryo and the others went out to shop? Finding a seat, Hitori Gota felt slightly uneasy about being alone with someone, but she still asked politely in a quiet voice. Yeah. Seems like they were restocking drinks. What's this? Miss Pa replied while curiously glancing at the bento box Hitori placed on the table. Ah. A friend of mine made this bento. It's their first time making one, so they wanted me to try it. I brought it here so everyone could have a taste. If you don't mind, Ms. Pa, you can try some too. Hitori said as she carefully opened the bento lid. Oh? No, I shouldn't. I've actually been trying to lose weight lately. Miss Pa started to decline, but before she could finish her sentence, she stopped abruptly. A particularly enticing aroma wafted from the bento box in front of Hitori. Inside, neatly arranged and golden brown, were pieces of fried chicken. At that moment, they emitted an irresistible allure, one that spoke directly to the instincts of a carnivore. It was a strange sensation, a deep, primal urge to eat that rose from the pit of her stomach and surged into her brain. Gulp swallowing softly, Miss Paul maintained her elegant demeanor on the surface but deliberately asked, This is? It should be Minami-senpai's fried chicken. Although I've been dieting, it'd be rude not to taste something your friend worked hard on. Huh? Would it be a bother for you, Miss Pa? Subconsciously, Hitori Gota pulled the bento box back slightly. What bother? Conquering the demon of fat is just part of being an adult woman. Miss Pa smiled gracefully, but before she even realized it, her fair fingers had already picked up the chopsticks. Let me give it a try. Hitori Gota hesitated as she watched Miss Pa pick up a piece of fried chicken and bring it to her mouth. For some reason, the usually mature and composed Miss Pa seemed a little too eager. Seriously, just moving a few drinks and you're both gasping for air? You two really need to exercise more. With an exasperated expression, Seika Ijichi scolded Ryo Yamada and Najuka Ijichi as they panted behind her while entering Starry. Not forgetting to compare them to their senior, she continued, You should learn from Pa. She may look lazy, but she's way more reliable than you two. Hearing this, Najuka, who had been on the verge of protesting, could only swallow her words. Miss Pa was Seika's longtime friend and had been with Starry since its inception. No matter how unwilling Najuka was to admit it, Pa's experience was undeniable. So, as I was saying, just as Seika was about to continue her lecture, bang! The doors of Starry suddenly burst open. A black-haired woman with tears streaming down her face rushed out and immediately threw herself into Seika's arms, burying her face in her chest and sobbing. I've been so lucky to grow up, to work under such great conditions. I never truly realized how blessed I was. I'm so sorry, Seika. Huh? Seika's jaw dropped as she stared at the sobbing, regretful Pa clinging to her. Confused, she turned to look at Hitori Gota inside Starry. What happened to her? Pa-san. She ate a piece of fried chicken. Hitori Gota looked just as stunned. Chapter 47, The Taste of Happiness. A fried chicken nugget? Just a chicken nugget, and it turned out like this? Ijichi Seika looked at the bento box on the table, then glanced at Pa-san, who had completely lost the elegance and composure expected of a mature adult. Her mind was running at full speed, yet she couldn't comprehend how someone could end up like this just from eating a single chicken nugget. I don't know either. Hitori Gota still hadn't fully processed the situation and responded blankly. From what she remembered, Pa-san had only taken a single bite of the chicken nugget. Before she could even share her thoughts on the taste, tears had already started streaming down her face. She cried while eating, clutching Hitori Gota's hand, all the while mumbling, "To have a junior as adorable as Bocce, to work in such an amazing environment, I'm truly a blessed woman." Hitori Gota, who had always been terrified of social interactions, was utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that Bocce bullied Pa-san? That underneath her social anxiety hides an entirely different, terrifying persona, something like that? Yamada Ryo, always eager to stir up trouble, raised her hand and stated her opinion in an emotionless tone. No. Hitori Gota's pink lips trembled as she opened her mouth. She had never expected the situation to suddenly escalate to this level. Panicking, she quickly picked up the bento box from the table and stammered in defense, Really? It was just the chicken nugget that did this." "Alright, Ryo, stop teasing Bocce." Ijechi Nijuka sighed and reached out to knock Yamada Ryo on the head, stopping her from bullying Hitori Gota any further. Then, as someone who always cared for others, she turned to Hitori Gota and reassured her, "Bocce, don't overthink it. It probably has nothing to do with the chicken nugget. Pa-san must have just remembered something sad." "That's right. It was just a chicken nugget." How could a mature and well-mannered adult possibly be moved to tears by something so simple? Thinking this, she picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of the chicken nugget, and gave Hitori Gota a reassuring demonstration, biting into it without hesitation. While chewing, she continued speaking, "If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." She stopped mid-sentence. A single thought surfaced in her mind. It's delicious. The chicken had no excessive seasoning, preserving its natural umami. A hint of sweetness lingered beneath the saltiness, and the crispy coating remained perfectly crunchy, even after sitting out for an entire day. Ijechi Nijuka hadn't expected much at a glance. It looked just like any ordinary chicken nugget. Yet the difference in taste was staggering. Who on earth had made something this simple taste so incredible? She certainly didn't have the skill to make something like this. But before she could dwell on that thought any longer, something else took over her mind. She suddenly recalled her childhood. She remembered how back then, her older sister, Ijechi Sika, was always busy with her band, neglecting her. She had always wanted to play with her sister but never got the chance. She thought about how, later on, after their mother passed away, her sister had given up on her long-cherished dream, abandoned her bandmates, and started Starry Live House just for her. From that moment on, she had grown up under her sister's devoted care, gradually becoming the happy person she was today. And as these memories flooded back, Ijechi Nijuka, much to Ijechi Sika's shock, suddenly lunged into her sister's arms just like Pa-san, sobbing loudly, "I've been so blessed to have my sister take care of me all this time. Why have I never realized how fortunate I am? I've already been so incredibly happy." Ijechi Sika. Something's wrong. Something is definitely wrong. She turned her gaze toward Hitori Gota's bento box, still clutched in her dazed hands, and hurriedly warned Yamada Ryo, "Ryo, it's just the two of us left. Don't eat Bocce's bento." There's something weird. Her words stopped dead in her throat. Because she had already seen it. Yamada Ryo's usually sharp features were now puffed up, completely stuffed with chicken nuggets and stewed potatoes. "Manager, do you want some too? Bocce's bento tastes amazing." Yamada Ryo spoke while chewing, then picked up another chicken nugget with her chopsticks and, without hesitation, shoved it into the wide-open, horrified mouth of Ijechi Sika. The moment the chicken nugget entered her mouth, Ijechi Sika suddenly remembered something. That was Yamada Ryo's words from before. Since she had spent all her money buying Kita Ikuyo's multi-string bass, she had been surviving on wild vegetables for the past couple of weeks. Seeing actual, proper food in front of her, it was no surprise she couldn't resist. Damn it, she totally miscalculated. Ijechi Sika thought as she instinctively began to chew, and soon enough, her mouth was filled with the rich, savory taste of crispy, tender chicken. It's so good. She couldn't help but think. This flavor reminded her of her mother. Back when their family was still whole, their mother used to make fried chicken nuggets for both her and Nijuka. The two young sisters would eagerly hover around the frying pan, waiting for the next fresh batch to come out. Those were some of the happiest moments of her life. But was she no longer happy now? No. She was still happy, wasn't she? Nijuka had grown into a wonderful high schooler. Next would be college. Her younger sister was already striving for her dreams. And by now, she had become an independent, mature person who could think for herself. Wasn't it a blessing to have such a sister? Perhaps she truly was one of the luckiest people in the world. And besides, her live house was filled with wonderful employees. Hitori Gota, Yamada Ryo, Kita Ikuyo, they were all people she could trust and rely on. Ijechi Sika's thoughts kept running. The lingering umami of the chicken, with its slight sweetness, filled her mind with these warm, nostalgic memories. Maybe she really was the happiest person in the world. As she came to that realization, tears welled up in her crimson eyes. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around Hitori Gota, who was completely frozen in shock, and Yamada Ryo, who was muttering to herself, being able to breathe such fresh air, eat such delicious food, I'm truly so lucky. And then, she too burst into uncontrollable sobs. Inside Starry, cries and shouts of gratitude echoed non-stop. Meanwhile, outside the entrance, Kita Ikuyo stood in stunned silence, staring at the bizarre scene before her. She hesitated for a moment before slowly retreating, gently closing the door behind her, her face full of self-doubt. Did I come at the wrong time? Chapter 48, First Impressions of the Starry Members. What is happiness? Someone once said that happiness is something you can't touch or see, yet when you reach out, it's all around you. That is happiness. But for Hitori Gota, who was extremely shy and had just been suddenly hugged by Aijichi Seika, waiting for her emotions to settle down in this moment was definitely not a time of happiness. However, it's really delicious. Yamada Ryo wiped her mouth discreetly, letting out a rare expression of admiration. And with just that one sentence, everyone present except for Hitori Gota and Kita Ikuyo nodded in agreement. This is just homemade cooking, so why is it this good? Aijichi Najuka poked at the now empty bento box with her chopsticks, reluctant to accept that all the food was gone. She had always been quite confident in her own cooking skills. Yes, it was just simple home-cooked fried chicken and stewed potatoes. But why did it taste so incredible? Before they knew it, they had finished the entire bento without a second thought. Even now, Aijichi Najuka couldn't stop thinking about the taste of that meal. I never expected Bachi to be such a good cook. Sitting at the counter with her legs crossed, Aijichi Seika uncharacteristically gave a straightforward compliment. Even she had to admit it. The bento that Hitori Gota had brought was absolutely delicious. She couldn't help but wonder when she would get to taste that flavor again. Aijichi Seika sighed internally. Compared to the reserved attitudes of Aijichi Seika and Aijichi Najuka, Yamada Ryo, leaning on one hand, had already turned her head toward Hitori Gota. Bachi, cook for me from now on. She looked at the shrinking, nervous Hitori Gota and, in a serious yet expressionless manner, said, if you don't, I'll have to bully you out. Yamada Ryo turned around to see Aijichi Najuka hitting her on the head with a karate chop. Don't threaten Bachi. Aijichi Najuka was used to her bassist's shamelessness, but warnings still needed to be given when necessary. But Bachi's food is really good. Despite being hit, Yamada Ryo remained energetic, her eyes shining as she looked at Hitori Gota, as if she had just discovered a gold mine. I'm happy that Ryo-san likes it, but this bento wasn't actually made by me. After staying silent for a while, Hitori Gota finally mustered up the courage to explain in a small voice. Bachi didn't cook it? Aijichi Najuka's interest was immediately piqued. Then who did? It was Minami-senpai. He said it was his first time cooking at home and wanted me to try it. Hitori Gota shrank back as she spoke. Minami-senpai? Huh? You mean Minami Shaoji? Aijichi Najuka stood up in surprise. Minami Shaoji? Oh, wasn't he the guy who borrowed a guitar effects pedal from you yesterday? Aijichi Seika immediately recalled the name. She remembered Najuka mentioning him yesterday, Hitori Gota's friend who wanted to borrow an extra effects pedal from the practice room. Yeah, Bachi must be talking about him, but Aijichi Najuka nodded, then shook her head in amazement. That guy is seriously incredible. Top grades, great communication skills, and now it turns out he's an amazing cook too. Not to mention, he's apparently quite handsome and even starting to learn guitar. No wonder Kita Ikuyo had once called him a perfect superhuman. How did he manage to learn so much? Did he have 48 hours in a day? Being able to excel in so many areas was beyond impressive. I remember Minami is supposed to come by today for guitar lessons with Bachi, right? Yamada Ryo's thoughts started heading in a different direction. How about this one meal per lesson? That's way cheaper than any guitar class. She was seriously calculating. No, maybe we could even sell his cooking. That would make even more money. Eh? Hitori Gota's mouth hung open. If Bachi teaches him guitar, he brings a bento every day. Seems fair, right? Yamada Ryo perked up, her androgynous, well-defined face lifting slightly. That way, we can all enjoy delicious meals every day. As soon as she said that, even the adults like Aijichi Seika and Pasan fell silent. There was no helping it. Yamada Ryo's suggestion was simply too tempting. If they had never tasted Minami's cooking, maybe Aijichi Seika and Pasan could have put on a mature, adult-like attitude and lectured Yamada Ryo about her shamelessness. But after experiencing a home-cooked bento rated at a system level 4.3 stars, They couldn't help but feel that everything they had cooked and eaten before was suddenly bland and unappetizing. Even without any so-called happiness bonuses. That warmth, the kind that could chase away the chill of winter and wrap one's body in comfort, was impossible to forget. If only they could eat like that every day. Gulp! Everyone swallowed their saliva and turned their eyes toward Hitori Gota. It was the first time Hitori Gota had received this much attention. Feeling the burning gazes of everyone, and recalling the memories that had just surfaced in her mind, she hesitated. She had always been bad at refusing people, but this time, she somehow managed to gather the courage to say, I still think it wouldn't be right to trouble Minami-senpai. But before she could even finish her sentence, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Sure, as long as we split the cost of ingredients, I don't mind making extra food. Huh? Minami-senpai? The male voice stood out starkly among the all-female crowd, making Hitori Gota instinctively turn her head. And there he was, a young man with a guitar case slung over his back, standing at the entrance of Starry. It was Minami Shaoji, who had just finished a conversation with the principal of Shukuhai and had rushed over to Starry. He smiled and nodded at Hitori Gota, then greeted everyone else politely. Hello, I'm Minami. He's Minami? Bachi's friend? Ijechi Siyaka turned her head toward Ijechi Nijuka, raising an eyebrow. However, this time, her voice carried a hint of doubt. And who could blame her? No matter how she looked at it, the impression this young man gave off was far too different from the gloomy and socially anxious Hitori Gota. His skin was fair but had a healthy glow. He had neatly trimmed short hair, with slightly curled tips. His clean, delicate features were framed by a pair of strikingly clear eyes that gave off an inexplicably refreshing and comfortable aura. But perhaps the biggest contrast between him and Hitori Gota lay in his demeanor. Hitori Gota was shy and socially anxious. She stammered whenever she spoke to someone face to face. But Minami was the complete opposite. His speech was articulate, and he naturally exuded a sense of approachability that made people want to talk to him. And just from his brief introduction, Ijechi Siyaka, who had spent years in live houses, picked up on something else, a deep-rooted sense of confidence. It was hard to miss. She had a feeling that even if she put Minami in the middle of a crowd, she would still be able to pick him out instantly. Maybe it was something about his aura. Ijechi Siyaka wasn't quite sure. And that confidence was precisely what the timid and self-doubting Hitori Gota lacked the most. This guy was really Bachi's friend? It was like the sun and the shadows meeting. Ijechi Siyaka couldn't help but be skeptical. But then again, there was no way he was just after Bachi for her body, right? Chapter 49, progressing so fast? When looking at Minami, Ecchi Siyaka found him strange, but she couldn't quite pinpoint why. Could he be the kind of bad guy who tricks innocent girls like Bachi with sweet words? Nay-san, stop overthinking it. Having spent years relying on her older sister, Ecchi Nijuka could immediately tell what she was thinking. She shrugged. Minami-san is a really good person. Once you actually get to know him, you'll see. Is that so? Siyaka tilted her head and glanced at Nijuka. It was rare for her sister to sincerely praise someone like this. Nijuka was bright and friendly to everyone, but that was just because of her naturally sunny personality. Gaining her genuine approval was not easy. That was unexpected. Siyaka instinctively reached into the empty pocket of her trousers and sighed. She always wanted to drink strawberry milk when she was deep in thought, and she usually carried a carton with her. But today, since she had taken Yamato Ryo and Nijuka to restock supplies, she had forgotten to buy one. Oh well. No point dwelling on it. Just as she was about to find something else to distract herself, a voice suddenly spoke up beside her. Manager, were you looking for this? A sealed carton of strawberry milk appeared before her eyes, making Siyaka unconsciously let out a small "ah." She turned her head and saw Minami standing there, offering her the drink. Ah. Thanks. She automatically expressed her gratitude as she accepted the carton. Then, she realized something was off. Wait a second. How did Minami know she liked strawberry milk? Before she could ask, Minami smiled and explained in advance. I made sure to ask Nijuka-san about the manager's preferences before coming. Nijuka told him? Siyaka glanced at her sister, silently questioning her. Nijuka simply smiled and nodded. So it was her. Even so, something still felt off. Minami's smooth and natural way of handing her the drink without feeling forced or awkward was not something he could have achieved just by asking Nijuka. It felt more like he had been her close friend for over a decade and knew her habits inside and out. But how could that be? Siyaka shook her head. She was probably just overthinking things. They hadn't even known each other for a full day yet. Thanks. I'll pay you back later. She decided not to dwell on it and casually expressed her thanks again. No need. Minami waved a hand dismissively. His main reason for coming to Starry was to use the shop's audio system and guitar effects equipment. A single carton of strawberry milk in exchange for that? That was already a great deal for him. If he actually asked Sika to pay him back, wouldn't that just be blatant mooching? Thinking back to his simulated experiences, where Sika seemed determined to trade a cartload of goods for a single horse, Minami subtly took 2 steps back. Better to reduce his presence in front of her. After all, if the events in the simulation could happen in reality, he absolutely couldn't let the 29-year-old version of Sika cross any legal lines because of him. A little distance should help. Not enough to seem obvious, but enough to avoid attracting too much attention. Sika, sipping on her strawberry milk, glanced at Minami. Why did it suddenly feel like he was keeping his distance from her? Before she could dwell on it, a timid voice came from behind. You Minami-senpai, Kita-san, I'm ready. Should we go to the practice room? Then I'll be in your care, Gota-san. Silently thanking Bocchi for her perfectly timed interruption, Minami nodded. Please take care of me today as well, Minami-senpai. Kita Ikuyo, who was also practicing with Akika, greeted him cheerfully. The word bright seemed to be tailor-made for this girl, whose face was practically glowing with enthusiasm. I'm the one who should be asking for help. I might have questions for you later, Kita-san. As the 3 chatted, they headed toward the practice room. Nei-san, do you want to check it out? From behind the bar, Najiko, who had just finished sorting the deliveries, looked at her sister with curiosity. It was rare to see her so invested in someone outside of Starry. Yeah, I think I'll check out his skills. Since Minami needed to borrow their sound system and effects equipment, Sika was naturally curious about his guitar playing level. I want to see too. Yamada-ryo added, poking her head out from behind the counter and raising a hand. As a bassist with a deep love for rock music, she was also interested in the newcomer's skills. The group quickly decided to head to the practice room. Yesterday, Najika mentioned that Minami wants to do an outdoor performance. That means he shouldn't be bad, right? Sika, still drinking her strawberry milk, asked as they walked. Well, I'm not sure. Najika looked a little sheepish. She had only just met Minami yesterday, so she had no idea how good he actually was. However, anyone who has the courage to perform outdoors can't be completely terrible. Yamada-ryo, who had been silent until now, shared her opinion. She had done street performances before, casually setting up an amp and playing her bass in public. If someone lacked solid playing skills, they wouldn't have the guts to perform for a crowd. In other words, Minami's guitar skills were probably pretty decent. There was no way he could be terrible and still have the nerve to play outdoors, right? With that thought, the group arrived at the practice room. Instead of barging in, they stood by the door and listened. Looks like he's about to start. Inside, Minami picked up the guitar, gripping the pick between his fingers as he pressed down on the strings. The group leaned in, listening curiously. They wondered this guy, who excelled in academics, communication, and even cooking, how skilled was he at guitar. They were eager to find out. And then, 3 puzzled sounds slipped from Sika's lips. This is... Najika blinked, also confused. It's... pretty average. It was Yamada-ryo who delivered the verdict. Yeah. That was way too average. Both his chord transitions and picking technique were just passable. There was nothing outstanding about it. Listening to this first performance, the 3 of them could only admire Minami's confidence. He seriously wanted to do an outdoor performance with this level of skill? That took some serious guts. They exchanged glances, considering stepping in to gently dissuade him from rushing into street performances. But before they could move, Minami's guitar started playing again. And this time Sika and Najika's expressions shifted. Even Yamada-ryo, who usually remained composed, had a rare look of astonishment in her eyes. This. What? The 3 of them stared in disbelief as Minami's fingers danced across the strings, his movements fluid and precise. His playing had improved that quickly? Chapter 50, Shimo Kitazawa, the Learning Monster. Does true genius exist in this world? If you asked this question, many people would nod and tell you the world has never lacked geniuses. Some are born with superior physical abilities, able to run faster than others. Some have an innate talent for art, drawing better than most. Some can instantly grasp complex math problems at a glance. But just because they exist doesn't mean they aren't rare. Since founding the performance hall Starry, Ecchi Sika had seen countless gifted rock bands and underground musicians. The music and arts scene was never short of talent. But someone like Minami Shoji? This was the first time she had encountered such a person. It was hard to believe. One moment, he was struggling with unfamiliar guitar chords. The next, he had already adjusted his hand positions perfectly, pressing down each note with ease. The transitions that had been stiff just seconds ago? Now, his fingers flowed smoothly, as if they'd already adapted. The speed of his progress was beyond Ikiji imagination. After all, she had just witnessed Minami's previous attempt. His playing was painfully ordinary, completely unremarkable. Yet, after just a single run-through and a few pointers from Goto Hattori, when Minami picked up the guitar again, every mistake, every imperfection from before had vanished. The difference was like night and day. A learning monster. Yamada Ryo's voice was as elegant and indifferent as always, void of emotion, but the slight tremor in her tone betrayed her feelings. And the moment she spoke those words, Ikiji and Ikiji Nijuka immediately agreed. If learning ability could be measured on a scale of 1 to 10, then Minami was easily at a 7 or higher. Calling him a learning monster was no exaggeration. While Ikiji, Yamada Ryo, and Ikiji Nijuka were shocked from the hallway inside the room, Kita Ikuyo, who was sitting right next to Minami, felt it even more directly. She had just been playing alongside him. Just a moment ago, his technique was still clumsy, his fingerwork unrefined. But now, as he played through the next round, his fingers moved with precision. Even she, a beginner, could hear the improvement. What kind of progress speed was this? What kind of talent was this? Honestly, Kita Ikuyo couldn't wrap her head around it. Meanwhile, Minami, focused on pressing the strings, had no idea what was going through the girls' minds. He was too absorbed in absorbing knowledge through his level 2 music proficiency. Only now did he realize the vast difference between learning from online tutorials and receiving hands-on guidance. With just one playthrough, Goto Hattori could already see where he was struggling. She pointed out the problem, he fixed it immediately. And for someone with level 4 learning ability and an 8-point intelligence stat, that was never an issue. With a simulated experience from his level 2 music proficiency, Minami was never lacking in theory. What he had been missing was someone like Goto Hattori, a real-life mentor who could pinpoint his mistakes. In his mind, various guitar techniques and finger placements merged together. With the assistance of his simulated level 2 music talent, combined with his own level 4 learning ability and 8 intelligence points, Minami absorbed knowledge at a terrifying speed. By the time the practice session ended reluctantly, he lifted his fingers from the electric guitar strings, his fingertips now reddened and sore. Your understanding of music has significantly improved. You have now mastered level 2 music proficiency. The system notification rang in his mind, and Minami felt a slight sense of disappointment. Even with the simulator and his high learning ability, he had only reached an level 2 proficiency. Level 2. How good was that, really? Shaking his head, he prepared to continue practicing. But before he could even start, he noticed a strange tension in the air. Curious, he turned around, and that's when he saw them. Ikiji, Yamada Ryo, and Ikiji Nijuka, originally supposed to be at the front desk, were now standing behind him, staring at him with an unreadable expression. Huh? What's going on? Silently, he withdrew his fingers from the guitar strings and started thinking. There was probably only one reason for this reaction: they were shocked at how terrible his playing was. That was what he had expected. He hadn't heard many other people play, but with just an level 2 proficiency, he doubted he could impress anyone at Starry. Especially since Kasoka Band was set to become a national rock sensation in the future. Compared to them, his skills were probably unbearable to listen to. With that thought in mind, Minami raised his head and apologized sincerely. Sorry, my playing must have been awful and disturbed your work. For that, I truly apologize. I've only been playing guitar for 2 days, so I'm still a complete beginner. If I've caused any trouble, I hope you can be patient with me. His words were polite and composed, spoken with clear enunciation. He believed he had done everything necessary for a proper apology. However, the moment he mentioned that he had only been playing for 2 days, the expressions on Ikiji and the others became even stranger. Huh? Did he say something wrong? Did he miss something? Frowning slightly, Minami pondered the situation. But before he could figure it out, Ikiji spoke, her voice filled with disbelief. You're saying you've only been playing for 2 days? Huh? Minami was confused by her reaction, but he still nodded. To be precise, I've only practiced for about 2 hours at home. Just 2 hours at home? Even the ever-elegant Yamada Ryo seemed slightly flushed as she stared at him. Just 2 hours? And he could already play like this? For someone who prided herself as a genius bassist, this was hard to accept. Ikiji mouth opened slightly, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Finally, unable to hold back, she reached out and grabbed Minami's hand. Let me see your fingers. Caught off guard by her sudden movement, Minami hesitated for a moment, but under her firm insistence, he complied and stretched out his hand. The fresh red marks on his fingertips, clear evidence of pressing down on guitar strings, were visible on the first joint of all 5 fingers. You really have only practiced for 2 hours? Ikiji murmured in disbelief. Experienced guitarists developed calluses over time from constant pressure on the strings, but Minami's fingers were still soft, showing only fresh indentations and redness. This was proof that he had only just started learning. Silence filled the room. Ecchi Siaka, Ecchi Najuka, and Yamada Ryo all fell speechless. They looked at Minami Goto Hitori's friend. Just what kind of learning monster was he? Chapter 51, and so, Bocchi lowered her head. Is there a problem? Minami asked straightforwardly. He wasn't exactly emotionally unintelligent. From earlier, he could tell that Najuka and the others standing behind him wasn't because his performance was terrible, but for some other reason. A problem. Najuka rubbed her temples. She had finally convinced herself. Minami had only just picked up the guitar, yet he had already reached this level after such a short time. 2 hours. Could geniuses really be this reckless with their talent? She was somewhat astonished, but the reality was right in front of her, and she had no choice but to accept it. With that thought, she lifted her head. Minami, have you listened to other people play the guitar before? What do you think of your own level? My level? Hearing Najuka's question, Minami raised an eyebrow. I've only been practicing for 2 days, with a total of about 2 hours. What level could I possibly have? My playing is just a mess. His words weren't false modesty. Minami never overestimated himself. After all, it was the truth. From picking up the guitar to practicing, if he counted today, he had played for only 2 or 3 hours in total. Compared to Bocchi, who practiced 5 hours a day, his practice time wasn't even a fraction of hers. In his opinion, calling his playing a mess was already being generous. Honestly, I'm very dissatisfied. I can't accept it. Minami shook his head, sighed, and added. Even with the simulator assisting him, and his incredible learning ability, his guitar playing still felt weak and lacking. For someone who always strived for perfection, this was hard to accept. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Najuka's incredulous voice. Why, you can't accept it? Najuka really couldn't hold it in anymore. She opened her mouth, staring at Minami, nearly choking on her breath. At that moment, she truly felt like comparing herself to him would just be self-destructive. You've only practiced for 2 hours and already have this level of proficiency, and you're still not satisfied? Her cherry pink lips trembled with frustration. Kita-chan has been practicing for 2 or 3 months, and she's still not half as good as you. She was so anxious. Though she wasn't even sure why she was anxious. But the moment Minami said, I'm not particularly satisfied, she suddenly started to panic. Are all talented people like this? Already outstanding, yet still demanding more from themselves? There has to be a limit to perfectionism. That's pretty normal, isn't it? Minami seemed completely unbothered by Najuka using Kita as an example. Kita-san not being as good as me is normal, Najuka-san. You shouldn't be surprised. After all, I'm a genius. He said it so matter-of-factly, without a hint of arrogance or provocation, like it was simply the truth. And the fact was, it was true. With the simulator's assistance and his extraordinary learning ability, his life was already smooth sailing, and with such an extra boost, it was practically soaring. Of course, Najuka didn't know any of this. So when she heard Minami casually say, because I'm a genius, she wordlessly pressed her pale hand against her forehead. You're way more narcissistic than I expected. So this was why Minami always carried that inexplicable confidence. For someone who could calmly say, I'm a genius, without hesitation, that level of self-assurance could only come from bone-deep narcissism. Manager-san, I don't think Minami-senpai is actually narcissistic. Huh? Ecchi Siaka turned to Goto Hitori, visibly surprised. She hadn't expected the quietest member of Kasokaban to speak up in Minami's defense. And then, before she could even process that, Kita Ikuya raised her hand too. Yeah. I think Goto-san is right. Manager, I don't think Minami-senpai is narcissistic? Siaka felt like the entire world had flipped upside down. Goto standing up for Minami was surprising enough, but now even Kita was backing him up? At 29 years old, Siaka was still a little tsundere at heart, so this level of betrayal was hard to accept. Manager, Minami-senpai has always been first in our grade. Kita, always one to speak honestly, appreciated Siaka sticking up for her, but she also valued the truth more. Even in the most recent national deviation score test, Minami-senpai ranked first in the entire country. So it's really not narcissism, he's just actually a genius. Placing first in the entire nation among over 1 million high school juniors? Even their own school had made a congratulatory banner just for him. If that wasn't genius, then what was? Though, saying it out loud like that does make him sound super narcissistic. Yamada Ryo, propping up her beautiful, sharp-featured face with one hand, casually added a cutting remark. But even she, the aloof and enigmatic bassist, had to admit she envied Minami's ability to learn anything just by watching it once. If only I could compose songs as effortlessly as Minami does. Alright, Fine. National first place in the deviation score test out of over 1 million students? That was alien-level genius. After hearing this, Minami's insanely fast guitar progress suddenly made a lot more sense to Sayaka. But what really caught her attention was Gota Hitori's reaction. She noticed something. The usually shy, socially anxious girl who avoided eye contact with anyone seemed strangely proactive when it came to Minami. Just now, Bocce had been the first to stand up and defend him. That was something the usual Bocce would never do. Curious, Najuka leaned in. Bocce? Ah. And Najuka-san? Surprised by the sudden attention, Bocce flinched and took a step back. You seem to understand Minami pretty well. Was he always this good at guitar? Ah. This. Bocce hesitated, her gaze peeking out from under her bangs toward Minami. She mumbled softly, I feel like he should be even better. What did you say? Since her voice was too quiet, Najuka moved in closer. Ah. And nothing. I was just talking to myself. Panicked, Bocce frantically waved her hands. Once she managed to brush off Najuka's curiosity, she cautiously looked at Minami again. For some reason, she realized that Minami's guitar habits were exactly the same as the ones she had seen in her dreamlike memories last night. See, could it be? Minami-senpai also has those memories? And no way. Right? That's Minami-senpai we're talking about. Someone like me. No, I shouldn't overthink it. Lacking the courage to ask, Bocce timidly lowered her head, her delicate face hidden beneath her long bangs. Chapter 52, Miss Yamada, you. Minami tilted his head slightly, momentarily distracted from his conversation with Gita as he looked at Bocce. The moment Bocce met his gaze, she panicked and quickly lowered her head. For some reason, Minami had felt her gaze on him for a while now. It was as if she had been secretly watching him. But after going through countless simulations, Minami was more than familiar with Bocce's personality. She was definitely not the type to secretly stare at guys she wouldn't even dare to. So this unusual behavior naturally caught his attention. Was something on her mind? Feeling a little puzzled, Minami didn't immediately ask. After all, with someone like Bocce, if he suddenly confronted her about it, it would only make her even more anxious. Sure, in many of his simulations, she had ended up as his wife. But that was only in the simulations. In reality, his relationship with Bocce was nothing like that. At best, they were just friends who could exchange a few words if they ran into each other, nothing more. Forcing his simulated experiences onto reality would be both narcissistic and self-indulgent, and frankly, it would be disrespectful to both himself and Bocce. After all, she had no memory of the simulations. With that in mind, Minami relaxed. He gave Bocce a small smile and, before she could look away in a panic, shifted his focus back to the simulator. Although it was a bit late to mention it now, after completing a 90-point simulation, the system had given him more than just Shoji Hitori's happy cooking skills and Ryo Yamada if route card. It had also unlocked the item shop and rewarded him with 1,000 points of heart value. A huge windfall. That amount was enough to exchange for 3 full simulation attempts. With this much at his disposal, Minami could finally try out the direct simulation feature, which required 3 attempts. However, instead of spending his points recklessly, he figured he should first check out the item shop. Opening the shop, he scanned through the available options. In truth, he had already taken a look the night he completed the 90-point simulation. To be honest, the shop's inventory was far simpler than he had imagined. Instead of a wide variety of dazzling items, there were only 3 basic options available for purchase. Data scanner 10 out of 10, 200 heart value, allows you to see others' impressions of you, as well as their special skills and attributes. Study boost pill, 500 heart value, temporarily enhances learning ability when consumed. Universal healing medicine, 900 heart value, capable of curing any theoretical injury or illness. Everything was insanely expensive. Through all of his interactions with Bocce, plus system rewards, Minami had accumulated a total of 1,130 heart value points. But looking at these ridiculous prices, the data scanner was 200 points. It had 10 uses, but still, it wasn't cheap. The study boost pill was 500 points. It could temporarily enhance learning ability, but Minami didn't need that right now. Besides, 500 points was too steep. And then there was the universal healing medicine, which cost a whopping 900 points. One word expensive. And he didn't even need it. Based on the simulation results, Minami was in excellent health, with no major illnesses throughout his life. Sure, he had some minor physical weaknesses, but those could be improved through exercise and a proper diet. So he probably wouldn't need something like a 900-point miracle drug. Shifting his gaze away from the universal healing medicine, Minami focused on the data scanner. he couldn't afford the study boost pill at 500 points. The universal healing medicine at 900 points was just absurd. That left the data scanner, which, at 200 points, was relatively reasonable. Plus, with 10 uses, it seemed like the most practical choice. Not only does it reveal affection levels, but also special skills and attributes. Reading the item description, Minami already had a plan in mind. Spending 200 points hurt, but as Nijika had pointed out earlier, even now, he still wasn't entirely sure how his level 2 guitar skill compared to others. With the data scanner, he could finally compare himself directly to the other members of Kesoku band. Without hesitation, Minami exchanged 200 heart value for the data scanner. Remaining heart value, 930. Ignoring the slightly painful reminder of his dwindling points, Minami turned his head toward Ryo, who was practicing her bass. Activating data scanner. His vision shifted slightly, and new information about Ryo appeared before him. Name, Ryo Yamada. Appearance, 8 athleticism, 5 academics, 6 special skills, narcissism level 3, learning level 2, bass level 2. Current impression of the host, attracted, slightly curious. System evaluation, she is curious about you and attracted to your talents. If you pursue her aggressively, you may achieve significant results. Huh? Miss Yamada, why are you attracted to me again? Minami massaged his temples as he glanced at Ryo, who sat there lazily, exuding her usual cold indifference. Then, back at the text floating in front of him. No matter if it was in the simulations or reality, Ryo always seemed to end up drawn to him somehow. But aside from that, this scan gave him some real insight into his own level. Right now, Ryo's bass skill was level 2. That meant she was far from the accomplished bass queen she had become in the simulations, where she had reached level 5. At the moment, level 2 seemed to be the peak of amateur skill, just like his level 2 guitar skill. So level 2 is high-level amateur, and level 3 is where professional ability begins. Minami analyzed the information carefully. Suddenly, he grew curious. If Ryo's level 2 was considered amateur elite, then what about Bocce, the guitar prodigy who had debuted online? What was her opinion of him? And more importantly, what was her guitar level? Chapter 53, How Did I End Up Marrying Minami? Guess I'll just take a look. Minami had always been the type to act on whatever came to mind. He turned his gaze toward Bocce and activated the data scanner. His vision shifted once more. Ryo's data frame faded into the background, gradually replaced by Bocce's information. When Minami focused on her stats, his expression quickly turned into one of surprise and confusion. Name, Hattori Gota. Appearance, 8 athleticism, 4 academics, 3 special skills, low self-esteem level 3, social anxiety level 2, learning level 1, guitar level 3. Current impression of the host, deeply attracted, notices you, holds admiration for you. System evaluation, she cares about you a lot. Every little thing you do catches her attention. Towards you, she seems to harbor a peculiar sense of admiration. However, as someone painfully shy, she will never take the initiative. She will only watch from afar. But if you were to take the first step, perhaps she might just respond in turn. Let's put aside the question of why low self-esteem level 3 inches and social anxiety level 2 inches are considered special skills. Just the current impression of the host section alone was enough to leave Minami completely baffled. Deeply attracted? Notices me? Holds admiration for me? What the hell? When had he ever done anything to make Bocce feel this strongly about him? The last time he checked, the simulator had only listed her impression as slight admiration, distant acquaintance. How had just 1 or 2 days passed, and yet her feelings toward him had changed so dramatically? There had to be something wrong with this damn data scanner, right? Unconvinced, Minami pulled up the simulator menu. And then, for the first time in a while, he checked Bocce's status. That's when he noticed something strange. At some point, her impression of him had changed from slight admiration, distant acquaintance to holds admiration, willing to interact. Huh? Now this was confusing. Had he done anything in real life that could explain this shift? Minami carefully combed through his recent memories. Then, he shook his head. No. Definitely not. At most, he had chatted with Bocce online for a bit, exchanged a few more words than usual when they met in the courtyard, and let her try some of his homemade lunch. That was it. Nothing that should have raised her affection toward him this much. So what's going on? Minami stole a quick glance at Bocce. Maybe it was because of the system's evaluation, but this time, he really got the feeling that Bocce was secretly watching him. She was currently teaching Kita some guitar techniques, but every now and then, she would very subtly glance in his direction. And the moment she realized he had caught her, she immediately sat up straight, pretending to be completely focused on teaching Kita. What the hell is this? Minami frowned slightly, deep in thought. But in the end, he wasn't a mind reader. No matter how much he pondered, He still couldn't understand why her attitude toward him had shifted so drastically. Whatever. Overthinking this won't get me anywhere. Shaking his head, Minami decided to let it go. A teenage girl having a crush wasn't exactly some earth-shattering revelation. Digging too deep into it wouldn't accomplish anything. Besides, the low self-esteem level 3 inches and social anxiety level 2 inches were more concerning than anything else. Even though Bocce's guitar level was an impressive level 3 already at a professional level, these two severe debuffs were enough to completely overshadow her talent. On the surface, Minami remained expressionless. But deep down, he let out a small sigh. Her insecurities and isolation still shackled her, preventing her from stepping forward. If possible, Minami would like to help her break free from those chains. After all, he had gone through countless love simulations at this point. There was no way he could simply brush off Bocce's struggles as someone else's problem. If he could, he wanted to help her step out of her comfort zone, overcome her fears, and shake off the weight of her self-doubt. Because in the end, more than anything, he wanted to see Bocce stand on a real stage, not just a small underground venue, but a stage that would let her music be heard across all of Japan. Not as part of some simulation, but in reality. However, when Minami looked at her again, he noticed her hands trembling. Her fingers fumbled over the guitar strings, making repeated mistakes. All because he had been staring at her. Minami sighed, rubbing his temples. Yeah. Looks like Bocce the guitar queen is still a long way off. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bocce was completely frozen. He's looking at me. Minami-senpai is looking at me? Why? Why is he suddenly staring at me? Did he realize I was secretly watching him? No way. I was so careful. I even hid my gaze under my bangs. How could he possibly notice? Wait. Bocce violently shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. Maybe it's because it's Minami-senpai? Then, her mind flashed to the strange memories that had suddenly surfaced in her head. Memories that weren't hers yet felt so real. In those fragments of recollection, Minami had always been the one to notice her struggles first. Whenever she needed help, he was always there. He was the one who reassured her, giving her the strength to play without fear. Not just for her, but also for Ryo, Najuka, and Kita. They all trusted him completely. In that other timeline, Minami was an irreplaceable member of Kesoka Band. And her Minami was the person she loved the most. But that was only in those memories. Bocce lowered her head, staring at her hands. The real her, did she even have the courage to stand on that kind of stage and confess her feelings to Minami? No, let's be honest. This was nothing more than one-sided wishful thinking. Minami didn't have those memories. And in reality, she was nothing but a socially awkward, mumbling mess who couldn't even look him in the eye. If she were Minami, wouldn't she prefer someone bright and outgoing like Najuka or Kita? Or maybe even Ryo? Sure, Ryo was a bit odd, but maybe Minami liked that kind of personality? Or maybe even the manager? Or Pa-san? Wait. Didn't those two also seem kinda interested in him in that memory? For a moment, Bocce felt like questioning her entire existence. Who even was the version of me in that memory? Some kind of battle-hardened warrior? And more importantly, how the hell did I manage to fight my way past all these people, win Minami's heart, and even have kids with him? Chapter 54, Miss Yamada remains consistent here. Use this. A set of amplifiers and electric guitar output devices were placed at Minami's feet. Sitting cross-legged with an air of effortless authority, Najuka's older sister, Sayaka Ijichi, clapped her hands. Since you're Bocce's friend, I'll let you borrow them for now. But if you break anything, you'll be paying in full. I won't go easy on you. If I damage them, I'll compensate accordingly. Thanks for helping out, Sayaka-san. Minami nodded, responding with a polite smile. Of course, he already knew what Sayaka's personality was like. She might be acting all serious, as if she were ready to scold him the moment something went wrong, but in reality, even if he did accidentally break the equipment, she'd probably just grumble for a bit before waving it off like it was nothing. That's just the kind of person she was. From his simulations, Minami had learned that Sayaka Ijichi was the very definition of sharp tongue, soft heart. If this were an anime, she'd definitely fall under that tsundere, but in a very mature and jaded way archetype. No need to thank me. Sayaka yawned, flipping through a Rock in Japan magazine resting on the counter. Then, as if casually slipping it into conversation, she added, I kinda feel like eating tamagoyaki and Hamburg steak tomorrow. Minami, who was in the middle of securing the amplifier onto a small trolley, couldn't help but chuckle at the indirect, but incredibly obvious, request. Yep. Just like in the simulation. Even at 29 years old, Sayaka still preferred to be roundabout when asking for favors. Then I'll make some and have Bocce bring it tomorrow. Though honestly, Hamburg steak is best when eaten fresh. You don't have to worry about that. Before Sayaka could respond, Najuka suddenly popped her head out from behind the bar counter. Even though Starry looks like this, we actually had to register as a proper food service business to get our license. There's a fully equipped kitchen on the first floor above us, though we barely use it. Having already tasted Minami's cooking once, she was very much looking forward to it again. Alright. I'll bring the ingredients tomorrow. Starry had both a basement and a ground floor. And Minami, having gone through 4 different simulation loops, knew this fact well. This venue was where Kesoka Band first took off. After all, he had long since committed every detail to memory. Of course, he couldn't just say that out loud, so he deliberately asked questions about the place to make his knowledge seem more natural. After securing all the equipment, Minami thanked Sayaka one more time before heading home. And on the way back, he realized something very, very important. He was almost broke. Wait. Where did all my money go? Yes. The allowance he received from his family every month wasn't particularly generous. After paying for rent, utilities, transportation, and other daily expenses, he barely had any disposable income left. For the past few months, he had been living frugally, saving up just enough to buy some English practice novels and science books for self-study. But then he made a huge mistake. He used all of it to buy a mini fridge and some groceries. And just like that, gone. And considering Okanamazu High School was a bit far from Shimokitazawa, that meant additional train fare costs. All these little expenses added up. Now, standing in the middle of the street, Minami finally grasped the cruel reality: he was completely broke. Even with a cheat like dating simulator as his golden finger,